the law of the land is. It's, it was voted in. And that's, I think, what is so frustrating, is that why does it even need to be that way? Why do people have to vote on it? If I want to go and buy a pack of cigarettes, I can go and buy a pack of cigarettes. What does it matter if I want to, do that? And I've never been a smoker, and I would never want to smoke, but yet you can go and that's what's just so.
Your point there being it's your body, you can do what you want to do.
Right. And granted, I got into a discussion, a little bit of a debate with a friend of mine that from high school where, again, my body, my choice, and she's anti-vax and, but very liberal in certain respects and conservative in, she's kind of like all over the board. Like she would never get a vaccine because she just doesn't trust the government. And when I, and I said, but, I don't have to do certain things, or I can do certain things. And, she said, well, you wore a mask when you were told to. And I was like, I wore a mask because I was protecting myself. And guess what? I still wear a mask now, even though the majority of the people don't. And yes, I am fully vaccinated and boosted and whatever, but I'm still wearing a mask because I don't want to get sick.
Yeah.
But if, I think back to when I was in college, and if I had gotten pregnant in college, I wasn't ready to be a mother then, so, and then there are women that, have other medical issues. My best friend had to have a late-term abortion because if she had carried her baby to term, she could have died.
Right.
So, it shouldn't be something that's a law that you're forced to do or not to do. It's your body, it's your choice.
And the hypocrisy, again, that we always seem to go back to the hypocrisy of this. So the Supreme Court ruled in a case where members of the armed forces sued the Army or whatever branch of the government, branch of the military they were in, when they were told that they had to get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
And the Supreme Court ruled they didn't have to. They had a right to choose.
Right.
If you have a right to choose whether or not you take a vaccine, how do you not have a right to choose whether or not you carry a child to term?
Right.
Isn't carrying that child to full term far more impactful than getting a vaccine?
Right.
Where you would think you would have that option?
And the hypocrisy of it, too, is if men had the ability to carry, now granted, trans men can, I don't want to exclude them, but if these white cis men were at risk of their body harming them, because think about it, when and you've mentioned it numerous times, especially watching me go through childbirth and what happened I ended up having to have an emergency C-section because our daughter was in distress, and you got to see firsthand what my body went through. You've said time and time again, there's no way in hell you would have been able to do that.
Right.
And I bet you if you polled, the majority of men, would you be willing to go through childbirth? Would you be willing to do all these things? No. No, they wouldn't. But yet, you'll put your partner or your wife or your mistress, you'll engage in an act and not have any thought process behind that.
Yeah. The other interesting hypocrisy here is they're forcing women to carry children to full term. Are they forcing the sperm donor to be a father, to be there, to have any level of responsibility?
And that's the thing, is that at the moment of conception, that's when you should be paying child support.
Right. Absolutely.
And you don't get to walk away now.
Yep.
That is now, there were a couple of memes like, Happy Father's Day, you're now going to be a dad because of that one night stand, because you decided, you didn't want to put a condom on.
Right. We're up against the clock here, but I did want to raise one more point. We had talked about it off the air, and I think it's worthwhile mentioning because I think it's a great example. Tell us about the adoption one.
Yeah, let me bring that one up. So this was an interesting,
because I thought this was very poignant.
Yes, this was recently posted, and it's something for the Supreme Court to consider. Can a 13-year-old girl adopt a baby if she wants to? No, obviously not. Are you nuts? What about a 15-year-old girl? Can she adopt a baby if she feels like it? Nope, absolutely not. All right, how about an 18-year-old girl? Surely she could adopt a baby, right? No, still can't. Well, what if she was 20, no longer a teenager? A 20-year-old can definitely adopt a baby if she feels like it, right? Actually, no. Well, weird. Why not? There are over 400,000 children in foster care, so why can't she adopt at least one of them? She just can't. And you know why? Because you have to qualify to adopt a child. There are rigorous background checks, home visits, proof of financial and mental stability, etc. It's a whole thing, right? But if she is 14 and gets impregnated by an abusive ex-boyfriend who shoved her out of his moving car and left her for dead, she must now carry to term, give birth, just figure it out somehow? Yes, that is correct. But she's only 14. She will figure it out. But she should also have been more careful and made better choices. So, to punish her for her poor choices, we force her into motherhood, which we've established she's totally unqualified for. And now, we are suddenly comfortable with a young, traumatized girl caring for a vulnerable, little screaming human being that is wholly reliant on her for survival? Yes, absolutely. Such an unexpected blessing.
And I think that right there sums up the problem. We have standards for what it means to be a qualified parent.
Yep.
We enforce them in one instance in adoption. We ignore them completely in every other instance.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else to be said on the matter at this point?
Vote.
Yep.
Stay angry. Let your voice be heard.
That is the only silver lining I see here, is that they're forcing this onto the states, which means your elected leaders will now not be able to hide behind a Supreme Court decision. Mm-hmm. They're going to have to go on record on the voting roll call on whether or not they support this. And unlike the Supreme Court justices, the 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump appointed, who all said on the record that they would not overturn Roe versus Wade, and they did,
right?
You can hold these politicians accountable by voting them out of office.
Absolutely. The other thing, too, is I've seen people posting, I currently live in a red state. I need to move. I had another friend whose children are getting ready to go to college and have now changed which schools they're considering now.
If only we could impeach Supreme Court justices for perjuring themselves during their confirmation hearings.
And that's something, that's making the rounds. So
So that's all we had today. Did you have anything else before we go?
Resist.
Resist. There you go. Before we do go, I did want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. We would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your topics you'd like us to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find high resolutions of all of our video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Where you can find links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 165, Assertiveness. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my confident and assertive co-host, Madison.
You know, I really think you're just calling me out at this point. Anyway, hi everybody.
I am trying to bring out the best in you. If you think it, you can be it, right?
Sure.
Tough crowd.
I know.
So how was your week this week?
A bit weird.
Yeah, mine too. So I was homesick with a migraine, and you wound up coming home sooner than you expected with some stomach issues.
Yep.
And I don't know about you, but I've been playing catch up all week since then.
Yeah, I mean, I was off Wednesday because they told me they had, excused...
Tuesday.
No, I wasn't off Tuesday. I was off Wednesday. Tuesday was when I wasn't feeling well. They gave me an off day for Wednesday.
Oh, wait. Was I out Tuesday?
Yes.
So it wasn't Monday. I'm so confused. I really am.
Yeah, it's Thursday now.
I need this week to be over just so I can reset the week.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're feeling better now?
It's still kind of iffy, but, you know, I was good enough to go to school today.
Okay. Did you make it through the day okay?
I survived.
Okay. Well, sometimes that's the most we can hope for, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, today we're talking about assertiveness. So assertiveness is about communication and confidence. Being able to convey your needs, thoughts, and desires in a way that is constructive and acceptable is a key part of any interaction with other people. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll take a look at what it means to be assertive, the benefits that come from being assertive, and the techniques you'll need to be more assertive. But before we do that, I would like to take a moment to encourage our listening and viewing audience, if you don't already do so, to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available anywhere you can get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We can be found on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we start?
Sure.
Here we go. So once again, we're digging deep into the well of kidshealth.org for today's topic. So what is assertiveness? Assertiveness is a healthy way of communicating. That's the bottom line. It's the ability to speak up for ourselves in a way that is honest and respectful. Every day we're in situations where being assertive can help us, like asking someone on a date, approaching a teacher with a question, or doing well on a job or a college interview. Being assertive doesn't come naturally to everyone. Some people communicate in a way that's too passive, while other people have a style that may be too aggressive. An assertive style is kind of the happy medium between these two. So here's what it means to be assertive. It means you can give an opinion or say how you feel. You can ask what you want or what you need. You can disagree respectfully. You can offer your ideas and suggestions, or you can say no without feeling guilty, or you can speak up for someone else.
Why being assertive matters. An assertive communication style can help us do the things we want to do. But it goes further than that. Being assertive shows we respect ourselves and other people. People who speak assertively send the message that they believe in themselves. They are not too timid and they're not too pushy. They know that their feelings and ideas matter. They're confident. People who are assertive tend to make friends more easily. They communicate in a way that respects other people's needs as well as their own. They tend to be better at working out conflicts and disagreements, and people who give respect get respect in return.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very assertive, 1 being not very assertive, where do you think you fall on that scale?
2.5.
That's kind of low there.
Yeah.
Do you think that low level of assertiveness has an impact on the way that people treat you, or things, the way you interact with others, or maybe even a lack of opportunities that you normally would have if you were a little bit more assertive?
Yeah, pretty much. I've had so many instances recently that have made me realize that, wow, I am not that assertive and I do not speak up for my own needs. I have one of the best things, it's probably not anything to do with me being assertive, but when I was at the orthodontist appointment, I was actually glossed over, they forgot I was there, they jumped over me. So that was fun because I waited for another 30 minutes before they actually started working on me. That was fun. I've had various incidents in school where I've refused to say anything, and really I've also just recently noticed that my general interactions with people, I kind of just apologize for things that I don't think I needed to apologize for. I just feel weird with people giving me stuff.
So, do you know why you're passive? Is it that or why you're not assertive? Is it that you're an overly passive individual? Are you just non-confrontational? Are you uncomfortable talking to people? What do you think is the root cause of your lack of assertiveness?
I guess it can technically be all three things you listed. I'm not a very confrontational person. I try not to I don't really think I'd want to, try to confront somebody. That's not really how I roll. I don't really like to talk to people all that much, and I've realized that I also am kind of sort of a people pleaser in a way. As much as I don't want to be as much of a people pleaser as I am, I feel like I can tend to be like that sometimes.
So, is it something where you don't stick up for yourself, or you don't feel like you're deserving of the things that you think you should be assertive on? Is it a self-doubt? Is it a confidence issue, or a lack of confidence? Or are you just a naturally shy and withdrawn person?
Honestly, I do think it is a lack of confidence. We've talked about that on the podcast before, and as much as I'd like to say I'm a confident person, there are just certain things that I'm like, okay, never mind then.
Okay. Is this something that you think you'd like to improve?
Yeah, seeing like the various things that happen and the fact that like it'd be real nice if I could be a little more assertive and, at least learn that lesson. I'd really like to find a way to do so.
So who in life that you associate with now, or that you spend any time with, who would you think is assertive? Appropriately assertive, we'll say.
I guess I'll go with I'll go with you
Okay.
at some points.
All right, you got to qualify that.
Well, thing is, you're a very assertive person and you don't like it when, you don't feel like you're being treated right. And, you've told Mommy and I in certain instances where if we're not being treated right, you gotta stick up for yourselves or I'm gonna do it.
So that's a very good point. So do you think it's appropriate to be assertive, or do you think it's inappropriate to be assertive?
Well, I guess it depends on the amount of assertiveness and, the level of appropriateness when it comes to it, because it's in certain things, yeah, I wish I would say more stuff because it's an issue that I feel could be solved, so if I actually spoke up about it, it'd be fixed. But then when it comes to, more extreme levels of being assertive and immediately saying my way, then, I could come off being more aggressive, and I could be seen as being the bad guy in the situation.
So you had a very good situation last year in school where assertiveness had a surprisingly positive effect for you. And we talked about it on the podcast before. So you had a substitute in one of your classes, and the substitute said something that was gender inappropriate, we'll say. And that bothered you. And you were assertive in that disgruntled nature. Tell us about that. You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Talk about that for a little bit and tell me how it felt when you were, when that assertiveness kicked in for you. Why did it kick in then, but it doesn't other times? And what was the ultimate outcome? Was it what you thought it was going to be?
Well, basically what ended up happening was, I got uncomfortable with the idea, and when my teacher was back, I kind of let them know because it was bothering me, and, they were very supportive and on my side and were willing to let me, go, and were willing to, try to make a difference about it. So I was called down to the office, and basically we talked about the incident, and I wrote something down. So there was some progress from it.
So what caused that assertiveness in that case? Was it Mommy and Daddy you came home and told us about it? Was it me being overly assertive and telling you to do something about it? Or was this something that you took the initiative on yourself?
I guess it was kind of both. I was kind of motivated by when I told you and what you told me to do, and then it was kind of just I decided to finally do it on my own.
And were you pleased with what that outcome was?
Yeah. I was, yeah.
How did you feel when you exercised that assertiveness?
Well, I guess I felt good because, I was finally able to like stick up for something, and I felt good afterwards.
Yeah, and I think if nothing else, the important lesson to be learned from that specific example is you have a right to those feelings. You have a right to be respected. You have a right to be treated right, to be treated well. And if that doesn't happen and someone disrespects you or someone says something that offends you, you have a right to speak up and defend yourself. And yeah, there's a certain amount of confidence that you have to have in order to take that initiative, but you have that right no matter what. So you should never let someone put you in a position like that or disrespect you like that without saying something. And you do it respectfully, like you did in this case here, and you get a positive outcome from that. So it's important to understand that assertiveness is about communication. And, like we said in the read through, communication with assertiveness through communication is about respect. It's about giving respect, getting respect in return. And assertiveness is kind of the highway to get you to that point. So we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the problems with being too passive. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about assertiveness. And now we're going to talk about the problems of being too passive. So Paula has a style that's too passive. If you ask Paula what movie she wants to see, she's most likely to say, I don't know, what do you want to see? She usually lets others decide things, but later she regrets not saying what she wanted. It bothers her that her friends do most of the talking. But when Paula tries to break into the conversation, she speaks so softly that others talk over her without realizing. People who act too passively often end up feeling taken advantage of. They may begin to feel hurt, angry, or resentful. When you hold back what you think and feel, others don't get to know or understand you as well as they could. The group doesn't benefit from your input or ideas. If you start to feel like your opinions or feelings don't count, it can lower your confidence and rob you of the chance to get recognition and positive feedback for your good ideas. It can even lead to feeling depressed.
Now, of course, there's also trouble with being too aggressive. Janine has a style that's too aggressive. Janine has no trouble speaking her mind. But when she does, she comes across as loud and opinionated. Janine dominates the conversation, often interrupts, and rarely listens. If she disagrees with you, she lets you know, usually with sarcasm or a put-down. She has a reputation for being bossy and insensitive. People who come across as too aggressive can find it difficult to keep friends. They may dominate conversations or give their opinions too boldly and forcefully, leaving others feeling put off or disrespected. People with an aggressive style may get other people to do things their way, but many times they end up being rejected or disliked. They often lose the respect of others.
So why isn't everyone assertive? So Ben has an assertive style. When you ask for Ben's opinion, he gives it honestly. If he disagrees with you, he'll say so, but in a way that doesn't put you down and make you feel wrong. Ben is interested in your opinion too. He listens to what you have to say. Even when Ben disagrees with you, you can still feel he respects your point of view. Why do some people have assertive communication styles when others are more passive or aggressive? Part of it's just personality. The habits we develop or the experiences we have are another part. But we also learn to be assertive, passive, or aggressive from watching how others act, especially the people who raise us.
So here are some things that can influence people to act too passively. And we've talked about a number of these already. A lack of confidence in themselves or the value of their opinions, worrying too much about pleasing others or being liked, worrying whether others will disagree with or reject their ideas and opinions, feeling sensitive to criticism or hurt by past experiences when their ideas were ignored or rejected, and not developing the skills of being assertive.
Things that can influence people to act too aggressively include being overconfident, focusing too much on getting their needs met and their opinions across, not learning to respect or consider other people's views or needs, and not learning listening skills or how to ask for input from others.
So things that can lead people to act assertively or just right include self-confidence, believing their opinions count, their ideas and feelings matter, and they have the right to express themselves. Being resilient, or being able to deal with criticism, rejection, and setbacks. Respecting the preferences and needs of others. Having role models for assertiveness, and knowing their ideas were welcomed or assertiveness rewarded in the past. So it's worthwhile to kind of run down these and just take a look at some of the reasons for acting too passively. We've already talked about a lack of confidence in yourself. Do you value your opinions? Do you think your opinions matter?
I mean, yeah, I do have, a value in my opinions and behind closed doors. I speak very passionately about what I believe in. So I definitely hold my opinions to a high standard.
I would agree with that. You already said you're a people pleaser, so worrying too much about pleasing others or being liked. So the pleasing others part, I think we can certainly check that box. What about being liked? Are you concerned about other people liking you? And is that something that makes you more passive?
I mean, I wouldn't mind if people liked me, but I guess they may not be, my biggest concern. I know I can't get everybody to like me, and I'm not, I want to be friends with everybody. So I wouldn't say that's as big of a concern.
Okay. What about disagreement or rejection? Do you worry that others will disagree with what you might have to say or might reject you for what you do say when you're assertive?
Yeah, I'm kind of scared, especially when I talk to teachers. If I ask them things, I'm, terrified of them saying no. For no real good reason, I guess. I get scared whenever I have to ask my teachers something and, it's a yes or no question, because, I don't know, I guess I associate no with being a much more negative answer, and I'm just somewhat terrified of it.
Well, and let's put things into perspective. These aren't life and death questions you're asking. They're not pass or fail. They're not going to fail you, right? So what's the worst thing that a no could do?
The thing that I want just doesn't happen.
Right. But if you don't ask, it's probably not going to happen anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, Wayne Gretzky once said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. He was a famous hockey player.
Yep.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So if you don't ask that yes or no question, it's always going to be no. If you ask it, there's a fair chance it might be yes. So that's something to keep in mind when you're struggling with that.
Yeah.
What about criticism? Are you sensitive to criticism? Have you been hurt in the past when you've expressed yourself? Were your ideas ignored or rejected? Is that something that's sort of in the back of your mind in these situations?
Well, I mean, I definitely think I'm able to handle criticism. As long as, it's proper criticism, I feel like I can certainly handle criticism in a passive way. Having my ideas kind of ignored and rejected, it probably hurts a bit more. So
I think that, that hurts everybody's ego and opinion when their ideas are rejected. But when your ideas aren't even heard and they don't even get a chance to be rejected, how does that make you feel? If like your thoughts, like you have all these great thoughts, you've got this incredibly creative personality and creative brain, and you express that in various ways. If you didn't express that and you kept that all bottled up inside, doesn't that have its own negative connotations and consequences?
I guess so. I mean, like, I really do enjoy creating stuff, and I like having the outlet for it, and I can definitely say that if I didn't have that outlet and it was all just kind of stuck in my mind, yeah, it would probably be pretty negative.
Yeah, so I think maybe you exhibit some of the symptoms that we have here, but I don't think any of the things that you exhibit are an impossible obstacle to overcome. So I really think it literally is just about building the skill set for it. Do you exhibit, let's take a look at the too aggressive. Do you exhibit any of these? Are you overconfident? Obviously, that's not going to be an issue in this case here. We're still working on our confidence levels. Do you focus too much on getting your needs met and getting your opinion across?
Probably not my needs, because I recently had the development of the stomach problems. I refused to go to the nurse, and like at the end of the day, it was like, yeah, you probably should have gone to the nurse earlier. So it's like, yeah, I don't hold my needs as high as I probably should.
Yeah, that we need to work on. How about not learning to respect or consider other people's views?
I wouldn't say that. I personally really respect other people's views and opinions, and I don't like want to not consider them. Like, you and I have our like healthy arguments.
Sure. Yeah, I think you're covered on this one here. I think you're just to the point where you're just right for your respect for others and their needs. What about listening skills or taking input from other people? Do you think you're open-minded with that?
Yeah, and in fact, I'm actually kind of an outlet for a lot of my friends to kind of talk about stuff with them, because I'm a good listener, and asking for my input on others. Occasionally I'll show people like work I've done or stuff I've done and ask for their opinion on them.
Yeah, so based on this criteria of too passive and too aggressive, you're kind of in the middle, which is kind of where you need to be. So I would probably grade you higher. You said you were a 2.5 on that scale of 1 to 10. I'd probably put you at about a 4. You're probably a little below average, but I think you're much better off than you think you are when it comes to assertiveness, especially when it comes to things that are important to you. When something is important to you and it's something that you believe in deeply, you can be assertive. You're passive most of the time, but there's those few causes that you'll get behind that demonstrate that assertiveness. And again, it's one of those things where it's a matter of practice. I didn't get to be loud and obnoxious like I am now I mean, you know me when it comes, especially if we're talking about something Disney and, Disney, my expectations for Disney aren't met. I tend to be overly assertive when it comes to stuff like that.
Yep.
When it's things where it's protecting my family or it's costing me money or something like that, I tend to be very aggressive when it comes to stuff like that. But that comes with practice. I've had years of practice dealing with that stuff. And in my line of work, I have to deal with vendors all the time. And if you're passive with vendors, it costs the company hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars if you don't do it right. So it's one of those things that took years to get to. But it's definitely a learned, acquired skill. So we just have to practice more. I think you do it when it's important, when it really matters. You're assertive. And that's the most important thing. So we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about how to be more assertive. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking about assertiveness. So how can you be more assertive? That's, I guess, the important question here. Being assertive is a matter of practicing certain communication skills and having the right inner attitude. Some people are naturally more skillful when it comes to being assertive. Others need a little bit more practice. But everyone can improve, and here's how. Start by considering which communication style, assertive, passive, or aggressive, comes closest to yours. Then decide whether you need to work on being less passive, less aggressive, or simply need to build on your naturally assertive style.
So some tips to work on being less passive and more assertive include paying attention to what you think, feel, want, and prefer. You need to be aware of these things before you can communicate them to others. Notice if you say, I don't know, or I don't care, or it doesn't matter when someone asks what you want. Stop yourself. Practice saying what you'd prefer, especially on things that hardly matter. For example, if someone says, would you like green or red? You can say, I'd prefer the green one, thanks. You should also practice asking for things. For example, can you please pass me the spoon? I need a pen. Does anyone have an extra? Can you save me a seat? This builds your skills and confidence for when you need to talk for something more important. When you need to ask for something more important. You should also give your opinion. Say whether or not you liked a movie you saw and why. Practice using I statements such as I'd like, I'd prefer, or I feel. You should also find a role model who's good at being assertive, not too passive and not too aggressive. See if you can imitate that person's best qualities. And finally, you should remind yourself that your ideas and opinions are as important as everyone else's. Knowing this helps you be assertive. Assertiveness starts with an inner attitude of valuing yourself as much as you value others.
So to work on being less aggressive and more assertive, try letting others speak first. Notice if you interrupt. Catch yourself and say, oh, sorry, go ahead, and let the other person finish. Ask someone else's opinion, then listen to the answer. When you disagree, try to say so without putting the other person's point of view down. For example, instead of saying, "That's a stupid idea," try something like, "I don't really like that idea." Or instead of saying, "He's such a," word that I don't want to say on here, try saying, "I think he's insensitive." And again, find a role model who's good at being assertive, not too passive, not too aggressive, and see if you can imitate that person.
Even naturally assertive people can build and expand their skills. To work on improving a naturally assertive style, you should find role models who are good at being assertive, not too passive, not too aggressive. See if you can imitate their best qualities. You'll notice this is the same tip we gave for helping with a style that's too passive or too aggressive. That's because we never stop learning. Notice when you're best at being assertive. People behave differently in different situations. Many people find it's easy to be assertive in certain situations, like with friends, but more challenging in others, like with teachers or when meeting new people. In tougher situations, try thinking, what would I say to my close friends?
Sorry, I was joking there.
Sorry.
When you speak assertively, it shows you believe in yourself. Building assertiveness is one step to becoming your best self, the person you want to be. And I think that's an important aspect of things to keep in mind here is the idea of being assertive is about improving yourself. It's about learning, it's about respect, it's about self-confidence, and all those things combined help to make you a better person. Do you want to be more assertive in your day-to-day life?
Honestly, yeah. I don't want to be too assertive to the point where I don't listen to other people's opinions, but I'd like to be more assertive than how I am now, in which I kind of just don't mention a lot of my own opinions, and it'd be nice to be more assertive in certain situations rather than just being assertive in only a few.
So after talking about this, do you envision situations where your lack of assertiveness may have caused you a disadvantage, or you may have lost out on things because you weren't assertive?
Well, the best example, I can think of is, even though I technically didn't really lose out too much, but basically what ended up happening was I had a history project, and it was a big poster. It was going to be due in a week, and we had a lot of stuff that we had to do for it. And the thing was, it was partner-based. And you got got one partner each, and you can only work with one other person, basically. There were 11 students.
That math doesn't work out very well.
No, it doesn't.
Shame it wasn't math class. They probably could have figured that part out.
Yeah. And I was the one person that didn't get a partner. And, I kind of didn't really like that because I was put under a lot of stress at first because it was well, I feel like I'm doing the work of two people, so that's just great.
Right.
With the same amount of time. And even when you guys said hey, maybe you should mention something to your teacher, I kind of didn't. I kind of didn't, and you guys actually had to step in for me.
I mean, how did that work out?
Well, I was given extra time if I needed it, but
which you didn't.
Yeah, but he ended up being sick at one point, so he gave us an extra day anyway. So it's
Okay, that was convenient.
Yeah.
So that's a good example of a situation where had you been more assertive, maybe you could have rectified that instead of having to be burdened by being the only person working on that project or by getting extra credit for being the only person. So I think the important thing to understand is there are times that not being assertive can be disadvantageous for you. And I'm not saying you need to be assertive all the time. And I think for the most part, this being a glaring exception, for the most part, when it's important, you assert yourself. If it's something that you need, something that you want, something that bothers you, you rise to the occasion. You're not assertive all the time. Maybe you could be more assertive, but I think in those times that it's important that, and you stand up for the things that you believe in, your assertiveness comes out. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say that, like, especially when it concerns issues that I care deeply about, yeah, I can certainly be much more assertive.
And I'll tell you, even the stuff that's not that important, if you come to me and you have a creative project you're working on, stuff you were doing for mommy for her birthday, for instance, you have your creative ideas, you come to me, you pitch them to me, and I'll, as delicately as possible and as creatively as possible, critique them. And I'll give you my opinion on them. And when you don't agree with my opinion, you don't have a problem disagreeing with me. And then we'll talk it out and, we'll respect each other's opinions. So even on situations where it's not that important, you still demonstrate your assertiveness. And I'm sure that comes from a comfort level that you have with me, knowing that you can have those kinds of discussions with me and we're not going to get angry at each other or anything like that. I think the important thing is you have to get to that comfort level with others as well. And I think if you do, you'll find that being assertive is a two-way street. People are going to be assertive with you. You'll be assertive with them. That assertiveness builds that respect. When you come to me with an opinion and your opinion differs from mine, I still respect your opinion. In fact, when you make your point, that builds that respect. The fact that you can stand behind it, you don't back down. If you really think that something should be a certain way, I respect you for that. And other people will too. It's difficult using myself or mommy as examples there because of that level of comfort. But you have to believe that you'll get to that level of comfort where you'll have that respect with others. So that was all we have. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts.
All right.
We'll be right back.
Alright, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that assertiveness is something that is very important for you personally, and it will really help you throughout your life. It's important that you find a perfect balance, much like everything in life, because, you can't always have it one way or the other. Being too passive could cause you to be stepped on, could cause you to never be able to have your ideas expressed thoroughly, and thus you're always going to be unsatisfied. Being too aggressive could cause you to not consider other people's opinions and could cause other people to lose respect in you. So really, it's important to find a perfect balance where you can respect other people's opinions but also respect your own at the same time.
Okay. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
That was it. Before we do go, though, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Audio and visual versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Nope, Insights into Things. Scratch that. Sorry.
Isn't that like the second time you've messed that up?
Yeah, and I have a script. I have a script and I have a screen here that I have it up on. So, and I've done 165 of these. So you think I'd have it down by now? Anyway, we would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcasts. You can find us streaming 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, as well as YouTube, where you'll find all of our episodes, all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, where you get links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, in which you guys are actually doing a podcast, so nice. And Insights and Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
All right. That's a sales pitch if I ever heard one.
I know, right?
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week, we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt, and we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7 trillion at the end of 2020, according to the Federal Reserve, which is an all-time high. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the GDP ranking of Canada, the 10th highest ranked country in the world by GDP. that number to me is just astronomical.
Mm-hmm.
What's the impact of that number to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's just like you said. Once you get past, like, honestly, like 100, it's hard for me to fathom that number. But when we talk about trillions, it's like when you look at the national debt too. It's just these numbers are astronomical. You can't even wrap your head around them.
Yeah.
Let alone the notion of being able to pay that off, which is just, it seems impossible.
Yeah, but the thought that if we wanted to pay off the national student debt right now, that's more money than Canada can generate in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous.
It's a great way to intro the topic too, framing it in that, like, how big of a beast it is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, when you talk in numbers that size, it seems kind of insurmountable, really.
So we have a couple other student loan debt statistics. The national average per student is about $39,000. The states with the highest student loan debt, number one coming in is Washington, D.C. Their average student loan debt is $54,400 a year. Just below that is Maryland with $42,700. Age groups with the most student loan debt are 18 to 29-year-olds. 34% of that age group have student loan debt, which makes sense because they're people either going into college or coming out of it. More than half of college-educated adults have student loan debt. That's 65% of people. 6% of borrowers who owe more than $100,000 in student loan debt, including the 2% owing more than $200,000, account for a third of all outstanding student loan debt. So a lot of people owing a lot of money. The vast majority of those borrowers who owe more than $100,000 took out loans for graduate school. Loans associated with grad school account for about 50% of the outstanding student loan debt. The other half belongs to the 75% of borrowers who took out loans for 2 or 4-year degrees. And then finally, the U.S. student debt has increased by more than 100% over the past 10 years. So we're looking at, the numbers are only getting higher, and that's why we have the highest in 2020 with $1.7 trillion.
And that's another, alarming statistic, to have anything go up 100% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
Has the quality of your education increased at the same proportional rate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I've only been in college for 3 years now. I'm going into my senior year. But that large amount of increase, it seems impossible that there would be a reflection in education that would meet that as well.
Yeah, and the business side of me looks at this and wants to say, all right, what's the cost benefit analysis? If I'm paying 100% more over the last 10 years, is the salary that I'm taking when I come out of that college raising 100% more? And statistically, it's not. Salaries are not keeping pace with the current economic scale.
Yeah.
So you're paying all this much more for an education, but you're not getting the compensation on the back end of that to justify that cost. So there's a massive loss of investment here. Like, how long do you think you're going to be in debt with college debt?
I mean, judging by what I'm seeing now with my bills and things for the years, I'm probably in that average, $40K range for what I'm going to owe back. The bigger question is, I'm going into a field that hopefully I'll find a job quickly. I'm planning on going into the radio field, anything like that. So hopefully I'll find a job and they'll just garner my wages. That's going to be my plan, essentially. Now, I know some people that are going into medical fields, so they're going into grad school, so that's half of those loans there that people owe. And those jobs are obviously, you end up spending a lot more and you end up owing a lot more debt, but you're pretty much guaranteed a job because the world always needs doctors and whatnot.
Right.
So I think it really depends on just what you're looking to do post-college and how long you want to stay in school and then how much you're going to pay too.
Well, and like, I look at it from, I don't know, I kind of try to tie it to more everyday things. So I think, okay, what's the next closest thing I have to a $40,000 debt? And I think, okay, if I buy a car and I finance a car, I'll finance a car for 5 years. After 5 years, 3 years maybe, depending on how much of a monthly payment I want to do. But let's say 5 years is pretty much, I think, on average. I'll pay my car off after 5 years. Are you going to have your student loan debt paid off after 5 years?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, no.
And you look at student loan debt when it comes to your postgraduate schools, where you're looking at around $200,000 in debt that you're going to have. So now you're looking at the cost of a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I look at it from a mortgage standpoint, I'm going to pay that over 30 years. So are you going to finance your student debt over a 30-year period?
I mean, I know people that are in their 40s and even 50s that are still paying off their student debt. And that, I mean, sure, that's a financial question because it's going to depend on your income and your ability to make those payments. But it can go that long, and especially it's going to depend on what level of education you decided to go with.
So let's stay on that topic just for a second there. So if I go to get a mortgage and I'm buying a $200,000 house, I have to have an established credit history. I have to have an established income, and I have to prove that I'm not a credit risk for them to give me a loan. And depending on how risky I am, determines what my percentage rate is. What, as a student, did you have to produce to show that you're not a credit risk when it came to getting loans for school?
Well, often they have your parents co-sign, which helps because then they become responsible for that debt too, and that kind of lends credibility to you. I applied to college, so I don't know how it works for grad school because I don't have any, aspirations of going down that path. But it wasn't as rigorous as a test as that of
Right.
Going for a mortgage. It was much more apply to the school, get into the school. Okay, you're pretty much you can just get loans, and there's not
Right.
that long of a approval process. It's more about how much do you make, so that we know how much to give you.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here is that the process itself isn't nearly as rigorous as it is to make sure you're not a credit risk, to make sure you're capable of paying it back.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost an assumption of, oh, well, pay us whatever we ask for, and then we'll make sure you get an education and get a good job that you can pay that back.
Yeah, and I imagine it probably is designed that way because people going into college, they don't want to think about after college when they're going to have to pay all this back. They want to get their education. They want to, if they have a career in mind, they want to get to that as fast as possible. So they'll take any loans they have to.
Sure. And I think one of the indirect consequences of this is that you're seeing the number of people that choose to go into a vocational profession significantly increasing over those that are going to college.
I thought about that. I mean, my freshman year in college, I took mostly gen eds. And I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I started looking at broadcasting schools, and I seriously considered it in my sophomore year, transferring and just going to broadcasting school because, going to broadcasting school because a lot of the people that I look up to in the area that are broadcasters either didn't go to college or went to broadcasting school. And it just seemed like, that's exactly what I want to do. Why not just do that?
Right.
But I ended up rethinking it because, just having the degree, you talk yourself into it.
Yeah.
And I'll probably talk more about that later, but just the mindset of kind of just accepting debt as a notion, you
Right.
kind of just become okay with it.
And I had a friend of mine, her son, they had groomed him for going to college all through his high school career, his grades and all the extracurricular stuff and the clubs and all that stuff. And when he got to his senior year in high school and saw how much it was going to cost, he realized he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be in debt for, the majority of his life.
Right.
So he decided instead of going to college for accounting or business administration or whatever, he was going to be an electrician. And he went off and he went through a vocational school. He joined a guild and, is under an apprenticeship now. And he's making more now within less than 4 years of the time he would have spent in college. He's making more now than if he'd come out of college with a 4-year degree. And he's just starting out in his profession without all that debt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on, we get into deeper questions of how do you measure success? What do you want from your educational career? And I think that once you figure out those answers for yourself, then you can kind of decide, do I really need college? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
In my case, yes. But in that guy's case, no, he didn't need to do that. If he enjoys being an electrician and he gets satisfaction from that work, there's no reason for him to go to college. He can do exactly what you said and not have to worry about debt, which is almost not unheard of, but rare.
Yeah.
At least with my generation.
And it's a very valid point you make that it's very situational and very specific to the individual.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of the intro to the topic that we're talking about. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to look at a brief history of how student debt has evolved in the United States.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking student debt today. So let's just take a quick brief history of what student debt has looked like in the United States. Student debt really didn't come into being until around 1840. The first student loans in the U.S. were offered exclusively to students at Harvard in 1840. Public student loans didn't arise until the 20th century. So it's kind of a whole new concept as far as taking loans to go to college. And, the instance of people going to college didn't really increase too much until around the 1940s. So in the 2 decades prior to the institution of federally guaranteed student loans, the U.S. experienced a significant increase in college attendance, thanks in part to the GI Bill in 1944. So fulfilling the need for affordable higher education, the GI Bill subsidized, or in some cases completely covered, the cost of college education for nearly half the Americans returning from World War II. We jump forward to 1972, and the HEA was amended to ensure, the HEA being the something that was up top there that I didn't talk about, the Higher Education Act of 1965. Sorry.
Everybody knows it. It's one of the big bills.
Yeah, if you're listening to this show, you should already know that. So the Higher Education Act was amended to ensure that education programs whose students were receiving financial assistance and student loans did not discriminate based on gender.
I'm sure they didn't discriminate based on anything else.
It's an evolving process, okay? So by 76, 77, all undergraduate students became eligible for Pell Grants. Together, these two popular programs further increased college attendance rates by providing financial assistance to individuals who previously could not obtain it. So the focus so far at that point was not controlling student debt, not controlling the cost of education. It was making education more available to those who wouldn't be able to do it because of discriminatory practices or financial difficulties and stuff like that. So up until the 1970s, mid to late 70s, the drive really was to enable students at that point.
Yeah, so looking into the 80s now, these are when things sort of start to turn sour. 1986, parents and students had incurred nearly $10 billion in federal student loans, which is funny now that we're up to $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, $10 billion is a drop in the bucket, right?
Then considered then an outrageous amount. That same year, more than 1/4 of student borrowers owed more than $10,000 in student loan debt. Adjusting for inflation, that's about $21,000 today. So this is sort of where you start to see that this is sort of getting out of hand. And into the 1990s, student loan debt begins to skyrocket. In 1993, the average debt of a bachelor's degree was approximately $9,000, and within just 5 years, it was $15,000. And by 2003, it was almost $20,000, coming in at $17,500. And then finally into the 2000s, today the average loan debt, which we already mentioned, is roughly $30,000. Though one recent study by the Fidelity Investments puts that figure closer to $35,000. Approximately 20% of U.S. households currently owe student loan debt, as do 40% of people younger than 35, which is kind of wild. Almost half of people younger than 35 owe student debt. This means an increase of nearly 200% of overall student loan debt over the last 20 years. 200% in just 20 years. As of 2012, total student debt has surpassed $1 trillion.
And that's astronomical. It really is, just that growth rate. Now, my first question there is, what's driving that cost increase? Is it the cost of education? Is it the financing side of things? Where would you pin the blame there?
I mean, I don't really understand economics, but it seems like if more people are going to be able to get an education, then from a business standpoint, because colleges are businesses, then their market base is wider, right? So they can drive up that cost. And especially once college becomes a social norm where you're just expected to go to college, essentially, then that ensures their business model even more because people want to go to college. They can charge whatever they want.
Well, yes, to a certain extent, I agree with the principle of economies of scale here. So back in the 1870s, when, maybe 2% of the population went to college educations should therefore have been exceedingly expensive. But now when you have such a large percentage of people that are, think of the Ford Model T, okay? So prior to mass production of automobiles, they were very specialized, very hand-built, very unique. A couple of them rolled off the plant per month. So as a result, they were very expensive to cover your overhead. Well, when the Model T comes around and you're rolling hundreds of these off the assembly line per day, you can now produce them, thanks to economies of scale, you can produce them much cheaper and then distribute that overhead cost across many more customers. And I would have thought that same model would have translated into your education system, where the more students you have, the lower that tuition rate should be, logically.
That'd be nice. It doesn't seem like it went that way, though. I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I guess because as the debt numbers increase, too, does that allow for, are the higher tuitions not really questioned because it just happens so quickly over time? I don't know. It would be nice if that logic applied, where if the more people went to college, the cheaper it was. But it seems like it's the opposite.
It does. And then I have to take a look at what's the cost of college. What has gone up so dramatically for a college education? Is it technological advancements? Is it the cost of campuses? Is it property related? Like, what has happened in the last 20 years at your local college that would make it so much more expensive to go?
I'm not sure. I mean, if they're dealing with more money, maybe they just feel they need to spend more money on things that maybe they don't necessarily need, new facilities that might look nice and might provide for people that use them, but do we really need them? Or large structures, like parking garages and things like that. Are these things necessary? And maybe they're just spending that money because they have it. And that encourages the need for more money to keep doing that. I don't know.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That makes a lot of sense. And I also have to look at these colleges that are very athletically driven. Mm-hmm. All your Big Ten colleges and your Ivy League colleges, where you're bringing in a significant income from the sports and athletics that are happening at your college. Why isn't that going into lowering the cost of tuition for your students?
Yeah. I mean, we could do a whole other show on college sports like that. I mean, they just had the NCAA ruling where they can get money from their image, which is nice, but
the schools still can't pay them.
Yeah, and the school's still getting a ton of money, especially big schools like that.
Right.
Just on like the broadcast rights alone. So.
And that's what blows my mind is they're bringing in money hand over fist to the point that you've got college stadiums that are more well appointed than professional stadiums these days.
Yeah, I don't know. When I look at it, I look at it very cynically, and it just seems like these are businesses first and educational institutions second, and they are very greedy.
Yeah.
And it just seems like they want to get as much money as possible out of people.
So Forbes did do a study on what's driving the increases in higher education. Now this study was done September of 2020. And their conclusion, college is expensive.
Good work, Forbes.
That was helpful. They said since the 1999 to 2000 academic year, the net price of tuition, fees, room and board at a public four-year college has increased 68%. 68% in 20 years. That's insane. The amount borrowed to go to college each year has doubled in the same time, and today the cumulative federal student loan debt is over $1.54 trillion, more than double the amount of 2010. That's insane. They say that much of the focus around student debt is around rising tuition, and for good reason. As states disinvested in higher education, tuition increased across the country. Published tuition at public four-year colleges rose by 36% from 2008 to 2018, and in many states, tuition rose even more. Today, most student funding from states is 8.7% less than it was before the Great Recession, which should be a warning sign given the current economic situation. So there's a good driving force there, that we're not talking your Ivy League schools. We're talking your state-sponsored schools. In New Jersey, we're talking your Rowans, your Rutgers, ones that get funding from the state. The state has now cut back because of economic concerns.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. States cut the funding, so the colleges have to raise tuition. Now, do they have to raise it by 68% in 10 years? I don't know.
Well, not when you're only cutting it by 8.7%.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you justify that?
Yeah.
So many have proposed making public college tuition free, which I don't think I'd argue with that. But that alone won't address student debt going forward, because tuition isn't the only driver of student debt. The total cost of college also includes living expenses like textbooks and room and board, regardless if a student lives on campus or not. Living costs actually are more expensive than the sticker price of tuition. In fact, tuition and fees only make up 48% of the total cost of college at a public four-year college. At public two-year colleges, it's even smaller. It's an even smaller share at 29%, with living costs almost making up 2/3 of the cost to attend. So you were living on campus your first year. How did that go down?
That's something that we didn't even talk about. Like, you're taking out your college loans, but you're also like renting an apartment basically. And, I only did it for 1 year. It just wasn't for me. And I live close enough to campus that it's not really necessary. And it was very expensive living on campus, at least. I mean, there's options, where you can like just get an apartment off campus that I think those might be cheaper, especially if you have roommates, you split that cost. But yeah, a lot of that cost is coming from living there because it is a secondary apartment rental essentially. And it's really great for some people. You're living on campus. Where I was in the heart of campus. So you can get pretty much anywhere quickly. So there's a convenience factor. There's a social factor because if you have a lot of friends on campus or you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, you have easy access to that or any clubs you're on campus. So there's definitely benefits. It's just, is it worth, again, it's a personal decision. Is it worth the, in my opinion, very high cost that room and board is going to run you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, when you stopped living on campus, did your costs go down significantly?
Yeah, it did.
By these kind of percentage numbers?
Yeah, roughly. I don't remember exactly. Like I would have to look at my actual bill because you can see all that. But yeah, definitely there was a decent chunk that was taken out because I was no longer living on campus.
That's a very good point. So they say that covering tuition alone won't eliminate the need for many students to borrow money. Many of the existing, quote, free college proposals would continue the Pell Grant program and allow low-income students to use the grant to cover living costs, which would help low-income students. So a lot of the financial support that's out there now would still continue, even though eliminating tuition fees isn't going to be the end-all, be-all, but there are still other methods out there to assist students.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was looking at my bill recently, like I mentioned, and it goes tuition, and then it just says fees, and that's like a third of the cost. It's like, what are fees? And, I'm sure you can, if you ask, they'll break it down for you. But it's strange seeing, all right, I understand what tuition is. I'm paying you to go to the school. What are fees and where are they going? And it's
Right.
like, that's where you get into why is this costing so much? And it really makes you wonder, especially if they're fees for things that you aren't using.
Well, and you get that sort of thing on utility bills and stuff like that, where they try to hide all the costs.
Yep.
But when you're talking $1.5 billion, you need to kind of be a little more upfront with these. So what other factors are there that we have to weigh in?
So there's the graduate school. In 2019, the number of loans dispersed for graduate school accounted for 16% of all federal student loans issued. While they were a small number of loans, they actually accounted for 41% of the dollars dispersed. That's because of the amount graduate students borrow, because graduate school is really expensive, no matter what level you're going for. While many often talk about borrowers with six-figure student debt, that's not undergraduates. According to federal data, the average debt for a bachelor's degree is about $27K. We've talked about that before. That's because they're cheaper, but also there are strict federal limits on undergraduate borrowing. The same federal data shows that there is only one degree level where the median bar exceeds six figures, and that's for your doctorate, so for law or medical school. On top of all of this, another driver of the rise in student loan debt is the sheer number of people going to college, kind of like we were talking about. There's just more access to it. So because of that, the borrowing has also increased. Undergraduate enrollment has increased by more than 3.5 million students since 2000, and more people are going to graduate school as a result of that. From 2000 to 2018, enrollment for graduate school increased by 41%. The rise in cumulative debt looks astounding, but it's also important to consider all pieces of context that contribute to that increase. If people really want to eliminate student debt, it will mean finding a way to cover graduate school as well, in addition to the expensive living costs. And no plan exists to ensure that all students can enroll at Harvard at free of charge. So it comes down to idealism, right? You would like these things to be free, but it's in the real world, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think most students are shooting for free college. I think the vast majority of students who carry student debt loan at this point in time are just looking for reasonable cost. Mm-hmm. And the numbers that we're talking about so far kind of prove that these costs are well beyond reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to go to college is definitely a privilege, and it's good that more people are able to do it. And it just so happens that that access comes with a literal and figurative cost of just being in debt. But if that means that somebody that normally, 30 or 40 years ago wouldn't have been able to go to college that can now, I think that's a good thing. I just think that, like you said, those numbers are ridiculously high and don't need to be that high.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expects to be debt-free when they get out of college, but you got to make sure that the increases in debt kind of are warranted for what you're getting out of it.
Yeah, you're not just bleeding people dry.
Yeah, and that's really what it seems like at this point. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some possible ways to address the student loan problem. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about student debt today. So some ways to address the student loan debt problem. This is coming from the University of Washington. There's the Student Loan Fairness Act. The Student Loan Fairness Act proposes to tie interest rates to the Federal Reserve discount window rate. I don't know what that means. I'm not an economist, but that sounds like it might be a good thing. Student loan borrowers are currently paying 9 times higher than the banks are able to borrow for. These rates would apply to federal subsidized Stafford loans. The Student Loan Fairness Act would offer borrowers the 10-10 loan repayment plan, which limits the payment on student loans to 10% of discretionary income. This is already offered with the income-based repayment, which I think I mentioned earlier when I was joking that they're just going to take from my wages. One of the big differences is that the proposed 10-10 repayment also offers a maximum capitalization of 10% of interest over the loan that was taken out. This means that your loan balance will never surpass your original balance plus 10%. The Student Loan Fairness Act would allow borrowers a year in which they would be able to convert their private student loans into federal loans if they qualify. And even if you don't qualify for the conversion, the mere fact that this option exists will force private lenders to work with their borrowers and offer programs to parallel what is offered in federal programs. And then finally, the Student Loan Fairness Act offers forgiveness to public sector employees after only 60 months. So that just, I don't understand the larger terms, but in general, that sounds like it'd be a good thing.
So to kind of put this into perspective, when you go and you get a mortgage, okay, so you buy a house for $100,000, let's say, just to keep the number simple. What they'll do is they'll charge you an interest rate, we'll say 5%, and they'll amortize that over the course of the loan. And basically what that means is they front load your interest payments at the beginning of your loan, and your interest payments will gradually decrease as you pay the loan off. You're going to pay off at a maximum of that 5% of the loan. You're never going to pay more than that 5% of the loan. But what they do is they make sure they get their money up front there, and then the principal gradually increases the further you pay down. What they're saying here is your student loans will be capped. One, they'll be based on what the Federal Reserve rate is, plus a reasonable profit over that. So when you go and get a loan now, your interest rate that you pay on your loan is, if you get a fixed rate, it's based on prime rate plus whatever the bank is charging for their income there. And then the bank has to then pay their underwriters and all that stuff based on what they make from you. But if you take out a loan, I mean, basically what they're doing with student loans is like what a loan shark does. You know, I'm going to charge you 100% a day on what you borrowed. And by the time you pay off that $100,000 loan, you've paid $400,000.
Way more than you borrowed.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous. And what the federal government's saying, no, you're going to not pay more than 10% on what that value of that loan was. So if you borrowed $100,000, the most you'll ever pay back is $110,000.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And it makes sense. The problem comes with who's investing in those loans at this point in time. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So the Levy Institute recently published a proposal for canceling all outstanding student debt. The federal government would write off the debt for which it itself is the creditor, the majority of outstanding student loans, and it would assume payments on behalf of borrowers for those loans that are held by private lenders. The population student loan balance would be reduced to zero, a radical solution to the student debt crisis, but one that deserves serious attention given the radical scope of the problem. Economists believe the student debt cancellation would be modestly stimulative to the macroeconomy, increasing annual GDP by $86 per person, which would bring us up to $106 billion per year. It would increase the demand for labor and therefore slightly reduce the unemployment rate. They argue that student debt worsens household balance sheets, and that weakens, the weakness is one of the key mechanisms holding back economic growth. They go on to say that it amounts to around the same size in net dollar cost to the government as the recent tax giveaway to the rich, although with a very different beneficiary population.
Yeah.
You got to convince the rich white guys to let other people get some of that money back. And
that's a hard ask.
That's the hard ask, yeah. So the other concept is free college, quote unquote free college. Free tuition at public colleges and universities, eliminate federal government's profiting on student loans, cut interest on student loans, allow students to refinance loans at today's interest rates, allow low-income students to use federal aid to cover room, board, books, and living expenses. Now, this is sort of like the wish list solution that they have, but some of it makes sense. So, for instance, nowadays, if you have a house and you bought your house 10 years ago and you got a 5% mortgage, which would have been exceedingly high, you can go back to the bank after a certain period of time and refinance that at a lower rate. You can't do that with your student debt. So if you got a rate of 15% on your student debt, which is essentially what a credit card rate is, you can never go back. You're always paying that amount for the life of the debt.
Which is going to bleed you dry.
Right. So you don't have, with student loans, you don't have a lot of the same rights and freedoms that you do with other financial loans that you might take out. And I think one of the things that pretty much all of these programs are trying to do is level that playing field to make it more fair.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable. And like, I look at things like this and it feels like it's by design, especially because it's the demographic of, I think we said earlier, 18 to 29-year-olds, somewhat, green to the world. And when you're taking on these huge loans that you then later have no control over, it feels predatory.
Yeah,
extremely
absolutely.
predatory.
And I think one of the problems that we're seeing now is a lot of different solutions are coming into play at different levels, different state levels. The federal government's got a couple in place. So nobody's coming out with a unified plan with this. Like, for instance, University of Michigan created the High Achieving Involved Leader Scholarship. The Tennessee Promise, which was adopted in 2014, offers 2 years of tuition-free community college or technical school to all high school graduates. All these different proposals all have pros and cons to it. And I think what you need something at the federal level that melds all of these different programs together to try to give us really the one-size-fits-all answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those other programs, you have the Education Trust, which goes with a scorecard program based on some of the following criteria. Covers at least 4 years of tuition and a bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. It helps low-income students cover living expenses, includes adults and returning students. No college GPA requirement above 2.0 or a C average. C's get degrees. Allows students to enroll half-time, and the grant does not convert to a loan if criteria isn't met. However, no state program meets all criteria, like we were saying. But Washington's College Bound Scholarship comes the closest. Since most of the programs are relatively new, it is premature to evaluate their effects. However, an article by the Hettinger Report points out that most programs do not give low-income students 4 years of free college. And failing that, quote, it's increasingly clear that free college, as it is often currently implemented, may be more of a marketing message than a policy that will boost the education level of the future American workforce. Which sounds about right. If you can't actually do it, just make it sound like you can. Get people to go there.
And unfortunately, that seems to be a very political approach to this.
Biden talked a lot about student debt when he was running, and he talked about how he was going to try to forgive a lot of it, and that has, there's no movement on that. So it definitely works, and people eat that up.
Well, and he did sign legislation a few weeks back where he forgave something like $10 million in student debt.
I forgot about that.
$10 million,
1.7 trillion.
1.7 trillion. That's like finding pocket change in the couch.
If you wanted to be optimistic, you could say maybe that's a start. Or if you wanted to be cynical, you could say that he did that to get points, just to look good.
And that's really, that was almost done. That was political theater is what that was. Because I can almost guarantee that the 10 million that he forgave, they probably had 15 million more in applications behind that.
Yeah.
So you're not solving any of the problems with this political theater. And really one of the biggest problems that you're gonna run into is that it's the investors that you have to please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there a reason for them to fix this problem? I don't think there is. They're making money hand over fist.
And that's exactly it. Until you have a reason as an investor, because what happens is all the student debt gets bought up by investors because they know right now that it's going to get paid back. So it's a good risk for them to take. As soon as the federal government comes in and decides they're going to wave their magic wand and make the debt go away, all that investment money that's out there that's buying up the debt now is going to go away, and you're going to crash the economy.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of our economy is driven on debt. The fact that our national debt is what it is. If you make the debt go away, the people that invest in that debt are going to go away.
Yep. Didn't that happen with the mortgage crisis? Like that was all based off of people's debt and who owned that debt. And then when things started to go under because people couldn't pay that money back, everything like domino effect fell.
Right. Like people look at debt and think, oh, well, no one should be in debt. Debt should go away. Well, debt is like a commodity. Debt's like gold. Okay. So if somebody owes $100,000, somebody else is willing to invest in that because they know that that $100,000 is going to have a set return on interest rate. So I'll give you $100,000 today if you're going to give me $120,000 a year from now, because it's a good wager.
Yeah.
But if you just make those debt go that debt go away,
It breaks the whole system.
right? It breaks the entire system.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue too, because debt has a negative connotation, but in reality, it's necessary at this point, essentially.
debt drives the economy
Yeah.
more than cash does. And the first thing the federal government wants to do is put more cash on the market when the economy gets bad. And that's the last thing you want to do because it drives inflation up.
Mhm.
What you need is you need to have debt controlled in a regulated manner to make sure it's a guaranteed return.
And give people the option to refinance things like their student loans.
Sure.
And give people a little bit more autonomy when it comes to these extremely, I said it before, with the predatory practices that they're already doing.
Sure.
And have been doing.
And what's happening here is your debt is getting too high, and it's the debt itself is originating from people who don't have the means to pay it back. So therefore, the risk to that debt goes up significantly, which a lot of investors want to shy away from because they want a return.
Could we see something like the financial crisis in 2008, where it's all these people that have gone to college and have taken out loans, but have, once they're out of college, have no means to pay that back?
You absolutely could. You figure it doesn't matter what your debt is. If it's more than $10,000, you can legally file for bankruptcy.
Mhm.
So if every student out there who owes more than $10,000 files for bankruptcy, all those investors who invested in that debt are out their money.
Sounds
You
like a
know.
bubble.
That's exactly what it is. And this is why politicians are so hesitant to just come in and try to make the problem go away, because they understand that it drives the economy.
Yeah, what's riding on it? Yeah.
So it's a very difficult situation, and the future of it's pretty bleak looking. As with
I was gonna say that's
most
why it's on this
things-
show.
most things with this show, the future's pretty bleak looking, but I'm sure we'll survive.
Just become an electrician, you'll be fine.
Vocational, you may lose a few fingers, but vocational school is not a bad thing. So let's take our last break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at what the future does look like.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking student debt, and we're going to take a look at what the future of student debt holds for us. So according to onlinecolleges.net, the silver lining in all this is that policymakers, college administrators, borrowers, parents, students, and prospective college enrollees are at least aware of the problem, and many are proposing solutions. So nobody's pretending that we don't have a problem here, which I guess is a silver lining. I think it's kind of hard to ignore the problem. So
$1.7 trillion.
yeah, I mean, okay. Pink elephant in the room.
At least we're talking about it.
One popular route is to eschew the traditional four-year college in favor of vocational certificate programs, which, we joked about here, but it's a legitimate route to go. In 2012, manufacturers reported that as many as 600,000 jobs went unfulfilled because workers lacked vocational skills. My father used to joke around trying to encourage us to go to college, which my father was not a very particularly encouraging individual. He wouldn't make a motivational speaker. he would tell us, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that.
They don't have debt. Maybe not college debt.
They don't have any income either. But they go on to say, in fact, a recent report noted that 29 million jobs in the U.S. that require vocational skills but do not require a bachelor's degree, and most award an annual salary of $35,000 or more. Now, I don't know if $35,000 is above or below the poverty line. I know $35,000 is pretty low. Hourly, I don't know. I think that's probably about 15, which is what people are trying to get for a minimum wage.
Yeah.
And minimum wage is traditionally always below the poverty line. They say some solutions look to change the terms of the loans themselves, which we've talked about. In addition to locking in low interest rates on federal student loans, some lawmakers are seeking to add provisions such as debt forgiveness for those who have made payments for a period of time, as well as suspension of interest accrual during times of high unemployment. Another idea put forward would allow borrowers with student loan debt to refinance at lower fixed interest rates in the same way people refinance their mortgages, which we also talked about. This would result in a savings estimated of $14.5 billion for borrowers in the first year alone. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's do it. Well, they say many don't realize that Wall Street, and thus lots of people with 401k, invest in student loans to the tune of $291 billion. Additionally, the Department of Education owns another $600 billion in student loan, and the DOE generate a profit of nearly $51 billion from these funds way back in 2013, which is how old this study was. So with so many powerful interests standing to lose by transferring this money back to borrowers, it's unlikely a bill like this will ever pass.
Yeah, and I'm sure perhaps you listening at home have come to this conclusion. No one has a clear idea of what the future holds for education borrowers, but all agree that solutions are needed to ameliorate the student debt crisis. There's a problem, and we should do something about it. With ever more experts forecasting a burst of the student debt bubble, like we just talked about, perhaps lenders and investors will have some incentive to work proactively with borrowers to make student loan repayment easier. In any event, until we act, our young people will continue to face more and more debt on an annual basis. I am the young people, and more doing it every year. Sadly, the bottom line is that student loan debt is a big business, and that is, I think, the core of the issue here. The people that are profiting from it at the expense of the younger generation of college students are also the ones being asked to make changes to solve the problem. So why would they change something if they're making a bunch of money from it? However, it's a problem that those investors created to their benefit. As a result, they aren't particularly motivated to take money out of their own pockets and give it back to the debt-laden students who are the future of this country.
And that really is the bottom line. It's just the people that need the changes are the ones that are making the money. It's almost like when you try to change politics for the better. The people that need the change in politics are the politicians themselves. And they're never going to do anything that bites them in the hand that they feed themselves with.
I think the only real way you're going to see change is if people would stop going to college, because then those debt numbers wouldn't, go up as high. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, what you'd really see changing is if people stop paying their debt and they file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And then these people that are investing with their 401k and everything else. And it's interesting they point out 401k. So it's not just these high-powered bankers that are making money off of it. People don't realize where their 401k investments go. And it goes into funds that pick up these debts.
So, like, if you have a 401k and you have a child that's going to college, could you theoretically be making money off of their debt?
Absolutely.
Which you could also be co-signed to? How does that? That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
But it's one of those things where you're 6 degrees removed from it.
Yeah.
So you invest in a mutual, in a fund. That fund has maybe bonds that it invests in, and those bonds are then being forwarded over to a bank or purchased from a bank, and that bank is doing the student loan. So you're pretty far removed if you're a 401k contributor.
Right.
But yeah, you're contributing to that problem. So I kind of equate this almost to the issue that we have in this country with medical insurance and health care. Everyone says, oh, well, we need to have free health care. Well, No, you don't need free health care. What you need is affordable medical care.
Yeah.
You know, you look at these other countries that have kind of socialist programs like Canada and the UK and stuff. They don't get free health insurance. They get free health care. And the problem that we have here is we want to tackle the insurance problem when nobody's looking at the expense problem. You know,
Right.
I shouldn't walk into an ER and get an aspirin and have that aspirin cost $500 and then expect the insurance company to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing here. We're looking at the debt issue, but it's more of why is the cost so high in the first place of college?
Exactly. Why has the cost gone up to the point that they can't justify that increase? You're not paying higher salaries to your professors to justify it. You're not buying new campuses or facilities or technology. Like, the schools, the colleges need to justify the increase in tuition. And until they can justify that on paper, there's no reason to pay it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the government should be targeting. The government shouldn't be worrying about student debt, because if you control the cost of college and the overcharging of it and the profiteering in colleges, that will automatically control your student debt. But on the other hand, at the same time, you also have to make sure that your student debt is treated as fairly as all your other debt is.
Yeah, by giving people the option to refinance and things like that.
Exactly. Tying it to a prime rate, tying it to a maximum amount of interest that can be earned on it. So if you apply the rules evenly across the board for debt, that would solve a good portion of the problem. If you solve the problem of why student tuition and housing, like the room that you were housing in, the dorm that you were housing in there, you were probably paying 3 times what you would have paid if you were a private citizen renting an apartment like that.
I mean, I didn't have a roommate, so it was just me, but it was one room and that was it with a bathroom. So
Right.
It's not like it was like,
Well, it was a shared bathroom too,
yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
So, and the amount that you were paying, you probably could have got a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment yourself at a local apartment complex.
Yep.
So those costs have to be controlled. And until that happens, there's no point even trying to tackle the debt issue.
Exactly.
So anyway, I it's as much as we are doom and gloom at the end
We
of these
actually had some
shows,
solutions this time.
we did. And I think some of these, the problem actually, I think that the reason we did is the problem literally is so big, you can't help but start throwing solutions at it and have some of them work.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve all the problems, but I think if people stop trying to rip off our students and, our students are the future.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're so laden with debt, one, they're either not going to go to college, you're not going to be able to fill the jobs that we have, and you're going to become a third-class country here because we don't have educated people that can fill the jobs that we need.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going to have people that are so laden with debt, everyone's going to declare bankruptcy and crash the economy.
Yeah, I was going to say that was our solution. We just tell everybody to declare bankruptcy and tank the economy.
Right. I mean, that's then you let the government deal with the consequences of that when the economy crashes. So,
and then would they have to buy us out? There you go.
There you go. See? See? So anyway, that's our show for today. Appreciate everyone listening and watching. I would also invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions are available as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. Would also invite folks to email us, give us your feedback, give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast and on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 164, The Power of Positive Emotions. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my positive and upbeat co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hey, everybody.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right, I guess. How about you?
I'm doing okay. I am positive and upbeat just like you. You are positive and upbeat, right?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Sure, we'll go with that. I think you're pretty positive and upbeat for the most part.
Mostly.
Anything exciting happened since our last podcast?
Nah.
Like a mini vacation, maybe?
Okay, fine. Yeah, mini vacation. We did that. Because, mommy's birthday and so forth.
Right, so we went for a relaxing couple of days out in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and out in Amish country. And we stayed at the Fulton Steamship Hotel, which was a very unique experience.
Also very small.
Yes, one of the few themed hotels I think they have out there.
Yeah.
But did you have a good time?
I'd say so, yeah.
Good. I did as well. It was a good way to get out there and recharge and come back and tackle the rest of the week.
And get a lot more sleepless nights.
There you go. But that is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about emotions.
Dun, dun, dun.
Are negative emotions bad and are positive emotions good? Each serves their purpose, and striking the right balance between the two is the challenge we all face. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll take a look at how both positive and negative emotions help us in different ways, and how we can balance the two for a healthy emotional lifestyle. But before we do that, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available on pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. Or you can get links to all those and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. All emotions are natural. Let's say you start to brainstorm a list of all the emotions you've experienced. And just for fun, try it right now. So what would be on your list? Chances are you'd include things like happy and sad and excited, angry, afraid, grateful, proud, scared, confused, stressed, relaxed, or amazed. Now sort through that list and divide it into two categories: positive emotions and negative emotions.
Feeling both positive and negative emotions is a natural part of being human. We might use the word negative to describe more difficult emotions, but it doesn't mean those emotions are bad or we shouldn't have them. Still, most people would probably rather feel a positive emotion than a negative one. It's likely you prefer to feel happy instead of sad, or confident instead of insecure. What matters is pardon me. What matters is how our emotions are balanced, how much each type of emotion...
Slow down.
I need to slow down. All right, let's start that over again. Sorry, everybody. What matters is how our emotions are balanced, how much of each type of emotion, positive or negative, we experience.
So, going down that list, and maybe even things that weren't listed on that list that I had mentioned, name 3 negative emotions that you feel are negative emotions.
Well, for me, from the list, I see things like being stressed, angry, and scared.
Okay. So those are very good ones. So let's talk. We've talked about anger and how anger can be positive. So let's put that one aside for right now. How can being scared be a positive thing? Nobody likes to feel, well, I mean, that's not true. There are horror fans out there who love to feel scared. But how can feeling scared be a positive thing for you?
Well, I know that we've talked about fear on the podcast, and basically it's kind of your fight or flight reflex. For years, we've used fear as a warning sign for oncoming danger, and obviously, even if there's irrational fears, like arachnophobia, for example, fear can still cause your body to, or cause you to, like, sense danger and be able to protect yourself.
Yeah, so fear, at that point, fear is a defensive mechanism that you have. What about stress? How can stress be a positive thing for you? I know that's a hard one to make positive, but how would that be positive?
Well, I guess from my own experience, me being stressed, it's made me more productive. Fearing deadlines has made me work on things to make sure that, like, everything is done by that deadline. Even if I don't like the feeling, it technically it is a good motivator for me.
So that was interesting. You kind of grouped fear and stress together there. Are they two emotions? Does one lead to the other? Are they complementary? Do you normally associate the two of those? Because you kind of did it involuntarily when you were giving your explanation.
Yeah, a lot of times whenever I feel stressed, I also feel fear. Whenever I'm stressed on an assignment, I also get a fear of not being able to complete it or not having the ability to complete it. And then, especially if I have a ton of work, which the stress is normally from, then fear is also kind of dragged along with it.
Okay, that's kind of interesting how they go together for you there, and that makes perfect sense. For me, stress is a motivator. You know, I have a project I have to do, or I have, if I'm at work and there's a system down or emergency or, something like that, there's stress. If there's an emergency at the house, stress is one of those things that triggers a response in us that forces us to do something, take an action, put out that fire or get that job done or put that extra effort in. So there's a positive aspect to it. Now let's flip the script a little bit and give me 3 emotions that are normally you would associate with positive emotions, and we'll see if they can be negative emotions as well.
Well, I would pick excited, proud, and, I guess we'll go with relax as well.
Okay, so how can excited be negative?
Maybe you're excited for the wrong thing?
That's possible. See, I would say excited to me makes me make mistakes. Okay, so I might be anticipating something at work, and I might get excited because I'm looking to the future. I'm waiting for that. Maybe it's the day before vacation, right? So I'm excited for that 5 o'clock to get here. I'm excited to start my vacation. And as a result, it causes me to get sloppy. I may miss things that need to get taken care of beforehand. I may be less motivated to do what I need to do to get everything buttoned up before I leave. So being excited is a distraction type emotion where it can detract from other things that you have to do. What was the other one you had?
Grateful.
So, okay, that's a tough one to make a negative, but do you have any way that grateful could be a negative?
Only thing I can really think of is the idea of you being grateful that you weren't in an accident.
That's a very good one. So you're going to flip the script on that one and say, I'm grateful because I wasn't the one that had a misfortune. That's not inherently negative, I think. It could be hurtful. It could be in bad taste, which those by their definition could be negatives. What was the third one that you had?
Relaxed.
Relaxed. Relax is a great one. Okay, so you're driving a car and you get so relaxed, you fall asleep. Or you come home from a hard day's work, but you have to go do an extracurricular activity after school. And you come home and you're stressed out and you need to relax. And you relax so much, you completely forget that you have this other appointment that you have to go to. So again, it's one of those distraction ones where you feeling this way is a positive to you, but it can have the ability of distracting you from other things that you need to do. So the bottom line is anything that we associate with positive, they're interchangeable. And this is why in the past we've talked about the fact that emotions don't have positive or negative connotations. A positive or negative connotation would kind of infer intent. And emotions are just things that we feel. The important thing is what you do with those feelings. And that's the case with pretty much everything we've been talking about the last few podcasts. It's understanding those feelings, knowing what they are, knowing what they tell you, and controlling those emotions, not letting those emotions control you. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, pretty much. I definitely did have my stance that emotions were either good or bad, not even just positive or negative. And, through these podcasts, I've kind of developed the idea that no, emotions are kind of just emotions, and it really just depends on what you do with those emotions rather than the emotions themselves.
Yeah, and that's really, I guess, the most important takeaway here is that emotions are things everybody feels. Everyone feels these emotions. Once you can identify them and describe them and understand their effect on you and how you can use them to your advantage, then you can start controlling those emotions. So we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about how negative emotions can actually help us and how positive emotions can help us. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about the power of positive emotions. And now we're going to talk about how negative emotions can help us. Negative emotions warn us of threats or challenges that we may need to deal with. For example, fear can alert us to possible danger. It's a signal that we might need to protect ourselves. Angry feelings warn us that someone is stepping on our toes, crossing a boundary, or violating our trust. Anger can be a signal that we might need to act on our own behalf. Negative emotions focus on our awareness. They help us to zero in on a problem so we can deal with it. But too many negative emotions can make us feel overwhelmed, anxious, exhausted, or stressed out. When negative emotions are out of balance, problems might seem too big to handle. The more we dwell on negative emotions, the more negative we begin to feel. Focusing on negativity just keeps it going.
So how can positive emotions help us out? So positive emotions balance out negative ones, but they have other powerful benefits too. Instead of narrowing our focus like negative emotions do, positive emotions affect our brains in ways that increase our awareness, attention, and memory. They help us take in more information, hold several ideas in mind at once, and understand how different ideas relate to each other. When positive emotions open us up to new possibilities, we're more able to learn and build our skills. That leads to doing better on tasks and tests. People who have plenty of positive emotions in their everyday lives tend to be happier, healthier, learn better, and get along well with others. So let me ask you, on average, do you think you have more positive or more negative emotions in any given day?
Probably more negative emotions.
And why is that?
I guess the reason is mainly probably because of my own doing, because I am a perfectionist, and whenever it comes to schoolwork, I always get stressed of the work. I'm never really able to feel confident in my abilities, even after proving it countless times. I feel like maybe if I had a little more confidence, I could possibly have more positive emotions, or maybe if I did more things or made more time for activities that made me feel good, maybe I would have been more positive.
Do you notice, or can you recognize, negative things that occur as a result of the negative emotions?
Yeah, I definitely think I can. I guess some of them, I don't know if I can really pull up a specific example.
Like, do you find if you start out the day having a negative emotion in the morning because you might be running late and you're stressed, or somebody says something rude, or you see something that makes you upset, do you find that sets the tone for the day and you tend to have more negative emotions that day, or the day doesn't go as well as you would hope it would?
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes for me, yeah.
Do you wake up in the morning and try to be positive?
Not directly, no. I kind of just wake up and see how the day goes.
Okay. Do you ever have occasion to take a few minutes and try to find positive things if your day happens to be not going so great and you want to make it better? Can you actively find positive things to make your day better?
I mean, when I get home, I'm normally able to do things that make me feel better.
Okay. And I think the important thing to the questions that I'm asking is that, and we've talked about this fairly recently, is that we control our mood. So if you wind up in a bad mood, and we all do, it happens to everybody. Nobody's perfect. Nobody has complete control of their emotions. Everything can set us off in one way or another. But when we see ourselves going down that path, we have it within ourselves to make that change if we choose to make things better. Have you had an opportunity to try that, where you kind of start off with a rough day and try to make it better and see positive results from that?
Well, I probably could be making more of an effort on that, but most of the time I kind of just try to find ways to almost distract myself from it. I do things that I enjoy, like playing games or drawing or stuff like that. And really, I know I could probably do more to make a day better, but half the time I normally just do distractions.
Well, and those distractions are things you enjoy, which elicit a positive reaction. So they may be intended as distractions, but the end result is they help to elicit positive feelings and steer you in the right direction. And a good analogy I had heard recently about emotions is that emotions are like a highway, right? So you're driving down the highway and you know your exit's coming up, but you take the wrong exit. That's a negative emotion. That's a bad emotion. We all have them. We all experience them. Sometimes it's outside of our control. We don't even have the ability to avoid them. But that doesn't mean that you stay off the highway when you make that off ramp. What you do is you reinforce that negative emotion with a positive one. And you use that positive emotion to get on the next on-ramp and get back on the highway and get yourself back on track. We all have the power to get ourselves back on track and get us back on the route that we're trying to go down. It's just a matter of one recognizing the fact that we've hit that off-ramp. We've made that wrong turn. Once you can recognize that, then you can start making changes. Then you can start doing the distractions that elicit positive feelings. You can start looking for the positive things that have happened during the day. You can talk to a friend to get a positive reaction from a friend. You can talk to your family or loved ones. You can then take the power. You're in control. You've got the wheel in your hands. You can get back on the road. Is that something that sounds appealing at all to you?
Yeah, I would really like to have more control over my emotions, because for the longest time, it's always felt like my emotions have controlled me. Until I finally started to recognize it, like they controlled so much more of me than they do now. And even now, I'd really like it if I could be a little more positive and not always feel as negative as I do.
And we had talked about it. Actually, we had talked about it fairly recently while we were on vacation about, we all have bad days. You kind of can't avoid those. You try to minimize them, but you can't kind of make them go away. And sometimes when we have bad days, it's best for us to deal with them without interacting with other people first. There are times that I come home from work and I'm frustrated or angry for whatever reason, and I just have to kind of go veg. Usually I'll go downstairs and fire up one of my first-person shooters, and I'll just, involve myself. I'll immerse myself in the game for a bit, and it kind of detoxes me. And after about an hour of getting frustrated with the game, because I'm not very good at it, I've distracted myself enough and desensitized myself from what I brought home with me. I can then interact with people. What are some of the methods that you use when you're just in that bad mood and you've got those negative feelings that are overwhelming your actions? What do you do to try to compensate for those and correct those?
Well, I also definitely take some time to just be away from people. As much as, I care about you and Mommy and my friends, sometimes I just don't want to have to be in a situation where I have to socialize with people, and I feel like a lot of times that can lead me to feeling negative emotions because I don't feel like I want to have to be in social situations in certain instances. So when I'm not in a social situation, I'll do things like petting a cat. That's quite soothing. I'll play The Sims. I'll draw. I'll watch some YouTube videos. I'll kind of just immerse myself in distractions up in my room.
And that makes sense. And I think we all kind of have our own little worlds that we immerse ourselves in. Yours is a virtual world when it comes to The Sims, or a real world when it comes to just the cats. The pick up a fluffy cat and pet it for a while. The cat's going to give you the love back, and that's kind of that positive reinforcement that you need to detox, I like to call it. And that makes a lot of sense. Now, do you find that these incidents that you run into where you kind of need to have that reinforcement are decreasing the more you learn to understand your emotions, or are they getting worse, or where do you think you feel on that scale?
I guess it really depends on the day. Like, I've definitely gotten a lot better than how I used to be. But I still have days where I kind of have breakdowns, and even with, getting away from everybody and doing what I do to de-stress, sometimes that's not enough.
Now, do you reach out for help when you can't de-stress, or do you just kind of, collapse within yourself?
I try to search out for help, but I kind of have it's weird. I try to rely on you guys as much as I can, and let you guys know, but sometimes when I can't understand it myself, I don't expect you guys to be able to understand it just because I can't really express it in a way, and then I kind of just have to keep all of that to me.
Yeah, and I understand that, and there are times that until you can kind of vocalize it to yourself, having mommy and daddy see that there's something wrong and pester you about it. Is everything okay? What's wrong? Do you want to talk about it over and over? Can just sort of feed into that, right? So it's one of those ones where we kind of have to see something's bothering you and not attack that directly, but maybe if you're upset about something, asking you to talk about it's not the answer. Maybe going to play Rock Band is, or let's go get ice cream, or let's do something. Let's, like you said, your distractions. Let's give you some kind of distraction to let you deal with those things and let you kind of detox a bit. So as a parent, as a loved one of someone who goes through these, and someone who goes through it themselves. I mean, I would be lying if I said I didn't go through these myself. It's important for the people around you to recognize that, and recognize that you might be going through something right now. You need something to give you that positive boost. That, not that probing, let's talk about it, let's have a deep talk type thing, but you're upset about something. You're not ready to talk about it. So let's go do something else. Let's get your mind off of it. Let's walk away from it. It's like when you're working on a project and you're staring at it for so long and there's a problem that you just can't solve. Sometimes you just need to get up and walk away and think about something else, and the solution presents itself to you without even thinking about it. So that's another method, and it's important for others around you to know how to deal with that too. I know we can be a pain in the neck sometimes, because it's very difficult for a parent to see their child going through a difficult time like that. And I think a lot of parents don't appreciate the fact that sometimes kids just don't know how to talk about it. And it's hard to express that. So, when those types of things happen, there are flags. There's red flags to look for that parents can kind of clue into. Okay, let's go distract you. Let's go do something. And then we'll digest it a little bit and go from there. So your thoughts on that? How do mommy and I do with that? Are we half decent with that at least?
Yeah, and when I do want to talk about it, you guys are always open to it. It's just, there have definitely been certain things that I've either wanted to tell only one of you and wasn't ready to tell the other, or just things that I haven't told either of you because I either don't know how to put it into words or don't know how you'll take it. And yeah, you guys have seen that when I am in states of I don't really know how I'm feeling, or just moments where I can't really talk about it, you guys do try to find distractions for me because you know that sometimes I just can't talk about it.
Well, and the important thing to understand is, as much as parents may not understand everything that you're going through, we've all been kids at your age at some point too. So we've all gone through similar type things that most kids have gone through. And I think Most kids don't appreciate that. Granted, the challenges of today are very different than the challenges when we were growing up. But the emotional struggles are pretty constant across the board. The inability to understand and describe and to talk about it. So my point is, give your parents, and I'm talking not just to you, but I'm talking to everyone in the audience, give your parents the benefit of the doubt that they kind of know what they're doing. Nobody gives us a handbook when we have kids. So a lot of what we do as parents come from experience when we were kids and with our parents. A lot of it comes with making it up as we go along sometimes. But, for the most part, we kind of have some idea. So give us a little bit of credit for trying to help solve some of these things. So we're going to take our last break, and we're going to come back and talk about the importance of positive emotions. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about the power of positive emotions. And now we're going to talk about the importance of positive emotions. Not redundant at all. Science is helping us find how valuable positive emotions can be. Experts have learned a lot from recent brain studies. Here are 2 findings that can help us use positive emotions to our advantage. The first finding being, let positive emotions outnumber negative ones. When we feel more positive emotions than negative ones, difficult situations are easier to handle. Positive emotions build a resilience, the emotional resources needed for coping. They broaden our awareness, letting us see more options for problem solving. Studies show that people feel and do their best when they have at least 3 times as many positive emotions as negative emotions. That's because of something called the negativity bias. The negativity bias is a natural human tendency to pay more attention to negative emotions than to positive ones. It makes sense when you think about it. Negative emotions call our attention to problems we might need to deal with quickly. Tuning into negative emotions can be a survival mechanism. The negativity bias has a downside, though. It can make us think a day went badly, even if we experienced equal amounts of positive emotions that day. It takes at least 3 times as many positive emotions to tip the scales and make a day seem like a great one.
You should also practice positivity every day, building habits that encourage us to feel more positive emotions can help us be happier, do better, and reduce our negative emotions. Building positive emotions is especially important if we're already dealing with a lot of negative feelings such as fear, sadness, anger, frustration, or stress. Building a daily positivity habit is pretty simple. It comes down to 2 basic steps. Notice and name your positive emotions. Start by simply focusing on your feelings. You can tune into your emotions in real time as they happen, or take stock at the end of the day, noting how you felt in different situations. For example, You might feel proud when you answer a question right, joyful when your puppy chases you around the yard, or loved when your mom shows up at your game. When you first start doing this, you'll probably need to remind yourself to focus on your emotions. But like any habit, it gets easier the more you do it.
You should also pick an emotion and act to increase it. Let's say you choose confidence. What helps you feel confident? How can you get more of that feeling? You might give yourself a yes I can pep talk before a test. Or maybe you stand up straighter and practice walking through the halls in a confident way, feeling strong and powerful. Positive emotions feel good, and they're good for you. Pay attention to these powerful tools and find ways to make time for them in your everyday life. Create a room in your day for joy, fun, friendship, relaxation, gratitude, and kindness. Make these things a habit, and you positively will be a happier you.
So let me ask you this, and we'll do a little exercise here. Do you think you had a positive or a negative day emotionally today?
I can't really say. There's not, like, anything majorly good that happened today, but nothing, like, really bad that happened today. But overall, I guess it would lean more toward the negative bad day kind of vibe.
Why is that?
A few things. Some people ended up annoying me in class today because we had a substitute, and, kids really don't. And when I was trying to work on the assignment we were given, they were making a lot of noises, and I can't focus with noise. And I was still kind of stressed out about a project I had for one of my classes.
Okay. So you had a negative day today. So it's the end of the day, you're home, you've had dinner, we're just about ready to wrap up the podcast. What can you do to end the day on a positive note?
I guess maybe something like playing Rock Band, drawing, playing Sims, watching videos, petting a cat.
Pet a cat. Yeah. So my point is that even though you had some negative things happen to you today, nothing was tragic, right? You had no major problems, no major downfalls, no world impacting things happened, which that alone is a positive. You had some people annoy you in class because you had a substitute teacher. That could be a negative. I could see that. Did you get the work done that you needed to get done?
Well, eventually I didn't get all of it done in class. I had to do it at home.
Okay, so the work is done. That's a positive. So how can we turn these negatives into positives? That's really the key. You recognize where your negatives were today. What were some of the positive things that happened to you today?
Well, I ended up somewhat understanding the programming I needed to get done today.
Which was frustrating you yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a pretty much easy math assignment that I was able to get done in class.
Okay. Did you wake up today?
Yes.
That's a positive. Did you wake up with any ailments today?
No.
Did anything bad happen to the family today?
No.
Do you have a roof over your head?
Yes.
Did you have meals today? So you had food on the table. These are all positive things.
Yeah.
They're positive things because not everybody gets to enjoy those things. Did the bus pick you up on time today?
Mm-hmm.
That's a positive thing. Did it drop you off on time today, or were you late for school?
On time.
That's a positive. My point is, the things that you take for granted every day are positives. They're all the things, because if the bus was late, what would have happened?
Then it would have been more complicated to get to school.
Right, you would have been stressed out, and it would have been a negative. It picks you up on time. So therefore, if it's not a negative, make it a positive. Count those things as positives. That's how you make things a positive day. So if you add all those things up, I'll bet you at the end of the day, you'll have more positive things than you'll have negative things. The negative, and this is what the negativity bias is. The negative things are what stick out in your mind. You failed to mention or to notice all the positive things. So take some time at the end of the day to look at all the things that are positives for you. And you'll learn to appreciate them a little bit more. I think that's kind of the important thing. Did your friends do anything or say anything? Did you have lunch with your friends today? That's a positive. So you have to start finding the wins, right? If you have a couple of losses during the week, then find the wins. Appreciate the things that you don't normally appreciate. Understand that they are positive things that happen. Start building it that way. And then midway through the day, if you take stock of how the day's going, you're going to find that it's a pretty good day today. And that's going to feed the rest of the day. So the second half of the day, because you're coming into it, you might not wake up positive. I'm not a morning person. I'm never positive in the morning. If I could start my day at 10 o'clock every day, I would. Unfortunately, my job doesn't allow that. So I always wake up a little on the negative side because I have to get up and I'm achy and, tired and all that stuff. So I have to start finding positive things. Last week, Mommy was away on business. So one of the really positive things for me was I came down on Wednesday morning and my lunch was sitting on the table. Thursday morning. My lunch was sitting, Mommy always has my lunch sitting for me, which is always a positive and always brings a smile on my face. But she wasn't here Thursday morning. But I still had lunch on the table. Why did I have lunch on the table? Because you thought enough to make lunch for me, pack my lunch and put it on the table. That meant the world to me. It's little things like that, little positive things. You called me yesterday with what you thought was a negative. You had dropped your phone and you had cracked your case. Well, that negative wasn't a negative. That negative was a great call that I get to have with you in the middle of the day that I don't normally have. That was a positive to me. All right, yeah, so you crack the cover on there. We'll replace it. It's not that big a deal. So that was a great way of taking a negative and turning it into a positive. So you can do it. You got to be a little bit creative sometimes to find these things, but you're very creative. So I don't think if you applied yourself to this that it would be difficult at all.
Yeah.
And that's really the lesson I'm trying to push here, is that every day we have negatives and positives. You'll almost always have more positives if you appreciate the little things in life that you take for granted. I came home, as soon as I pulled into the driveway today, I had a positive feeling because I could smell dinner. Mommy's an awesome cook. And anytime I can smell dinner, because it was warm out today, the door was open, the smell from dinner was wafting outside, and I immediately had a positive reaction walking in the door. It's those little things. Sometimes they're involuntary. Sometimes you have to look for them, but they're there. You have to just appreciate them.
Okay, well, I don't think I can give my closing remarks. You pretty much just stole that.
Well, no, I think it's worthwhile to get your take on it as well. That was all we did have. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Honestly, again, I think you summarized it pretty well.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, come back, and we will get closing thoughts from you for the rest of the audience.
All right. So this podcast got deeper than I thought it would. So I guess all I can really say to everybody is that, yeah, there's going to be positives in every day, and there's probably going to be more positives than negatives in certain situations. And as long as you can appreciate the little positives in your life that tend to happen, then you're going to always have good days, I guess.
That's one good way to bring balance. Sage advice you have there.
Thank you. Totally didn't just copy and paste yours.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Before we do go, I do want to once again invite the listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things on Apple, Buzzsprout, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Give us show suggestions. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what you don't want us to talk about. Whatever you want. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us streaming 5 days a week on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, as well as on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcasts, or you can find links to all those and more on our website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, if you guys will end up doing a podcast, and Insights into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Okay, well, there's the marketing department for you there. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to, that was kind of a sudden intro there, wasn't
Sure
it?
was.
Kind of cut that off a little abruptly. A little out of practice. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 149. Franklin, my dear, I don't give a Zolocon. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am frustrated because my camera 3 is not working and I had to quickly replace it.
I understand.
But other than the technical difficulties, I think I'm doing just
Well,
fine.
that's good.
So been kind of on a hiatus for a while here. with our
Unintentional.
entertainment. We just haven't had a lot to talk
Yeah,
about.
we keep kind of trying to, I guess, revamp how we want the show to be, what we want the show to be, and we just haven't really found that right mix of what we actually want to
Right.
do. We don't want to just regurgitate, the news stories.
We want to add value.
Right,
We want to add value to the things that we talk
Right.
about.
We want to make it so that, also you can go back to a past podcast and re-listen to it again
Right.
and find some entertainment value
Sure.
from it. So,
And I think the weekly cadence got to be too much of a grind. It got to the point where we were struggling to find things. to
right.
include in the
So
show.
it was definitely we want it to be quality, not necessarily quantity. So if it's something where it's
Exactly.
once a month,
Exactly.
it's once a month. If it's twice a month, it's twice a month. If it's,
I think at minimum once a month. I think we can come up with
Probably.
enough things to talk
Probably.
about, especially now that convention season's going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So today we're not really going to be talking about much in the way of news. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that we had attended. We will be talking in our first segment about the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Then the next day, actually, we went to ZoloCon. ZoloCon.
It's your most favorite convention, toy show to go to.
So we
Just so
have
you
a
can
little
say
bit of- We have a little bit of footage from both of those. We'll take a look at those. And then I kind of threw something together real quick for our third segment here. I thought it would be worthwhile, since our last podcast, we talked about swapping the Bobs again and Bob Iger coming back. Thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see where things are and what challenges Iger might be facing right now, and just get your opinion on that and how things are going with Disney, since he's come back into the
Sure.
fold. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, and you can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So, Disney 100, Franklin Institute, Philadelphia. We were there
Last weekend.
last weekend, which was that opening
No,
weekend?
it was their second weekend.
Second weekend.
They
Second
opened
weekend.
the week before.
Right. So we were there early in the morning. We got there. We did the museum. We had a 12:30 time for the exhibit. And they have it in the same exhibit hall they have all the other ones. We've done the Star Wars one. We've done the Marvel one. What are your thoughts? Walk us through it.
So I have to say, if you are a fan of Disney, any aspect of Disney, being in this area, we're very fortunate because this is the only location within the United States that this is going to be. So there are people that are traveling from all over the country to come and see it because this is the only place. So that's kind of special to think that that we're kind of hosting it, even though we're not physically hosting it.
And let's be fair. Since they always do the D23 in
Well,
California, the least they could do is give the East
Right,
Coast something.
exactly. And that's when you think about all of the D23 events and everything else, it's usually always Florida or it's California. So to actually have it, in Philadelphia, so really for anybody that's within, a couple of hours, and you're a Disney fan, this is a look into, behind the scenes stuff that you don't normally get to see. Disney has been doing a lot of different behind the scenes shows on Disney Plus, like Behind the Vault, or all these different shows. There's a couple of different ones.
You mean that show that you started watching again without me? That Disney show?
No, the other one that we already watched.
The other one that you're watching.
No, we already watched it.
Well, I thought you stopped at one point.
That's the attraction one. That's the other one.
I know there was one of them. There was one that you left me out of. I
Right.
know that.
Well, anyway, there's various different shows that are on that Disney Plus is running, that they've been running, where they give you some of these behind the scene things from the archives, look at stuff that, unless you work for, the Disney Corporation, you've never seen. So this is such an opportunity to be able to see so many different things from so many different decades, going back 100 years really with the company when you think about it, and different aspects of it. So you have the animated part of it, you have the music part of it, you have the attractions, so they break down the whole exhibit into, I think they had it in 10, what did they call it? What did they call it? Why can't I think of the word?
I don't know. What do they call it?
The different themed galleries, the different galleries that, and each gallery had a different theme to it. One was costuming, one was the individual characters, one, like I said, was the music, technology, even showing some of the audio animatronic body parts, how they would manipulate a character to make it move. Obviously, then the drawing aspect of it, and even going from the original way that the movies and cartoons were drawn to now the computer animated. How do they make Rapunzel's hair move a certain way? And so they have all these little videos going on.
Algorithms like Google, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot to it and so much to really see. And unfortunately, there were so many people there that it's kind of hard to read everything and to look at everything. So fortunately, because we live so close by, it's definitely something that I want to get to again to be able to.
So how long is it actually?
It is actually in Philadelphia until August 27th.
Okay.
So you have quite a while, all of the summer, and all of the spring to get there.
This isn't the only location that they're going to be doing.
Right.
So two other locations.
Two other locations. So in April, it will actually open up in Munich. So it will be going simultaneously with
So they're probably showing
different things. And the one in Munich actually goes until September 3rd. So it goes a little bit beyond the Philadelphia one. And then the dates for London are actually fall of 2023. They actually don't even have their dates open yet. So I'm guessing maybe part of Munich show and part of Philly show might end up at the London show, I'm guessing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was on display. You mentioned there's multiple galleries. What were some of the galleries? How were they themed? What were some of the things that were there that kind of stuck out at you? The stuff that jumped.
Sure.
out?
So they start off. They go sort of in a linear fashion, starting with the very beginning of everything and how the Disney company started. And you have the Alice shorts, and then Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then obviously Mickey Mouse. So that's the progression. So they have some original drawings of all three of those with some videos playing as you're walking through that section. And then they kind of go through, and then it goes on to the whole, Mickey and everything that happened, how he kind of blew up, I guess, and how the company really kind of formed around that and everything. And then they had, the whole music section with the original songs for Snow White, and you know, because that was really their first musical, and so they had some of the original sheet music from that, and along with drawings and things like that. So you have that whole aspect, and then they go through the whole character development. How do they develop a character, and basically take you through the different iterations of the character. So you have, you know, here's their first sketch of a character, and then where does it go from there, and then to the maquettes, where here's our final model of a character. So now you can actually see it in a 3D form to be able to manipulate it and do other things with it.
So the exhibits themselves, there's a lot of static exhibits that are there. There's a lot of descriptive plaques to read, to give descriptions and stuff like that. But not all of it is static. There's some interactive exhibits that they have there. Can you talk a little bit about the interactive?
Well, the one interactive exhibit wasn't working, which I don't know if it hasn't been set up yet, if it was too early, or if it already broke down, which is kind of a shame if it's only been within the first week. They have a lot of different ones where you can listen to different presentations, and then they have other ones again where they had one where it was different colors, and you could pick different color schemes, and when you picked certain colors, it would show you which character was associated with that. I really didn't do much of the interactives. I don't know if you guys, because we weren't really walking around
We
together.
kind of blew through a good portion of that, because most of the interactive, so the way the exhibit itself is arranged is you have small rooms that are then connected by hallways. And a lot of the interactive listening things and stuff like that are on the walls in those, in those walkways. So the problem that I ran into is it was very crowded. So those walkways became bottlenecks. So I kind of was rushing to get through those into a more open room. So we skipped a lot of that stuff. Most of the things that we went in and took a look at were just the static. You know, that's the eye pop. You know? But what I did notice is there's a lot of subtlety in there. There's a like when you walk into the first open room, the room itself is roughly round with large displays in the middle. Well, in the middle of these large projection displays are original novels like Grimm's fairy tales and stuff like that, which were they weren't just like library books. These were like the original novels that inspired the stories that Disney did, which if you didn't get up there and see those, you would have never realized.
And that was one that I had missed. Whereas one of the things that I ended up seeing was a Winnie the Pooh that was from the live action movie, and then they had from the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, they had models of two of the characters from that, and that was kind of like back around a corner. So there were certain things where you had to kind of wait in line to see, because, you know, so many people were going to see, but if you went past it, you would have missed it because you know, they were kind of back in the corner in a certain area.
So they did have a section there for one of the galleries was kind of dedicated to the parks and things that came out of the parks. Talk about that a little bit and what were some of the things that they had?
Yeah, so one of the things was they had one of the original ride vehicles from Peter Pan. So that was really cool to see. And really, that hasn't changed much over the years. If you know, have gone to the park, you know, recently, it pretty much looks the same. Then one of the bobsleds from the Matterhorn was there as well. One of the other things that was really cool, I don't think you had it in your video, but I know I took a picture of it, was they had the original name tags from when the Disneyland first opened, and I guess when they had first done them, they had numbers on them, and they had the number 1, which was Walt Disney's original name tag, from the park. So that was really kind of interesting. And then they had some other models. So they had one of the dolls from It's a Small World. They had one of the characters from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, one of the little devils there. One of the other things that was kind of cool was it was a model from... all you Disney fans are going to yell at me because I'm
Is it in the movie?
I don't think it was in the movie, but it was the Inner Space ride.
Oh.
But the little model, it's the Doom Buggy. It's but it was blue because on that ride it was the Omna. I can't think of the ride vehicle, but it looks like it's a little Doom Buggy, except it's blue and there are people in it.
Maddie did catch
yeah,
that.
I was like, oh, look, there's my Doom. Oh, it's not the Doom Buggy. But I knew what it was because I knew they used that same ride vehicle in other rides back in the day.
So of everything that they had there, what was the biggest highlight for you of the entire thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What jumped out at you the most?
I don't know. I don't know if there was any
What was the most impressive thing?
Was the most impressive? Well, I guess the castle, but that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a model of the castle. I think Walt's name badge, his name tag was probably, from a sentimental,
Totally see that. The thing that jumped out at me the most was the model of the Nautilus. Like, it was the hero model that was 12 feet long.
Right.
It was monstrous.
Right.
That was just impressive to come around the corner and see that.
Yeah, like everything was like, wow, cool. Like if they would have had something from the Haunted Mansion, that probably would have been like my.
But they didn't, and that was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing is I don't know if other.
It's a shame because it was such a pet project of Walt's.
Right.
To do.
Right.
He was so involved in doing that.
Like I would have liked to have seen more stuff with the audio animatronics and a little bit more of the history and the technology for that. But again, they had the different movies going on. In one of the movies, one of the clips they had was a behind the scenes of the Haunted Mansion. So they did have that.
Let's
so
run the video.
Sure.
You can kind of give us some commentary over the video and point out the things that catch your eye.
Sure. So this was a cute little pre-show, I guess, when you first, walked in.
And it was neatly done because when you're there, it's a hologram. It's a multi-screen 3-dimensional hologram.
Yeah. So of course, being able to see, Walt Disney like that was really kind of cool. Kind of creepy, but kind of cool all at the same time.
We believe in it all the way. We have confidence in our ability to do it right, and we work hard to do the best possible job. There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward, opening up new doors, doing new things, because we're curious. And curiosity keeps leading us down new paths. We're always exploring and experimenting.
Everybody ready? Then on with the show!
And move along.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the first section that you kind of walk through, and it shows, Oswald. Then this was an area where they had concepts of the different parks, different lands, and of course the Haunted Mansion right there. This was that book section that you were talking about. So this was talking about where they got the inspiration for their different movies and shorts and things like that. And this was, again, the innovation area and the multiplane, a miniature version of the multiplane camera. Talking about, again, that the first animated musical. And
that was
the
neat that
original.
They had the original scores there. For
Yeah. And the original, record album.
Yeah, like this is where you kind of you feel the history here.
Yeah. And then they had various different costumes from some of their live action. So this was from the Cruella movie.
So that's one of the interactive ones where you can listen to the...
Right, so they kind of had like a little history of Cruella.
What's this?
I don't know, some
science fiction.
Some science fiction-y thing, and some dice from a guy that wants to be a pilot, and oh look, it's chicken. No, it's pork.
Well, that's dinner.
And of course BB-8, and these were screen-used props that were here.
Right.
So some, they had a nice little Star Wars section, so it was kind of cool, obviously.
It was little though.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising that it was as small as it was. Here's those books again. Yeah, and there were different interactive things with that
each of them had screens on there.
And then this was the music section, talking about how influential music, and how much a part of it music is.
There's that creepy doll.
There's that creepy doll. It's a small world. And
this is neat because it actually lights up, like there's a shot of the actual ride there,
yeah.
And they lit up. Ironically enough, the devil not nearly as creepy as the other one was.
Yeah, definitely not as creepy as that. And he's from, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And then this was interesting, so...
in a creepy way.
In a creepy way. I have a story about the doll that we can talk about after the video. And then they had, a little bit of a Marvel section, so that was kind of nice to be included.
When the franchise makes as much as it does, you have to put something in
from that. And then, of course, when you get to the end, there's a gift shop. So, they're very Disney of them.
Surprisingly poorly stocked gift shop, though.
Yeah. Not as many exclusive things as I would have expected.
This was me actually seeing things from the musicals, too.
Yes, they did a whole, so along with the musical, they also had the Broadway aspect of it. And then here's that the Nautilus.
Like, it's literally 12 feet, 15 feet.
Yeah.
It's monstrous. And here's a creepy Olaf to go along with the other creepy characters we saw.
Because, again, this was part of the Broadway show, and they developed it and made the character. And then this was, this really cool Cinderella's castle. It was kind of towards the end of it with, the fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
And you never get to watch fireworks when we're at the parks.
I very rarely do.
So this was
I never get to see them from the right angle. I'm usually seeing them from the backside of something because our daughter is not a fan of loud sounds. But now with, AirPods, she could.
Right.
And maybe I'll actually get to see fireworks the next time we go. So what was interesting about that Mickey doll was, again, one of the specials that's on Disney Plus, where they kind of do a behind the scenes thing. And this is from one that was from a couple of years ago, so it's not new. But if you go on Disney Plus, you'll find it. They talk about that Mickey doll because when his shorts, became available, there was this woman who sewed this doll and had sent it to Walt, and he loved it so much that he kind of hired her to make them, but she couldn't make them fast enough, so she actually sold the pattern to McCall's, so that's what that doll represented there, where you could go and buy the pattern to make your own Mickey Mouse doll. So that was kind of, an interesting, side note of seeing that and then seeing it on the television show too.
So to wrap it all up, what are your final thoughts on the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute?
If you're a fan, you have to go. You can't miss this opportunity, especially if you're somewhere within, the East Coast, or if, you're out on the West Coast and you want to fly out to Pennsylvania, to Philadelphia and make a weekend trip of it. There's obviously enough stuff to do in the area. We're pretty historic in the Philadelphia area. We've had a couple of things happen here, so you could definitely make a week, a long weekend trip. What's nice is that if it's something where you don't want to do the rest of the museum, because if you if you go during the day with the exhibit, you get the rest of the Franklin Institute included in it. But if it's something where you don't want to do that, they do evening hours Thursday through Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. So it's a little bit less because you're just doing the exhibit. But if you want to have, a full day, then obviously you can do the museum as well as the exhibit. And again, up until August 27th in Philadelphia. Then, unless you're in Munich, then that one starts in April. And then this fall, it'll be in London.
All right. And, like you said, we're going to probably go back again in the evening just for the exhibit.
Right.
Hopefully it won't be as crowded, but fortunately we have plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about ZoloCon. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Now we get to talk about ZoloCon. Sorry, I can't help myself.
I know.
So, ZoloCon is a sci-fi and fantasy expo that focuses on vintage toys and comics from the 1970s and up. Tell us about it. Tell us about your experience. How did you enjoy it this year?
So, this past weekend, it's funny because as far as we knew, they only did it once a year. And then I guess last year or the year before, they started doing it twice a year. Now, this year, they'll actually be doing 3 different events. So this happened to be what they consider their winter edition. And it was actually the largest one to date. And we could definitely tell vendors all over the place in various different places, even in some parts of the building we had never even been to before. And every area was jam-packed. I don't think there was really any empty spaces this year.
Usually you'd go through there and you'd see like empty vendor tables or vendors that didn't show up for Sunday or something. Everybody was packed.
Yeah, everybody was there.
You have the main room where the centrifuge is, which is the highlight of the whole thing.
Right.
You have another room at that level and then a hallway that was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the upstairs room.
Right.
Where you've got 2 rooms split by a bar, which, by the way, they had alcohol on the main floor this time.
Right,
around. So
right.
You can get drinks the whole time and get sloshed while you're buying lots of toys.
Right.
And then down on the first floor, they had vendors there, which they'd never had before.
And they were also doing tattoos.
And they were doing tattoos.
There were a
down
couple of
there as
different
well.
tattoo artists, which that seems to be like the new thing at toy
At
shows and
conventions,
conventions is to have a various tattoo artist. Go buy a Luke Skywalker and get a tattoo
Right.
while you're here.
So not only did we find the exhibition area downstairs,
Mm-hmm.
we also happened to find the restaurant they had there that we never knew they had.
Right. And I think that's relatively new as well. So that might have, been something that they started. Well, I did see the one sign that they were normally open just like Fridays, I guess, during the
Okay.
week. So maybe on the weekends
Or
or
if
if
they've
they
got
have
an
an event and they know there are going to be people around. Because I can't see just going there for a meal. It's kind of out of the
Sure.
way.
Well, and that's it. The complex that they're in
Right.
is an office complex.
Right.
There's a school in there.
Right.
There's a manufacturing in there.
So I
there's
could see like on a Friday.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
different stuff that's actually in there.
Right.
At what used to be the Brewster Aviation Plant before World War II, and then it became the naval testing
Mm-hmm.
station as well. So again, Philadelphia has a lot of history just in that one little area there.
Yeah.
How were the crowds?
It was crowded, but it wasn't, it wasn't unmanageable. It was because everybody kind of flowed through, and it's done in such a way in the main room because it's where the centrifuge is. It's a big circular room. They do 2 rows. So they have the inner circle and they have the outer circle.
So it's like a dartboard.
Yeah. And they leave enough room in between so you definitely don't feel like you're, getting, claustrophobic. And usually what we end up doing, because there's so much on both sides, is we'll do each aisle, each circle twice. We'll do, the outside. So we look at just that,
So you do the left side, then you do the right side, then you come to the inner circle, do the
right.
left side, do the
And
right
so that
side.
this way we get to see, everything, so that we're not, oh, did you see that? No, I was looking over here. And I never felt like there wasn't enough room to do that. They do have stairs to get to the upstairs area, but there's also elevators, which were very spacious because we ended up taking
'Cause
that.
it was like a cargo elevator.
Yeah. So
which was themed, by the way.
yes, it was. It was space themed, so it was just so.
That was kinda neat.
That part is kind of cool, but they have something for everyone. They have if you're into pops, which that seems to be a
Which I'm not.
big seller. Almost everybody, you'll find a handful or 2 handfuls of vendors that are selling that. Then you have brand new toys that are out. Obviously the vintage toys, and that's what a lot of people obviously are going for. There was the one vendor, I think this was the first time we saw who does pins.
Yes.
Beautiful pins. So between Maddie and myself, we bought a bunch of different pins.
Well, and even the pendant guy that I had bought the one
Yeah, I was
thing
gonna
at,
say the
which I don't
pendant.
want to talk about because he hasn't gotten his
Right, he
presents yet,
hasn't
but-
gotten his stuff yet.
But the pendant guy that's there who hand makes his own pendants.
Right,
And it was neat because he's there interacting with it. He's not just selling his stuff.
right.
He's soliciting input for what you'd like to see him make
Right,
in
like
his next show.
what would you like me to make? So that's what's always so cool about these events is it's that unique item that you didn't know existed maybe, or you did and you're like, the one guy who we've seen, because again, we go to so many of these now that we run into a lot of the same vendors, but
Right.
it's like, okay, well, what do you have for this show? And the one guy, he sells Lego minifigures and he makes the Lego figures. This time around, I didn't buy a Lego figure from him. He was selling purses and wallets, and he had a Haunted Mansion purse, and I was like, all right, take my money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, something you never know what you're gonna find when you go, and like you said, part of the whole ZoloCon experience is the venue itself. Just knowing the history of that building and what happened there. And that was what was kind of cool too this time around, was because we were going to these other areas of the building, there were more pictures and plaques and different historical things about what had happened at that building in the past. So that's
The one
really kind of
thing
cool.
that I had noticed was, while it was vendor heavy, it was kind of light on artists this time around. There wasn't many. Like last time, there was probably 3 or 4 times as many artists on that inner ring there. Didn't get as many artists this time. So I don't know if it's really it's not a comic book show.
Right.
Even though there are guys that are selling comics.
Right.
So you don't get a lot of artists. They had the one author there who Maddie had bought her book last time.
Oh,
we were
okay.
there. But not really a lot in the way of artwork,
Right.
which I don't have enough room on my walls right now as it is, but
Right.
kind of noticed that was one of the big changes. They also changed the refreshment area up here this time, because they put the alcohol down where the refreshments were, so you didn't have the seating area there. So
Right.
for someone like me, who I can't stay on my feet that long, it was kind of difficult trying to find little nooks and so forth here. And in fact, when we left, I had to send you guys back up for
Right.
the last piece I wanted, because I couldn't do all the walking.
Right. Right.
So happy with what you got? Did you get anything that was good?
Yeah, like I said, Maddie and I got a couple of pins. I ended up getting some Star Wars Pyrex, really for you, for
Right.
lunches. So, interesting, unique things that wouldn't have thought to
Well, let me
find. And
cue up the video.
Sure.
We can. This was video footage that we took while we were there, and I had Maddie walk around with the camera for a little bit. Just to see what some of the things were that they had.
Yeah, so it's neat to see, because again, here's the big giant centrifuge and various space stuff just there while you're walking around.
But you could see how wide these aisles
Oh,
are. So
yeah.
there's plenty of room
Yeah.
for the aisles, which is nice. So you're not elbow to elbow with people. like
Right,
you are at
right.
Some of the shows.
Right. Some of the sections, with individual vendors, if they had like a little corner and you wanted to go into the corner to see, then it might have been tight. But other than that, for the most part, and there were a lot of people there when we were there, so it wasn't like it was
And this was Sunday that we were there.
right. We usually always tend to go on a Sunday.
If we're not going for panels or for celebrities, which we usually don't go for, we'll almost always go on a Sunday. We'll go on the last day of the show, because the vendors tend to be a lot more interested in selling their stuff.
Right.
'Cause they
Yeah,
don't
and you
wanna
have,
take home.
a bunch of the vendors with homemade,
a couple of vendors with D&D stuff, dice
Right.
and dice towers, which, it's kind of nice to see that coming into its own now.
right.
I really need to coach her on how not to make sudden movements with the camera. A couple of these I had to slow down.
Go slow. Yeah, it's just such a nice, because like the one vendor selling coffee, he wasn't there at
Right.
this one. So, here was
There's
the
your
pin,
Yeah.
and all
ton of pins. too.
ton of different types of pins, and more on her website, which is nice. A couple of people dressed up, not a whole lot,
Not a lot.
but there were some. They were doing a custom toy.
Well, they usually do a costume contest. Did they do that on Saturday? Is that why?
I don't know, maybe, but they were doing a custom toy contest.
Right, like a action figure. toy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So again, lots of different pops.
I was talking to that particular vendor. He said he's got 3,000 pots back at his shop
Oh, I
right
bet.
now.
I bet. And then you have different video games. So if you play any, older systems, there's usually always a couple of different people selling that. Sometimes you get a t-shirt person
Yep.
selling things. The one t-shirt guy who does t-shirt artwork and pins, he happened to be there, so I picked up a t-shirt from him. Maddie picked up another pin of his because I follow him on Facebook, so I knew he had an Owl House, which is one of the shows that she and I watch on Disney Plus. So he had a pin that had come out a couple of months ago. So we knew he was going to be there. So we definitely made a beeline to go and get something from him.
Well,
so.
and the thing that's really nice is that when you have that many vendors there, you don't get a lot of duplicate vendors. You get
Yes.
a lot of variety, a lot of different things to choose from. And the vendors, like the interaction with the vendors, I think since COVID, really, I've noticed, has been very positive. They're very outgoing. They're very engaging now.
Because everybody misses being around
Yeah.
people and talking to people and
Yeah.
and doing
And
this.
when I struck up a conversation with one of the vendors, I was there for 15 minutes just talking about, how the shows have been going and how business has been and, different types of customers. And they're not just vendors. They're people that love the same things that you love
Right,
too. So
right.
it's almost like a community at this point.
Oh,
which is kinda
absolutely.
nice.
Absolutely. And that was, they one of the Facebook groups, they have another ZoloCon Facebook group, and it was one of the organizers of it, and he was just over the moon about how well it went, and that this was their largest attendance to date, and that they couldn't speak, they had so many nice things to say about the vendors that were there, about the guests that were there, about just everything all around, just giving out the love.
It's a great show. It's a great venue. It's not far for us. It's in Warminster.
Right.
So it's 45 minutes?
About 45 minutes for us. Yeah.
So it's not that far from us, and it's just it's a nice day out. And it's kind of nice to go out there and buy stuff that you can't buy anywhere else.
Right, exactly. And that's what's always, and I think for us now, we've kind of, we've gotten to the point where we just have way too much stuff. You've seen our collection, and it's still, since we did that video, a year ago now, there's been more stuff.
And that was only a small sampling.
That wasn't even all of it. Where we've kind of come to the conclusion, we don't need to buy anything more. So for us to go to a show, it's really to see,
it's the experience.
It's the
We're
experience
going
of
for the
it,
experience.
or to find that unique.
I'm going to find stuff for other people now. Like I managed
Right.
to get 2 really cool things for Sam this time.
Right.
Now, that I couldn't get anywhere else. But
Right.
that's kind of where I'm at.
Right. And Maddie ended up picking up a couple of things that she wouldn't have normally been able to find. And the things that I got, again, were that unique, individual, one-of-a-kind
the types
thing.
of things that I would be looking to add to my collection at this point are things that would require me to mortgage the house. So I'm trying not to add things to my collection at this point.
Right. And or if you find that small little thing that, okay, that's not going to take up, a lot of room, or,
Right.
Or this adds to somebody else, or something to go with D&D, or, something.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking for now. I was kind of disappointed I didn't find any D&D minis there. Not
Right.
that I need more minis either.
Right,
but-
you don't need more minis either. But that's, that's the thing, is for us, it's also the experience of just going and being with the community.
Absolutely.
And again, this is the type of show where there aren't panels, there aren't the celebrities to go see. It's not like Monster Mania or Wizards or, some of the other shows. It's
You
really,
mean Fan Expo. It's
Fan-
not Wizards anymore. It'll always be Wizards.
it'll always be Wizards to me, just like Downtown Disney. You can't take that away from me.
All right. So I think we've covered that one pretty well. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get a feeler for how Bob's doing. The new old Bob. That's what I should have named this. The new old Bob show. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Bob is back at Disney. Not that Bob, the other Bob.
Right.
So
The original Bob.
We've swapped Bob's back to the old Bob. And, you know, he's facing some challenges. He's only supposed to be there for 2 years. Kind of a short time to turn things around. Chapek did a brilliant job of running things into the ground in the short amount of time that he was there. One of the first things that Iger's doing now that he's back is apparently slashing 7,000 jobs, and there's 5.5 billion in cost cutting he has to make somewhere. Should I feel bad that Disney's hard up for cash at this point in time?
And that's the thing is, are they really? Because I haven't seen anything where...
Not according to their stock price, they're not.
Right. That's, where it's kind of, huh?
Right. And it's almost imagined, because you look at some of the things that they're running into, and you're running into sluggish box office sales. You know, like, for instance, that new Quantum Mania movie came out and it tanked at the box office. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, box office sales are down in general since COVID.
Right.
That plus everyone knows that their stuff's going to come out on Disney Plus in a few months. So
right. So
why the money to go to the box office?
Right.
The streaming business has been hit hard because they've completely flooded the market and turned people off with crap. Really, I mean, they're literally just churning out stuff to put on there. Right. And it's not quality stuff. So
the stuff that is good, they cancel after 2 seasons.
Yeah.
You know, there have been a number of shows that Maddie and I have started to watch, and it's like, oh, by the way, this is done now.
Right.
Like, oh, we couldn't even get like a 2nd season or a 3rd season? Like, okay.
Right.
Thanks. So it almost makes you not want to watch something.
Right.
Until there's
it's almost like
3 or 4
Google.
Seasons out.
Like, nobody wants to Google comes out with really cool stuff, but as soon as you get into it, they cancel it and it goes away. So nobody wants to do that. And Disney's putting themselves into the same position as well. They're canceling shows that I'm not even watching. Usually I'm the one that kills shows when I watch them and start getting into them.
Exactly.
So I think that 5.5 billion they're talking about really is it's a fictitious number that they think they should be making that. I don't think Disney's losing money. Disney's got more money than God. Mm-hmm. You know, when God needs to put a new world in place, he goes to Disney for a loan.
Is that what it does?
So it's not that Disney's losing money. They're just not making it as fast as they want to.
Okay.
And part of the problem you run into is, you know what? You keep coming out with superhero movies just for the sake of coming out with superhero movies. They finally reached a point of saturation with Marvel, and nobody wants to go see it anymore. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, they learned that lesson pretty fast with Star Wars.
Right.
You know, they flooded the market with Star Wars, trying to turn it into another Marvel, and that bit them in the butt really quick.
Right.
So I can't feel bad for Disney.
Mm-hmm.
So the real question comes down to, in 2 years, can they come up with a succession plan for Iger? And really what I have to ask is, do you need a succession plan for Iger? Is he really going to be gone in 2 years?
Mm.
Because given how much his incentive is for success, I don't see him going away anytime soon.
Yeah, I could see him still staying on as a consultant
Right.
when he's still
Right.
doing
So,
things. But then again, you also have to look at everything that's kind of going on right now in the state of Florida. And
true
that's
as
a
well.
whole other kit and caboodle of that whole toxicness
Well,
that
and let's be honest. What's going on in Florida is a temporary thing.
hopefully.
It's temporary because it's a pissing match between DeSantis and Disney.
Right.
And it really was a pissing match between DeSantis and Chapek.
Right.
And Chapek's out of the picture. And
Right.
DeSantis is going to be out of the picture in 2024 when he runs for president anyway.
Hopefully.
So it doesn't really, that's not that big a deal. In fact, Disney came out with a statement recently basically saying, you know, we're going to focus on what we do best. We're going to provide the best experience for people, blah, blah. They took the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't buy into the taunting and the stick poking that DeSantis was trying to draw them into.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically said, look, we operate under numerous jurisdictions and numerous regulations around the world, and we make it work, and we'll make it work here.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, I think what's going to happen with this little pissing match between DeSantis and Disney is the taxpayers are going to lose out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they skirted around the idea of having to take on all that debt for Reedy Creek by just restructuring the zone itself, and now DeSantis has his hand-picked group of
Right. He
board
picked all
members
of
in
his
there.
board members and everything.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Disney's been supplementing Reedy Creek since it was created.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's not going to do that anymore.
Right.
So Reedy Creek, or whatever the Central Florida Tourism District, or whatever they call it now because they had to rename it, they're not going to have the same budget they had before, but they still have the same requirements. And it's ultimately the people of Florida that are going to have to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when people look at their tax bill after this whole fiasco, this little vindictive fiasco that DeSantis put together, they're going to realize, well, maybe we shouldn't have reelected him for this. Maybe he's having a hard time keeping politics out of business and keeping it from being personal. And, you know, that's really what it was. It was his own little
Oh, absolutely.
crusade.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, when the Florida taxpayers get their bill, that's when you're going to start seeing things change. And I think what's going to happen is by the time he goes to run for president, those tax bills are going to be in. And it's going to seriously impact his ability to raise money for his campaign. That's just what I think. I'm not a fortune teller myself. So that state down there of flux is really not going to be that big of an impact.
Mm,
Disney's the number one job maker in the state.
absolutely.
Do you really want to piss him off and have him leave the state?
And that's the thing, because there are a lot of people who, don't forget, there were a lot of people from California where they, the Disney company was transferring a lot of jobs from California down to Florida. And now there are a lot of people that are like, I don't know if I want to go down here in this hostile environment right now, the way that things are. So now there's, some various talk going back and forth of, well, maybe we should wait 2 years before, making this change, that maybe California is the better idea. And of course there's, all the different people saying that, gee, I wonder what Florida would be like if Disney decided, you know what, we're gonna just up and move Walt Disney World to a different part of the country,
Right.
and see how quick.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna. It's Disney is such a huge part of the economy down
Mm-hmm.
there that all they have to do is move one division that they have down there, and you're talking thousands of jobs that move out of the state.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the response. It's a direct response to DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
He can't afford that bad press.
No.
And the only reason he's doing the things he's doing now, and the other stunts that he's doing, it's not just Disney centric.
Yeah.
The whole stunt with the flying migrants up to Democrat cities, and his whole stance. I love the fact that he's got this major stance against border security.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody really needs to tell the man he doesn't have a border with another country with his state. He doesn't. So you don't have border security.
Right.
So he's doing all this just for the publicity he needs to gain national attention so that he can make a run for 2024. After 2024, assuming he doesn't win, after 2024, he's going to be relegated to the crap pile of history at that point in time.
He's going to be wishing he had a job at Disney.
Yeah,
hopefully.
because he's burning every bridge there. Because what's Disney going to do? They thought they bought him as a politician because they backed his original election. What's going to happen when your politician that you bought doesn't vote in your favor? You're going to go buy another politician.
Right, exactly.
And the last thing you want is to have literally one of the largest corporations in the world, again, a company with more money than God, backing a politician other than you in the presidential race.
Yep.
That's never going to end well for DeSantis.
No.
And that's exactly what's going to wind up happening.
Here's to hoping.
Plus all those voters that they have down there.
Oh,
all those
absolutely.
taxpayers that they have down there that are getting screwed by DeSantis. Does he think they're going to vote for him for president? If he gets into a pissing match with Disney when he's just a governor of a state, what's he going to do as president? He's not going to be looking out for these people.
No.
So he's burning his own bridges. So by 2024, between him and Trump tearing the Republican Party to the ground and literally just burning it to the ground, he's not going to have anything after 2024. So I'm not worried about any of that stuff.
Okay.
But, Iger's staying out of that now. It was
Right.
funny how he was commenting on it when Chapek was steering the ship in the wrong direction.
Right.
To
try and get him.
Right. Chapek already had the company in the ditch, and he was over there kind of poking a stick in his cage about it.
Right.
Now that he's back in charge, he's not saying anything about it. He's
No.
tight-lipped about the whole thing.
Which is the way it needs to be.
Exactly. So the one thing I did see is that they're doing away with the parking charge.
Right. We did see that was, one of the things that did go away.
And that helps me to justify going down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really been one of the only things I've seen kind of come back. I know they were talking about the reservation system, that
Right.
they were still leaving that in place, but they were opening it up for more people. The park hopping, changing the time on that to make it more accessible. I think they were starting to do some of the annual passes.
Right. They were doing the extra
Again.
magic hours in the morning. They were expanding out to other resorts.
Right.
The
So
problem is Chapek dug a huge hole. that
Right.
He's got to claw his way out of before he wins people like me back.
yeah.
And I wasn't a big fan of Iger's to begin with.
Right.
So he's going to have to, he's got his work cut out for him.
Right.
I would want to be in his position. And I don't think he's going to be able to fix all of this stuff in 2 years.
No, I think a lot of it's going to take time because it's one of those things. They were so quick to make the changes in the first place, and then of course you had the pandemic that kind of escalated it.
Kind of breathed down, was
So-
breathing down everyone's neck about it.
Right. So like now you have, they're starting to do dining options again, like not the traditional dining plan that they had before, but something,
And they got to get rid of the Genie Plus. Oh my God.
they're not though. That's the problem. Genie Plus isn't going
They'll
anywhere. They're
never-
modifying it
They'll
again.
never win me back
Right.
with Genie Plus. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a waste of money. It was a terrible experience.
Mm-hmm.
I walked out of Disney for the first time in 18 years that we've been going. 15 years we've been going, walked out of the first time and felt like I didn't get my money's worth out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're paying Disney money,
Right.
you damn well better feel like you're getting your money's worth out of it.
No, I agree. I was very disappointed with it as well, and you know, but you never even you never felt like you had that with the fast passes. Like you didn't have to really learn how to navigate it. It was, you know, like, yeah, there were probably people when FastPass first started that had a hard time with it and didn't quite understand how to make it work, and you know, and that was
once you got to hang a FastPass, you could make the system work for you.
right.
There's no way the Genie Plus works for anybody.
I don't know that, and that's the thing is, I think we probably needed to do a little bit more research. But that's
it's
the other
broken system.
But that's my whole point, is that I shouldn't have to take a college course in how to use Genie Plus before I go on a vacation. That's where.
And the thing is, they build it as being anybody can use it. It's super convenient. You do everything through the app. Everything's wonderful.
Right.
Well, one, I'm paying for it. Two, it has built-in restrictions that doesn't even come close to comparing with FastPass the way it was.
Right.
Three, the app was terrible.
Right.
It was confusing. It didn't always work. Oh, and you got to kill your phone battery just so you can get around the park.
Right, exactly.
Terrible idea.
Right. The idea is I'm on a vacation. I shouldn't have to be constantly on my phone. Like when they had FastPass Plus, when they had the FastPass system, you know, as long as you knew what time your FastPass was for,
it was simple.
You
was
didn't
easy.
need to be on your phone.
I could do all that on my phone, or I could go to a kiosk, or I could go to a park cast member in the park. I got options.
Right.
And that was free.
Right.
I'm paying for a system that they've deliberately handicapped now.
Right.
So as long as that's in place, they're not going to get me back.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple.
No, I agree.
So, sorry, Bob, but it's an uphill battle. I wouldn't want his job.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want his salary for his job, to be honest with you.
It's gonna take a while. It's not something that's gonna.
But that's the thing. He doesn't have a while.
He doesn't have a while. Yes, I know. Well,
so
and
unless
maybe
he's making revolutionary changes, they're breathing down his neck about $5.5 billion that they didn't lose, that they want back because they're not making money fast enough. That's what they're concerned about.
And that's the thing is, where is it that you're cutting these jobs? Is it from, you know, certain divisions? Is it a little bit?
They didn't ramp back up from the cuts from COVID.
Right. And that was going to be my next thing, is I know that there are still cast members from the parks that never got called back because they just never opened up that section of the park, or, you know, where they had worked before. So that's okay. How many, you know, are these new cuts? Now what are you going to cut? What are you closing? Or is it, you know, that's the whole thing.
What service am I losing now when I go down?
But I'm paying
you're
for.
You're not going to cut the price.
Right.
You're going to raise the price and cut
because
the
you need to make
again.
because you need to make the money now.
So I'll wait for the dust to settle and figure out who his successor is and how bad they are.
Yeah, I guess
before
we'll
I
have
go
to
back
see.
down. Anyway. Okay, we haven't had a chance to bash Disney in a while. It was good to
see. Do you feel better now?
I do. I feel like there's a weight lifted off of me now. This was such a great de-stressor for me.
I'm so glad.
So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also invite you to write to us You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us streaming 6 days a week on YouTube, as well as all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 163, Understanding Your Emotions. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my happy and healthy co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing all right. This was not a bad week. We're a day late here because we had a family fire pit night last night before the weather turned bad on us here, so we kind of postponed it a day. Anything exciting going on with your week?
Not currently. It's kind of been chill week.
Chill week. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope. Well, not with the temperature, at least.
Well, yeah, temperature's like in the 60s here. It's ridiculous. So part of our effort in this series of 10 here is we're kind of building on what we kicked off in 161 with our emotional intelligence. So today we're talking about understanding your emotions. Emotions are complex and at times can be overwhelming. Emotions help us deal with the world around us and to handle our experiences. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to take a look at how emotions help us. We'll discuss some basic rules about emotions, and we'll look at tips on building emotional awareness. But as always, before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast now, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. We'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can DM us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all our social media and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes.
Here we go. So we are back again talking about emotional intelligence related things, and like our previous few episodes, this comes to us from kidshealth.org. They say how emotions help us. So what are you feeling right now as you listen to this podcast or watch this podcast? Are you curious? Are you hopeful you'll learn something about yourself? Are you bored because this isn't something you're really into? Well, if you are, you probably shouldn't be listening or watching this.
Yeah.
Or are you happy because it's something you enjoy? And perhaps you're distracted by something else, like feeling excited about your weekend plans, or sad because you just went through a breakup. Emotions like these are part of human nature. They give us information about what we're experiencing and help us know how to react. We sense our emotions from the time we're babies. Infants and young children react to their emotions with facial expressions or with actions like laughing, cuddling, or crying. They feel and show emotions, but they don't yet have the ability to name the emotion or say why they feel that way.
As we grow up, we become more skilled in understanding emotions. Instead of just reacting like little kids do, we can identify what we feel and put it into words. With time and practice, we get better at knowing what we are feeling and why. This skill is called emotional awareness. Emotional awareness helps us know what we need and want, or what we don't want. It helps us build better relationships. That's because being aware of our emotions can help us talk about things more clearly, avoid and resolve conflicts better, and move past difficult feelings more easily.
Some people are naturally more in touch with their emotions than others. The good news is everyone can be more aware of their emotions. It just takes practice. But it's worth the effort. Emotional awareness is the first step towards building emotional intelligence, a skill that can help people succeed in life. So we've been talking about emotional intelligence, and numerous times in the past, one of the things that we've tried to do on this podcast is to kind of talk about identifying our feelings and understanding our emotions and realizing that that's an important part of controlling your emotions and not letting your emotions control you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you say you are at understanding your emotions?
I'd say like a 6.5-ish.
Okay. Has the podcast helped you at all?
Definitely. I remember, I know, I talk about 6th grade a lot, but really 6th grade was the year when my emotions were rampant, I didn't know how to define them, and I was most prone to lashing out at people. I lashed out at my teacher one time, I've lashed out at my friends multiple times, I've lashed out at you guys. And that was kind of, I feel like that was one of the things that led to the podcast. Seeing what I was going through, you thought that trying to talk about it through a podcast, a method that, would also possibly be helpful for other people, has really helped me. I've realized that after we've been doing the podcast, I've gained a lot more emotional control. I matured a lot from when I first started 6th grade to by the time I left it. So yeah, I definitely say the podcast was really beneficial when it came to helping me understand my emotions.
Well, that's good. I'm glad it's worked out for you. I think it's kind of interesting. As I get older, I find I'm always learning something new about understanding and controlling emotions. And I react differently now to things that I wouldn't have reacted the same way 2 years ago. And a great example of this is Sam, your brother Sam, had me playing the new God of War Ragnarok, and it's a that and the one before it was a very father-son type story-based game, and there was a little bit of that in the first game, but the second game, and this is a credit to the game developers, it's a very well written game, very thematic in how you play through it. But I found myself reacting to things from a storyline standpoint in the game that touched me in ways and moved me emotionally in ways that I've never experienced in a video game before. Occasionally a TV show or a movie or a book or something like that. But a video game's never done that to me. And I think part of that is because Sam and I were, while it's not a cooperative play game, you play it individually, we were playing it at the same time. So I would experience something in game, and then I couldn't wait to talk to Sam about that as well. And it kind of fed into the whole thing. So even at my age, I'm still learning about emotions. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think there's a point where you become, I mean, is it an education thing? Is it an experience thing where you become an expert on emotions?
Well, I feel like just about with anything, you can learn something new every day no matter your age. Like, you're not going to be able to hold all the answers of the universe. You're not going to have, like, you can learn how to control your emotions, but there's so many other things that you can experience because there's so much out there that you may never experience, or you'll only experience once. And it's like, even if you're at a point where, like, you have a good understanding of your emotions, something can happen where you've never experienced it before. Even through all your years of experience that you have, there can always be new things that always happen to you.
That's a very good point. Very well said. What I find is that as I've grown and I've aged, my end goal for understanding emotions has changed. You know, very early on, my goal was really to control my feelings, control my anger, because I had anger management issues. And nowadays, I find that my goal isn't so much to control my emotions as it is to understand my emotions to make me a better person, to make me a better father, to make me a better husband. You know, it helps me understanding my emotions, and emotions in general have helped me to be more empathetic to other people, to understand different people's points of view, to not jump to conclusions, and to be less judgmental. In your understanding and continued understanding of emotions and feelings, what are some of the things that you've noticed have changed in you? Do you have any examples?
Yeah, I have a few examples. I used to be the type of person that would get mad very easily. Like, I would be playing a video game and it wouldn't be working, or or like something bad would happen and I'd scream about it. There have been instances where, like, my friends did the littlest thing that just got me really mad, and I would yell at them, or we would get into a fight or something. And as I matured, or at least through getting to understand my emotions more, I started to find ways that I could better control and understand that anger. It's like, and then I understood that, like, half the time when I was angry, things didn't really matter, so it was like I really had no point of being angry at that point. And it stopped me from getting so mad at my friends whenever that happened, and I noticed we had a lot less fights afterwards. And I also noticed that other people didn't bug me as much as they used to, so learning to control that anger also got me to, you know, kind of loosen up a bit and not, like, always seem so negative, because I was very negative before I really understood my emotions. Every day was a bad day. I never found anything good through it, and now, yeah, well, I'm not incredibly positive, and I don't always say, like, oh, today's been the best day, or, like, yeah, I'm doing great. I still, like, find funny stuff that happens, and I'm not always as mad as I used to be. I'm not like, oh my god, this was the worst day ever, but, you know, I'm also not, I'm, you know, kind of getting a middle ground there, being slightly more positive at least, so.
Yeah, and that balance, that emotional balance that you demonstrate is very obvious to the casual observer. The one thing that I've noticed in understanding my emotions better and making that effort, and it is an effort. I mean, it doesn't just come naturally. You have to observe, you have to be patient with yourself. You know, it's an effort to understand emotions, but I found that in understanding my emotions, it helped me to better understand other people and their emotions. Have you found that to be the same type of thing for you, where you understanding your emotions have allowed you to be more in touch with other people's emotions?
Yeah, definitely. And again, an example with my friends, whenever I would get mad at my friends and I'd yell at them and we get into fights, eventually when I stopped doing that, I kind of became the mediator for my friends' conflicts because they'd get mad at each other and I would kind of be the one to tell them, hey, come on, let's chill out, let's talk about it, it's going to be fine. And I realized that after, I basically went from starting the conflicts to trying to understand all the different sides of the argument to stopping them. And another thing is when I would have experiences that some of my other friends would experience, and while they'd obviously not be the same and probably wouldn't react the same, it got me to learn basic empathy for people. And even though I was empathetic beforehand, I got really empathetic and I was able to better understand what people were going through, especially if we had a similar situation.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, emotions influence pretty much every aspect of our lives, and understanding even them just a little bit better makes us better attuned to the world around us. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the basics of emotions. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about understanding your emotions. And now we're going to talk about the basics of emotions. Emotions come and go. Most of us feel many different emotions throughout the day. Some last just a few seconds, others might linger longer and become a mood. Emotions can be mild, intense, or anywhere in between. The intensity of an emotion can depend on the situation and on the person. There's no good or bad emotions, but there are good and bad ways of expressing or acting on emotions. Learning how to express emotions in an acceptable way is a separate skill, managing emotions, which is built on a foundation of being able to understand emotions.
It's all good. Some emotions feel positive, like feeling happy, loving, confident, inspired, cheerful, and so forth. Other emotions can seem more negative, like feeling angry or resentful or afraid. Both positive and negative emotions are all normal. All emotions tell us something about ourselves and our situation, but sometimes we find it hard to accept what we feel. We might judge ourselves for feeling a certain way, like if we feel jealous, for example. But instead of thinking we shouldn't feel that way, it's better to notice how we actually feel.
Avoiding negative feelings or pretending we don't feel the way we do can backfire. It's harder to move past difficult feelings and allow them to fade if we don't face them and try to understand why we feel that way. You don't have to dwell on your emotions or constantly talk about how you feel. Emotional awareness simply means recognizing, respecting, and accepting your feelings as they happen.
So, we talked about negative and positive feelings several times in the past. Do you recognize the fact that feelings themselves are neither negative nor positive at this point in time? Are you confident in understanding that?
Yeah, especially through the recent podcasts we've done. Basically, yeah, I definitely understand that emotions can be channeled in both negative and positive ways, but the emotions themselves aren't necessarily negative or positive.
Yeah, when you classify something as negative or positive, you're kind of classifying it as having intent. And emotions don't have intent. Emotions are just what we feel given a number of circumstances. Um, so I think the important thing really to understand is that everybody has the emotions. The difficult thing, especially when they're strong emotions. There are emotions we have where you can be happy. Being happy and being elated, if you think of emotions on a scale. So as they scale up, there's a point that they reach where they tend to overwhelm us. And finding that point of being overwhelmed is difficult. If you're happy, you can recognize that, you can describe that, you can name that. But as that happiness gets to a point where you're elated or more happy than that, it tends to blur your ability to recognize those things. And sometimes that can blind you to other things. Have you ever had a situation where you've seen that emotional scale up, where you've started at one level and it's, whether it was anger or love or hatred or whatever it was, and it reached a point where you kind of lost control of it?
Yeah, I probably have the most experience when it came to anger, especially whenever it came to fights with my friends. It's like they did something small and like I kind of got a little angry about that, and then eventually the anger started to rise and rise until I lost control and just shouted at them, and we got into a fight and so forth. So yeah, I've had experience when it came to having an emotion start small and then grow to the point where now I couldn't even control it.
And understanding your emotions means recognizing that point, because we all have the breaking point or the point that we get fed up, whatever you want to call it. Everybody has that point. And you have it for every emotion, frustration, anger, love. There's a point in love where, you may love going to Disney so much, and you may reach a point where you want to go to Disney so much that you can't afford to go to Disney, but you still do it, and you wind up making bad decisions because you lose that perspective. So being able to maintain that perspective is a very important part of understanding your emotions. What advice would you give to someone if that line was blurred? How would you kind of coach them to sort of bring them back down to earth and be more objective in how they're dealing with their emotions?
Well, as somebody that personally has experience when it came to letting their emotions go too far, I'd probably say that what ended up getting me to finally become more rational about it is normally kind of just time to yourself and time to kind of just reflect on the situation on your own. Same thing with realizing how other people ended up reacting to it, and some of the big things that helped me to finally start to understand and define the lines of my breaking point were when I had time to think about it on my own without anybody else interfering, when I had time to calm down, and when I was more logical in my thinking, as well as understanding, getting that basic empathy and realizing that if I lash out, then other people are going to be hurt or there's going to be negative consequences. So I'd say that the best thing to do is if the lines are blurred, the best thing you can do is just get away from people, calm yourself down, and then think about the situation in a less heightened state.
I think that's great advice. I think that's kind of what you have to do, because a lot of times the emotions that you're fighting with are either originating or being influenced by the people around you. So kind of getting away from that noise so you can calm things down probably helps. Have you run into a situation where you've crossed that line of control and it's had an impact on someone, and their reaction to you crossing that line is what kind of pulled you back? Like something that direct?
Yeah, again, I'm gonna go to my friends, because I remember that I'd have a lot of fights with my one friend, and I would get mad at them for, honestly, pretty insignificant reasons, and I would, step back, and with one of my other friends at lunch, I'd kind of talk about it. I remember a specific example is when I was talking with my friend, and, I had realized what I said was wrong, and it was around the time when we rarely ever fought, but we had a fight, and I, knew that I was in the wrong, and I wanted to fix it, and then we had art, and I made them a bookmark as an apology, and since we see each other in the morning and afternoon, I gave it to them, and we were back on good terms.
Oh, well, that's nice. Have you ever had a situation where you've had a friend or a loved one who you saw cross that point, and then you actively did something to kind of pull them back and help them get back under control? Because it's hard when you see somebody else that you care about go through that type of thing. And it's difficult to know whether you should say or do something, if it's appropriate and what's appropriate. Have you ever run in this situation like that, where you've had to be kind of that calming effect to bring someone back down?
I guess I'm gonna use an example with you sometimes. You're definitely doing better, but you still tend to yell at technology at times, and when you really get to the point when you're screaming at it, I'm kind of okay, it's fine, let's just step back a bit, or I offer my advice or possible advice, okay, maybe it's not this, let's stop working with that, or let's just walk away from this, okay?
Is that effective with me, though?
I mean, I'm not sure. I always offer for you to kind of step back. Occasionally you do, occasionally you don't, and then, it seems like you're calmer afterwards. I don't know.
So you do have that calming effect on me when I get to that. I'm so glad I could be the example, the bad example.
I'm sorry, I keep mentioning my friends, and I don't I don't want to have to use the same example.
No, that's fine. It is what it is. If I'm the first one that comes to mind there, then that's perfectly fair. I asked the question, right? I shouldn't ask the question if I don't want to hear the answer.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about building some emotional awareness. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about understanding your emotions. And now we're going to talk about building emotional awareness. Emotional awareness helps us know and accept ourselves. So how can you become more aware of your emotions? Start with these 3 simple steps. Make a habit of tuning into... Okay, I'm sorry. Make a habit of tuning into how you feel in different situations throughout the day. You might notice that you feel excited after making plans to go somewhere with a friend, or you might feel nervous before an exam. You might be relaxed when listening to music, inspired by an art exhibit, or pleased when a friend gives you a compliment. Simply notice whatever emotion you feel, then name the emotion in your mind. It only takes a second to do this, but it's great practice. Notice that each emotion passes and makes room for the next experience.
Rate how strong the feeling is. After you notice the name, after you, this whole section, we must not have read through this.
Yeah.
After you notice and name an emotion, take it a step further. Rate how strongly you feel the emotion on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the mildest feeling and 10 being the most intense. It's kind of what I was telling you about. Share your feelings with the people closest to you. This is the best way to practice putting emotions into words, a skill that helps us feel closer to friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, parents, coaches, etc., etc. Make it a daily practice to share feelings with a friend or family member. You could share something that's quite personal or something that's simply an everyday emotion. Just like anything else in life, when it comes to emotions, practice makes perfect, although nobody's perfect. Remind yourself there are no good or bad emotions, and don't judge your feelings. Just keep noticing them and naming them. So I think that's another interesting point that they make is naming emotions. I think naming emotions, when you feel them, connects you to them, and it makes them a little bit easier to comprehend and understand. When you have these feelings, do you find that you can accurately name them and better understand them?
Half the time. 'Cause, there's certain points when, I can tell what my emotion is. Times when I tell myself I'm tired, times when I tell myself I'm stressed, times when I tell myself I'm angry, and times when I tell myself that I'm sad. But there's other points when I really don't know what emotion I feel. The best way I can really describe that is possibly numbness, but at the same time, I also still feel something other than numbness, but I don't really know how to define it.
Well, and numbness is actually a good way to describe it, because a lot of times when you get overwhelmed with feelings, it can make you feel numb because your body just sort of doesn't process them at that point in time. It's kind of like when your nervous system is overstimulated. One of the things that we used to do in football is we would do tackling drills, and occasionally you would get what we would call a stinger. You would bang the nerve on your shoulder as you're doing tackling drills, and it would overstimulate the nerve, and it would hurt when it happened, but then you would just get a cold numbing feeling down your arm because it was overwhelmed. And when we experience an overload of emotions, sometimes that's what we do because we can't handle them. And we kind of shut down and get numb from that type of thing. Does that happen frequently with you?
I mean, yeah, sometimes, mainly when it comes to my thoughts and, the various emotions that my thoughts tend to express, I tend to just feel numb. I don't really feel much, but it could just be that I was, there's just so much going on in my head that, I can't really feel anything.
What do you do when that happens? How do you cope?
I don't really know how. I kind of just don't talk about it. I kind of just, see if kind of almost wait on other experiences to jumpstart my emotions almost. I don't really talk to anybody about it. I don't really know how to talk to anybody about it.
Do you feel that you have someone that you can talk to about it, or do you not even have that confidant that you think you can turn to?
The thing is, I don't know. There's just occasionally there's just things that I don't feel I can talk to anybody about. Not that I don't trust people, it's just I don't know how to put it in words. I don't know how they take it. I don't know. It's just there's a lot of confusion when it comes to it, and a lot of concern about what other people might think of it.
Have you ever tried writing a diary, or just writing the words down, or just writing the thoughts down in bulleted note form, and then going back and trying to rearrange them and make sense out of them?
Well, what I normally do when I have these things is especially if I get home from school, I kind of just go in a place where nobody can hear me, and I kind of just rant to myself.
Does that help?
I mean, I guess sometimes.
Have you ever tried recording yourself when you do that and then going back and listening to it?
Not really, no.
One of the techniques that's used a lot in project management, business analysis, and things like that is you have to write various types of documents, and those documents help to keep you organized and plan and stuff like that. And one of the techniques is, like, if I'm writing an email, a professional email to someone, you don't try and sit down and write the thing from start to finish and send it, because it's a rough draft at that point. So the thought pattern is to sit down and take all your thoughts and just make a list of thoughts and what they are, and then walk away. You leave that, come back a little bit later, reread that, and then start taking those thoughts and concepts and themes and delving deeper into them and putting them in different orders and rearranging things. And you'll find that when you do that initial brain dump, you get everything out. You'll get all that stuff, especially if you're agitated or excited or somebody made you angry or whatever. You do that initial brain dump and just write everything that you feel, whatever comes to your mind. And by doing that, you're kind of emptying the trash. And then you can come back later and sift through that trash and keep the good stuff. And by doing that yourself, you can rid yourself of a lot of that emotional baggage that makes you numb. Just regurgitate everything out onto a piece of paper, or if you have a digital recorder or a phone, you can do it on your phone. All phones have them. Just get it out. And in doing that, you may find that tends to help you deal with these things better. And once you get it out, come back, an hour, 2 hours later, after you've had a chance to distract yourself with something else, and then reread what you had. Because chances are there's something in there that you probably need to deal with or be concerned with or delve into more deeply or investigate further. But you'll probably find a lot of the stuff that's in there was just noise. It was all that noise that was rattling around in your head because we tend to impose circumstances and scenarios when we're in these highly emotional states. And I think once you put that down and sift through it all, what's left over is really how you feel. That's really what your emotions are and what's important. And then you can concentrate on that, and I think it'll help you to manage those things better and to control and understand your emotions better. Does that sound like it's something that might be helpful or worthwhile to you?
Yeah, at least with the recording part. I might not write everything down because I don't write all that fast, and I don't know, it might not be the best method for that, but I definitely think the recording part would probably work because I talk a lot, and when I do go on those rants, it probably would be nice to go back and listen to what I was saying.
Yeah, I think you'll find that after you do that, and you do it a few times, you're probably going to see kind of a theme of what you're throwing out and what you're holding on to. And you're going to hold on to the important stuff there. And that's going to help guide you to understand your feelings a little bit better. When it comes to actually talking to people, I know you talk to Mommy, you talk to me, and you talk to us about different things. And I think that's great. There's different, Mommy and I have very different skill sets, very different backgrounds and experiences. Is there anyone outside of here, outside of the house, that you feel you can have that kind of conversation with and to have those discussions with?
Yeah, thing is, I don't really know. Even some of my good friends, some of the stuff I say, like, I can occasionally have those conversations with one of my friends at lunch, but other than that, I still have a lot of stuff I don't tell people, and half the time I don't really know how to tell people. Even you guys or any of my friends, I don't really know how to say some of the things to other people.
How about telling it to yourself? Do you ever tell yourself these things?
Yeah, through my rants, through my head. Yeah, I tell myself that kind of stuff.
And I think that's the first step. The first step is being able to vocalize it. And if you can vocalize it to yourself, then you may take the next step in finding someone that you can trust, mommy, myself, a friend, and sort of test the waters, try it out, see what you get. The most important thing is being able to say it to yourself, because there are times when I get overly agitated with technology, for instance, which we talk about quite often.
Yeah.
I can't vocalize it. And if I did vocalize it, it would be words that I can't say on this podcast. But that's just how I deal with it. And sometimes I have to step away from it. I have to calm down. And then I go back and I realize, all right, I was just being an idiot. And this is a simple fix, and I'll go and fix it. But the point is that when you pass that threshold, that control threshold we talked about, you don't think rationally. And you need and these are all meditative techniques, really, is what they are. I mean, we can call them different things, but these are forms of meditation. They're things that help you focus, change your perspective, shut out distractions, whether you're writing it, you're saying it, you're cursing it, whatever it is. These are all meditative techniques to help you to deal with these things. And you have to find the one that works best for you. And there's lots of different techniques out there. One of them will work for you. But really, that's what it is. It's that self-regulation where you're trying to get yourself back down from that overexcited point. So the first step is talking to yourself. If you can do that, then you can certainly tone it down with the next person that you talk to, and tone it down with the next person. Every time you vocalize it, you're getting a little bit more control of it. And that's the important thing. So that was all we had today. We're actually going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that learning to understand your emotions and gaining the knowledge to understand your emotions is something like everything, where it's something that you're going to always be learning. No matter how old you get or how much experience you gain, there's always going to be new things for you to learn. And it's also important to know that if you can't completely understand your emotions, then that's fine too. Know that you are able to understand your emotions, and kind of like along with what you said, the idea of telling yourself first and vocalizing it's the first step. If you're not able to talk to other people about it, at least be able to put it to words.
Okay. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
That was all we had today. Before we go, once again, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience, who probably already subscribe if you're listening to this now, to continue to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Anywhere you can get a podcast: Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, etc. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your show suggestions. Tell us what you want us to talk about. Tell us what you don't want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find high-res versions on our YouTube channel. We also stream 5 days a week on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We also stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate you throwing that our way. Helps to keep the lights on here. You can find audio versions of this podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens, and you can find links to all of our other social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted normally by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and normally my brother Sam.
Eventually.
That's
it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 162, Managing Your Emotional Reactions. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my calm and collected co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Oh, I couldn't complain. Well, I could, but nobody really wants to listen, so I won't complain. Anything exciting happened this week?
Not really. It's the new marking period.
That's not very exciting.
Yeah, not really. I'm starting driver's ed.
That's terrifying. I'm not really sure it would be exciting, but yeah.
It is something that's happening.
Yeah, it's funny. I had a conversation with a colleague at work today, and she told me that her daughter is starting driver's ed as well, and she's about as equally as terrified, I think, as I am. So, and that's not anything bad to say about you or her daughter. It's kind of a big thing. So, I'm sure you'll do fine. But that is not what we're talking about today. It's not. Today we're talking about managing our emotional reactions and the fact that it's vital to learn how to control our emotions instead of letting our emotions control us. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we will take a look at learning how to react well to emotions, understanding these emotions, and how to control the emotions. But before we do that, I would like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And you can find them pretty much anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at insights_things, where you can find links to that and everything else on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes.
Here we go. So we are dipping into the kidshealth.org well once again for some words of wisdom on today's topic. They tell us that it's Friday afternoon, last period. The weekend trip you plan with a friend starts out in exactly 4 hours. You've been catching up on studying and chores all week so you can enjoy the time away. And now the teacher announces a test on Monday. You probably feel annoyed or maybe just downright angry. You might feel disappointed. You might also feel pressured or stressed about all the studying you'll have to do. But how do you react? What do you do and say?
You might want to jump up and yell at the teacher, "That's no fair. Some of us have weekend plans." But you know you need to keep your cool until class is over, then share your feelings with your friend. But what if you're not the calm and collected type? Well, don't worry. Everyone can develop the skill of responding well when emotions run high. It just takes a bit more practice for some people.
So have you ever had a situation where something like that has happened, where you kind of have your own plans and something happens, or somebody kind of throws a monkey wrench in the works there, and everything that you've been looking forward to kind of gets messed up?
Yeah, actually, a specifically recent example in which we were planning on going out to Maryland for a comic convention, and in history we had taken a quiz, and what he does is he gives us back our quizzes for quiz corrections. And it was Friday, and I wasn't really expecting to have to, or I think it was a long weekend, but whatever the last day of school was, I wasn't expecting to get our quizzes back for quiz corrections, because he said he still had to have another student take the test, and he wasn't going to have the student take the test, and he wasn't going to give them back. However, the student took the test because other people were pressuring him because they wanted to get their quiz corrections done, and it was due on Monday. So I was pretty pissed because I really didn't want it to have to ruin the weekend we had planned, and I had to spend a decent amount of time doing it and was kind of grumpy about it.
Okay. Well, and I think that's understandable. I think we've all kind of been put in positions like that in the past. How did you react to it? Did you react in class, or did you just kind of bottle it up and carry it with you into the weekend?
I really just bottled it up. I'm not really the type to scream out unfairness. I kind of grumbled to myself at that point, and then when it was, the weekend, I kind of felt miserable from it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It kind of tends to drag you down at that point in time. I'm the type of person who I certainly could benefit from learning how to react better to things. For the most part, from a professional standpoint, I'm okay. But we've not been very, hesitant to discuss my tendency to get angry at inanimate objects when I don't get things to work and I get frustrated. And that's when I tend to have my emotions get the better of me. And I really need to learn how to do things better, because it's cost me, literally cost me money, because there have been times that I've been trying to do something or get something to work, and I get so angry and I wind up breaking it and have to replace it. So learning to react well is kind of an important skill. Managing emotional reactions means choosing how and when to express the emotions we feel. People who do a good job of managing emotions know that it's healthy to express their feelings, but that it matters how and when they express them. Because of this, they're able to react to situations in productive ways. They know they can choose the way they react instead of letting emotions influence them to do or say things they later regret. They have a sense of when it's best to speak out and when it's better to wait before acting on or reacting to what they feel. They know that their reaction influences what happens next, including how other people respond to them and the way they feel about themselves.
You've probably been in a situation where someone reacted in a way that was too emotional, making you cringe or feel embarrassed for that person. You also might have been in a situation where your own emotions felt so strong that it took all of your self-control not to go down that path yourself. Maybe you can think of a time when you didn't manage your reaction. Perhaps anxiety, anger, or frustration got the better of you. It happens. When it does, forgive yourself and focus on what you could have done better. Think about what you might do next time.
Now, I would ask you at this point in time, have you ever seen a person who has had their emotions get the better of them? But you'll look at me and you'll probably come up with a half dozen instances right off the bat. So have you ever experienced that type of thing with someone besides me? Because I know I'm a prime example of this bad habit, where and it doesn't necessarily mean that they flew off the handle or got angry. It could be someone who was overcome with grief or sorrow or anything where they couldn't control their emotions, and it kind of put you in an awkward situation being present for it. And if you can't think of someone else, you can use me as an example.
Well, I've seen it with Mommy too. She can, get emotional at times. Well, I mean, there was the recent time, along with the previous example I had, where I don't think it was actually on her part. She just had an emotional reaction to something we said, and I don't think it was necessarily her fault, because she wasn't necessarily in control, but outside of that example, she's had other points where she can, like, get mad at me and will yell at times, and I do the same to her sometimes, but, you know, we've worked on that. We talk about our differences afterwards, but yeah, there have been instances where she's yelled at me and I kind of feel like backing off.
So in situations like that, when that happens, how do you typically react? Is that something where you try to diffuse the situation? Do you sort of sit there and just sort of let the person vent? Do you try to take a more active role when that type of thing happens?
Well, for my friends, if one of them ended up, like, letting some of their emotions go, I would kind of just sit back and, you know, show them that I'm listening. I might offer some advice occasionally, but half the time I kind of just let it out, because sometimes that's all you really need. Other times when people are yelling at me, I kind of just still sit there and take it, or I just try to leave the situation because it makes me uncomfortable and I don't really like it.
Now, when you're going through something like that, where you're emotional and you've kind of let your emotions get the best of you, how do you prefer people react to you? And is it always a consistent reaction you're looking for? I mean, obviously at the time you're not thinking about it. It's one of those after the moment type things that you reflect on them. But how would you prefer? Would you prefer people leave you alone or snap you out of it or support you? What's your ideal reaction that you would like to see?
I guess it depends on the situation, really. Like, if I need to vent stuff out to somebody, I would prefer them to kind of listen. I don't really all the time need advice when it comes to it unless I specifically ask for it. So really, as long as they can just sit there and take it for a bit, I wouldn't mind that. In a situation, I don't really know how I'd really picture a situation in which I actually got angry at somebody and kind of screamed at them, but I guess I would want them to leave me alone at that point, because I would want to be left alone and kind of just have some time to myself and to rethink everything.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, there's different ways to approach different types of emotional states, I assume. I think one of the keys to knowing how to react is understanding emotions, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we come back from our first break.
All right.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com. on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about managing your emotional reactions. And now we're going to talk about understanding emotions. The skills we use to manage our emotions and react well are part of a bigger group of emotional skills called emotional intelligence, or EQ, similar to IQ, which is a reflection of your intelligent quotient. We discussed this topic in more detail in episode 161 of the podcast, free promotion. Developing all the skills that make up emotional intelligence takes time and practice. People who react well are already good at some basic skills, but these skills
Use your words. Read the script.
But these are skills anyone can practice. So emotional awareness. This skill is all about being able to notice and identify the emotions we feel at any given moment. This is the most basic of the EQ skills. Sometimes just naming the emotion we feel can help us feel more in charge of our emotions.
Understanding and accepting emotions is another skill you should learn. Understanding emotions means knowing why we feel the way we do. For example, we might say to ourselves, I feel left out and a little insecure because I didn't get invited to the prom yet, and 2 of my friends already did. It helps to view our emotions as understandable given the situation. We might think to ourselves, no wonder I feel left out. It's natural to feel that way in this situation. It's like giving ourselves a little kindness and understanding for the way we feel. This helps us accept our emotions. We know they're reasonable and that it's okay to feel whatever way we feel.
Accepting emotions means noticing, identifying, and understanding our emotions without blaming others or judging ourselves for how we feel. It's not helpful to tell ourselves that how we feel is someone else's fault. It is also not good to judge our emotions and think, I shouldn't feel this way, or it's awful that I feel this way. The goal is to acknowledge your feelings without letting them run away with you. Once these basic skills feel natural, you're more able to manage what you actually do when you feel strong emotions. Practicing the basic skills also will help you to get past difficult emotions faster.
This kind of goes back to what we were talking about last week about the fact that as much as we see emotions in positive and negative ways, emotions themselves don't have intent. So the first thing to understanding emotions is that we're susceptible to all emotions, but it's important to understand what those emotions mean to us at that time. Anger can mean one thing when you're talking to a friend and your friend says something mean, and it can mean something completely different if you see an injustice on the news that you think should be corrected. So understanding emotions is a lot about context as well. Do you have any examples of where an emotion might have 2 different meanings for you under different circumstances?
I mean, the anger one's pretty good, because in a lot of cases I can feel angry about something my friend said or something that you guys might have done. And in other ways, I would feel angry that there's some type of injustice going on and I'd want to try to have the desire to fix it.
So the kids that you hang out with, how would you grade them? Let's say as a whole, like we shouldn't really stereotype people or stick everyone in the same box, but just for the sake of this discussion, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you say they typically fall on the emotional understanding scale as we described it here?
Well, the friends that I can talk to this about, I'd probably say 7 out of 10.
Okay.
A lot of the times they can listen to me, and if I need to talk to them about something, I can. It's just sometimes they give advice when I don't really need them to, or they give advice that I don't really think would really work, and I know hasn't worked. So, it's iffy, but I can at least still talk to them about it.
And of those friends, the ones that you've known, let's say the longest, have you seen their emotional understanding and their emotional intelligence improve over the years? Or are you really not seeing that level of, and I don't mean this in a derogatory term, but have you seen that maturity not progress as much as you would have expected?
Yeah, with some of my younger friends who I've known for longer, surprisingly, in some cases, some of them have gotten, better with their emotional control, and I've noticed that some of them have also gotten worse with it.
Okay. Yeah, and it happens, We all go through phases in life. We all go through different rates of maturity in life, so that's not that unexpected. Where would you grade your own level of emotional understanding on that scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say maybe 5.
Okay.
Not really great, but not all that bad.
Well, and I think that's middle of the road. And I think for someone your age, that's probably where you're expected to be. I'm significantly older than you, and I would rate myself probably a 7, maybe an 8, depending on the people that I'm around. That emotional understanding is subjective as well. It's based on the situation you're in. It's based on the people that you are conversing with. Like, I'm far better at emotional understanding with you and mommy than I am with people at work. People at work, I'll think they're feeling one thing and be completely wrong. And it's caused situations for me where misunderstanding what others' emotional states are and their reaction to things has caused me to say things that, I don't want to say it got me in trouble, but it certainly didn't help the situation. Like, if you think someone responds to you in a lighthearted, joking way, and you respond in turn, and it turns out they were deadly serious, you kind of come across as not very professional in that type of environment. Have you run into situations like that where you've misjudged your understanding of somebody else's emotions and it may not have ended as smoothly as you would have liked it to?
I've had fights with friends over that kind of stuff. They weren't all that serious, but I have had experiences with that, and I think that ended up kind of leading me down the path of just not responding half the time. It's like, I just let them know I'm listening if they need to talk to me, and I let them know if there is anything up, just let me know. I don't really try to joke around. If I can somewhat read people, but at the same time, like, I don't really try to anymore. It's like, sometimes if I can tell my friend there's something up with my friend, I may not say something directly. I would just kind of like, see if how they're doing, and, just kind of ask like smaller questions. And if I don't think that they would really want to talk to me, then I kind of stop talking.
Okay. And I think that's kind of a natural reaction to it. Now, when you find yourself failing to manage your emotional reaction to things and you're around other people, does their reaction help you to better regulate, or to kind of use them as a mirror to step back and take a look at yourself and realize you may be losing control of your emotions there? Or when it happens to you, are you oblivious? Like, for me, when I'm trying to fix something and I'm just angry at it, it takes a lot of external stimuli for me to kind of take that step back and realize, all right, I'm being irrational at this point in time and I need to calm down. What kind of reaction does that have to you when you see how other people react to your emotional issue?
Well, I think what started me down the path of really not trying to burst out at people is really their reactions to whenever I get, like, really angry. Like, one time I ended up lashing out at a teacher and I got in trouble, kinda, for it, and then I realized that it hurt my relationships with my friends, and I realized how it affected you and Mommy when I would lash out at you, so their reactions normally bring me back to reality, and it's stopped me from really trying to, well, it's started me down the path of controlling my emotions, but it's also gotten to the point where I just never say anything to anybody unless I feel like I can trust them.
Well, that's kind of an extreme degree to take it to, but I think your arrival at that extreme reaction is really what the definition of emotional understanding is. You know, whether or not you're causing an emotional reaction in someone or something else is, in this case, you're the one causing the reaction because of your outburst, we'll say. But you're able to read that on other people and then have that influence your reaction at that point in time. So that ability for you to understand emotions in others helps you to regulate your own emotional reaction. It's kind of a cycle that feeds on itself at that point in time once you're able to understand those emotional reactions. Well, we're going to take another break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to do a little what would you do type discussion. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So what would you do in certain situations emotionally? So imagine this situation. Your friends have received, in this case, we'll say, college acceptance to a school that you've been trying to get into, but you haven't. Once you identify, understand, and accept how you feel, how might you react? Would you look unhappy when you're around your friends, hoping they'll ask you what's wrong? Would you gossip about people who already have been accepted to the school and say that you don't want to go to the school anymore? Would you confide in a friend that you feel bad about not getting into that school, but you'd still be friends with them? Or would you remind yourself that it's not the end of the world and decide to give another school a try some other time? Which of these would your reaction be in this situation?
Probably the last one.
Okay, so you'd be rational about it.
Probably. Again, with the idea that I really don't know what school I'm going to just yet. I definitely think that would probably be my best reaction. I'm not the type to really gossip about it, and I wouldn't, deny it, necessarily. I wouldn't really purposely try to look unhappy. It might happen, because, I don't control my face all that often, but I wouldn't try to do it in hopes that they'd ask. So yeah, 4 would probably be.
So which of those 4 reactions do you would think would lead to the best outcome in this given situation?
Probably 4 or 3.
Okay. Now, how do you honestly think? Now, that's how you'd want to react. How do you honestly think you would react in this situation?
Probably 3.
Probably 3. So you would confide in a friend then at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's fair. So once we always have a choice about how we react to situations. And I think it's important that we realize that, and that once we realize it, it's easier to make choices that'll work out well. Why don't you take it from there?
Learning to react well takes practice, but we all can get better at taking emotional situations in stride and expressing emotions in healthy ways. And that's something to feel good about.
So do you ever have an opportunity to sort of practice? Like one of the things that I'll do, and I don't know if it's really healthy to be honest with you, but if somebody says something to me at work and I don't get a chance to react, I don't want to say stew on it, but I'll think about it and I'll play through scenarios of how I'd react or what I'd say or what the tone of my voice would be. And I kind of play act in my head how I'm going to react to these types of things. Do you do anything like that to try to coach yourself into how you're going to react to things?
Yeah, actually. I do that a lot. Most of the time my imagination tends to take it a little too far to the point where, like, a situation would probably never happen. I take it to, like, the extreme of it. But, like, sometimes it's more rational. Other times, I don't think it would ever happen.
So that's a good point, though, I mean, to recognize that. Now, when you take it to that extreme, do you realize you're taking it to an extreme and realize that, well, either this will never happen this way or this probably shouldn't happen this way? And does it influence how you actually react to it?
Well, sometimes I kind of, like, get into a loophole where, like, I keep thinking about everything that could go wrong and I continue to play the scene out, and then I stop myself at some point and realize, wait a minute, this would never happen. Why am I still thinking about this? And then it's like, I mean, it prepares me for, knowing that, hey, this probably will never happen, so don't think about that.
And it's interesting you put it that way. Years ago, I used to work in emergency management. The guys, when there's a hurricane and they come in and they coordinate things and whatever. One of the things that the training of that job taught me was preparation and planning and scenarios. And there was a lot of unlikely scenarios that we had to account for so that we had a plan for everything. You didn't have a plan A and a plan B. We had plans for every letter of the alphabet for the stuff that we had to do. And to come up with those plans, we had to sometimes think of crazy things. I lived in a small town, and that town was bordered by a county road and then a popular local road. And one of the things we had to consider was, okay, occasionally we'll get tractor trailers that drive down that county road. Well, what if something's hauling toxic waste and it gets into an accident and it flips over and we have a spill? Now, there had never been anything like that in the, 80 years, 90 years the town existed. But we had to plan for it. And we could do that planning because of the scenarios, the crazy scenarios we came up with. But that prepared us for a whole nother scenario that actually does occur later on when there was a accident and a tractor trailer flipped over. But my point is that going down that path and doing those exercises, even if they're just flat out unlikely, never to happen, and they're totally crazy in your mind, the fact that you recognize the unlikelihood, or the fact that you recognize the unhealthiness of what you're thinking, These are all things that help you to mature emotionally. If you were to go down that path and ultimately lead to something that was crazy and you didn't realize that it was completely off the wall, then you're showing a lack of emotional maturity there. Have you done this and had scenarios that you've thought through actually come to pass where they've actually helped you out?
I don't think any of the extreme scenarios I've ever thought about ended up actually happening in real life, from what I know, because again, they get really extreme and dark really fast, so I don't think any of them have ever come true, and honestly, I'm kind of grateful for that.
Well, and have any of those scenarios maybe stopped you from going down something that might not have been as extreme, but could have been a negative outcome for you?
Yeah, I'd say so. There have definitely been instances where a lot of the times something bad that happened was from my own choices, and it kind of stopped me from doing things that I felt like would not help me at all. So yeah.
That's good. That's a good example of how to control your emotions. So the next time you're faced with a situation that elicits strong feelings from you, pause to consider what meaning you're going to attach to it. You can develop emotional control by using one of the following tactics. You can take a deep breath. Instead of reacting right away, whether positively or negatively, give yourself a moment to process what just happened.
You could also find out what you're feeling. It's easy to say, I'm feeling angry because they hurt me. Dig deeper. Are you angry because you're afraid they're right? Are you sad? Emotions are complex and often piggyback onto one another.
It's important, and this you kind of touched on this, is to replace negative thoughts. If your mind goes straight to how you've been wronged or how terrible everything is, divert yourself. Dwelling on negativity will only make you more prone to it, so focus on positive emotions. Change your thoughts and change your story.
You could also channel your energy. Human emotions are incredibly powerful. Let that energy go by participating in some sort of physical activity, like going for a run or a walk.
And explore your emotions, which again, you obviously didn't with some of these scenarios that you walked through. Why do you feel the way you do? Journaling or talking with a trusted friend or family member can help you understand why you're feeling what you do. Once you understand that emotion, it's that much easier to control it. And I think that's really the biggest lesson to take away from here is emotions can be very overwhelming for us. A lot of times, until you recognize them, you can't control them. And a lot of people tend to be overwhelmed and kind of just go with the flow. But it's okay to explore your emotions. You know, we've talked in the past about labeling them. If you feel a certain way and you can name it and you can describe it and you can talk about why you feel that way, that gives you control of that emotion at that point in time. And that allows you to explore it. Have you felt a situation where you've been overwhelmed and you've tried any of these techniques in the past?
Well, I've definitely done the taking a deep breath one, especially when I'm having a breakdown, because in a lot of cases, especially whenever you're around, you always tell me to take a step back. And
I thought I was one that was causing the bad emotions.
No, you're good. But yeah, you're all, like, especially if I'm, like, stressed on a project, you tell me, hey, let it go, take a deep breath, relax. And that's, like, the first step we take whenever I have a breakdown. Find out the feeling. I probably don't go as in depth with my feelings. I kind of just say, I'm stressed, I'm angry, I'm sad.
Yep, you're very good at that.
Or I just don't say anything at all. It's like, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea why I'm doing this. Replacing negative thoughts. That's a hard one, but I got cats for that.
Well, and I think, you know, the way you described how when you go down that thought process, the thought experiments, we'll say, and they turn dark, you recognize that. You may not be actively replacing those negative thoughts, but recognizing them, I think, is the most important step there.
True. Then channeling my energy. I do some physical activities. Beat Saber and Just Dance were stuff that I did, and that ended up helping a lot.
See, I think you channel your energies into creativity. You know, you'll pour yourself into a drawing that you're doing or some other creative project, and that gives you that focus that you need to kind of shut the rest of the world out and allows you to just sort of focus on something and clear your thoughts.
Or video games.
Or video games, yeah.
And then exploring my emotions. I don't really do journaling, but I do talk with friends and family. I don't explore it as much, but, you know.
That's an area that we can maybe expound on to help you get through some of those things. But you're having fewer and fewer situations where you have to deal with that, though. So your emotional maturity level is definitely improving with each of these. And I think that's the important thing. Every time you have an emotional outbreak and you get over it, that's a step forward. So that was all we had from a, content standpoint. We'll take a quick break, come back, and get your final thoughts.
All right. All right, so to everybody out there, I just want to say that managing your emotions is something everybody can do, but it doesn't come as easily to some people. Some people could be really great at this, and other people would probably need a bit more practice. But know that there's always ways that you can improve, and if some of the steps we've stated here help you, then, that's great. Do some more research on your own and, see what you can do to manage your emotional reactions.
All right. Sage advice, as always. Before we do go, I would like to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video and audio versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to not subscribe, but if you haven't, just subscribe again, because, you can do that twice. We have two different ones you can subscribe to. But I would invite you to provide some feedback. We'd love to hear your thoughts on how we're doing, your suggestions on show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Twitch, you can find us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, usually hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam half the time.
Okay, well, if that's not going to convince you to watch these, I don't know what will. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media.
Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 145. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host today is Sam Whalen, host of our Insights into Tomorrow podcast.
Hello there.
How you doing, Sam?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for joining us today. So this discussion kind of came about. You know, we've been itching to have this discussion for quite some time now. We've finished the Obi-Wan series now, so we can finally have the whole conversation. So today we're going to discuss the current state of Star Wars. Believe it or not, we're actually coming up on the 10th anniversary of Disney taking over Lucasfilm. We'll take a look at how the franchise has progressed since Disney took ownership and what their stewardship looks like. Then we'll take a deep dive into the properties that have come out recently and the trend towards streaming. We'll give our thoughts and opinions on Obi-Wan, and then we'll take a look at what the current forecasted future of the franchise looks like and where we think it's going. But before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Both video and audio can be found on all of the network's podcasts, listed as Insights into Things, and we can be found anywhere you get a podcast, Google, Spotify, and so forth. We'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or check out our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Ready to get into it?
Yeah, before we get into it, full spoilers for everything. So if you haven't seen the new sequel movies, you haven't seen Obi-Wan, we're going full spoilers, just so you know.
All right, good warning there. Here we go. So Disney's trying to get their money's worth from the franchise. So we all know that back in 2012 or thereabouts, Disney basically bought Lucasfilm for about a little over $4 billion. They wanted to quickly capitalize on this by putting out their own trilogy, which kind of worked out for them, I guess. We'll get into that later. So they put out the first film in 2015 with Force Awakens. That brought in $2 billion. At the time, it was the highest grossing film in Disney history, which was kind of impressive. Then we got that complete mess of a movie, Last Jedi, in 2017.
People are hard on that. It's not that bad, guys. Come on.
Then they finished murdering the franchise in 2019 with Rise of Skywalker.
That one's pretty bad. I don't enjoy that movie.
Hey, the one thing about Rise of Skywalker is you didn't have Luke Skywalker milking any unusually unattractive animals.
That's what the people wanted.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Do you think their investment was worth it at this point?
I mean, they made their money, right? So,
well, yeah, breaking even is not really a sound investment.
True. I don't know. I think for Disney, you know, they clearly want to be a media. Some may say monopoly, others may say conglomerate. I just looked it up. They acquired Marvel in 2009. So 3 years after that, they buy Star Wars. I mean, they've made it part of the Disney brand for better or worse. I think for them, if they want to appeal to every possible demographic, owning Star Wars is going to help that. You know, maybe if you're not a comic book fan, a lot of people are Star Wars fans, and that's a huge audience you're grabbing right there. So
yeah, and I think no matter what you do, and they've kind of proven, though, at least when it was under Lucasfilm, when it was under George Lucas, the way that they handled their licensing, they basically showed that even though it was very expensive, and it still was very expensive to license Disney to produce anything for it, or Star Wars rather, you can't help but make money doing it.
Yeah, like the fan base is very dedicated.
Right. It's just a moneymaker no matter what. What might differ is your profit margins.
Mm.
You know, you're not going to be raking in 70, 80, 90, 100% profit margins. You might be raking in a guaranteed 30%. But you know what? a 30% return, guaranteed return on investment, is a pretty good return on investment.
Yeah, and they definitely know their market. They know that most Star Wars fans, it's going to be pretty much impossible to turn them off from the franchise. Maybe not, every property. Certainly, most people aren't reading every book and every comic. I'm not.
Right.
But anything that's a TV show or a movie, most Star Wars fans are probably going to go check that out.
And I agree. And I think, we'll talk a little bit more about where they made some mistakes in a minute or so here, but I think Disney is smart enough to know what property they have and how to milk it, how to get their money's worth out of it. They've been doing it for almost over 100 years now.
Yeah, and do we want to go movie by movie? Because Force Awakens is a great example of that, kicking it off.
Oh, absolutely, go right into it.
You get J.J. Abrams. He did it with Star Trek. He took Star Trek and kind of made it more for mass appeal. For better or worse, if you're a Star Trek fan, some people had problems with that. But he basically did the same thing for Star Wars. I mean, it's a New Hope again, but it's updated with modern visuals. It's a very, it's hard to not like that movie. I love that movie, and I know it has its issues, but I think it did a great job capturing what Star Wars was and what it could have been.
And I agree. I think Force Awakens was a good movie to kick off the new franchise because it reintroduces people who are familiar with it, and it's comfortable for those people. Mm-hmm. And it's a great way of easing other people into it. The critical difference between what he did with Star Trek and what he did with Star Wars is Star Trek he had a loophole. Star Trek was a alternate time.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So with Star Trek, you can say, oh, okay, this is an interesting story, but that's really not what happened because here's the official timeline. Mm-hmm. And that's where he gets the out. So with this, you don't get that. The problem I think that we really ran into at Force Awakens was you took a universe that and you didn't relaunch it. You moved it 30 years in the future, and it's a completely different universe. Mm-hmm. And you have no idea how you got there.
Yep.
And Disney tried to fill in some of that backstory with the novels and the video games that people aren't going to consume. So people walked out of the movie theater scratching their head thinking, what the hell's the First Order? Who's this new Snoke guy? Like, it did a very bad job of introducing things because there was almost an assumption that you knew what was going on.
Yep, and I think that comes with it being what's the phrase, soft reboot, where you just make the same movie again, but in the same universe.
Right.
Because everybody will just say, they won't think about it too hard. It's just the Empire again. It's just the Rebels again. But it's like, if we're thinking about the context of the universe, it's like the Rebels won. Why are they still Rebels, But the other thing is, and we're going to hit it probably a million times in this discussion, is the lack of planning. I think because, the way Abrams does things is he has mystery boxes where he introduces things and he may or may not answer those questions later. But when there's no plan and he doesn't know if he's coming back for more movies, those questions definitely never get answered, or they get answered in ways that was never intended to be answered, which you get in The Last Jedi. So I think from the very beginning, the lack of planning is kind of the thing that, was doomed from the start, maybe.
There was kind of a clash of styles with some of the classic stuff too. The biggest reveal in the history of Star Wars was End of Empire Strikes Back, where Darth Vader is Luke's father. Well, they did a similar reveal in Force Awakens in the first 10 minutes of the movie, where Kylo Ren is the son of Han and Luke. Han and Luke, that would have been interesting.
He's adopted.
the son of Han and Leia. And he wears this mask like Darth Vader, which comes off in the first 15 minutes of them. And it's like every reveal that there could have been was like out of the bag. Like the first scene is what you get. So it kind of was a clash of styles too.
Yeah, I don't know. I like that because to me they're trying to make Kylo more of a character. Darth Vader, you don't get his character until Jedi, where you find out he kind of gets redeemed in that movie. Whereas with Kylo, they skip all the reveals right away so we can see him as more of a person. And, he throws temper tantrums and stuff. But I think the big reveal for Force Awakens is Han dying, right? I mean, that's in the similar vein.
I would agree. And the way that he died, I think, was acceptable. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like a lot of people will flash back to the expanded universe novels, and the first original character that was ever killed off in the expanded universe was Chewbacca. And he was killed off in the first series of the New Jedi Order books. And they killed him by dropping a moon on him while he was saving one of Han's kids, which was the you couldn't come up with a better way to have a death scene than that in a book. And then Han gets stabbed and falls off a bridge with his son. So it was kind of anticlimactic how they wind up killing him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess if we're keeping in trend of it being New Hope, I guess he's supposed to take the place of the Ben Kenobi death.
Right. And Ben Kenobi dying propelled Luke down this path of being a Jedi.
Yeah.
Where Han dying really lended nothing to the character development as much as they wanted it to. It lended nothing to the character development of Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
Because they tried to revisit it in The Last Jedi, and it just didn't work.
And Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
When he comes back as a ghost.
And it doesn't work for him.
Yeah, I think it all goes back to that lack of planning. You could have saved something like that for a later movie if you knew you were going to do it.
Right. If you knew you were making that trilogy, I could totally see that being, and it probably was, because when it originally happened, the understanding was that J.J. Abrams was going to make the trilogy. And then he had a scheduling conflict with Last Jedi, and we wind up having Rian Johnson step in to do Last Jedi, and by all accounts, all of Rian Johnson's other films were fantastic. What happened with Last Jedi, I don't know.
I still think Last Jedi, in terms of direction, is like one of the best. Like in terms of cinematography and stuff, it's like that and a Rogue One. Like no other Star Wars movie looks like that in terms of how it's shot.
I have a okay, it's different. I'll give you that. I'm not going to argue with that. The fact that they start the joke, the movie off with a your mom joke, is kind of a slap in the face.
Well, the whole thing's a slap in the face, right?
Well, it is, and really, it's the entire movie took everything that was established in Force Awakens and threw it out the window.
Yep.
And it was like, oh, okay, you only got another movie left in this trilogy. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and there is merit in trying something new with Star Wars and not just doing the same thing over and over again, even though it would have made you infinite money. But it's not great when you make it a pillar movie of the franchise. Maybe give Rian Johnson a Star Wars story first.
Yep.
And have him work it out.
Yep.
But I think if you're going to have this, especially coming off Force Awakens, which was very much just New Hope again, and played it very safe with pretty much everything, to have it be such a drastic change, I think was a difficult call.
Well, and I as much as I harp and I rail against Rian Johnson's abuse of the franchise, it's not his fault. It's the fault of Kathleen Kennedy and the other executives who saw this before it went out the door and allowed it to go out the door.
Yeah, I wonder what the behind the scenes were like on that, like how that got that far.
Like it was embarrassing to see something like that. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, is milking a cow. Okay,
yeah, it's tough.
It was just, and the whole premise of the movie being a rehash of really someone my age. It was a rehash of the O.J. Simpson chase. It was a slow white Bronco chase where no one in the history of Star Wars ever ran out of gas. I'm sorry. Like that whole premise itself was just weak.
Yeah. And it's things like that where like when you're going to release a main movie in the franchise, people are going to ask questions. They're going to be much more critical of it. So like give them a side story, give them a TV show. Well, they weren't doing TV shows at the time, but do a side story, it's maybe they were taking a risk because they know he's a good filmmaker. Maybe they thought he could pull it off, but I think, and I'm sure he didn't write and direct, not entirely. I'd have to see who the other writers are because the writing is a big part of that as well.
Right, I agree.
But I just think
but it was a reputation. I mean, he got the movie based on his reputation, and his reputation was for making some non-standard films. I mean, he was a revolutionary director in what he's done. And
I've only seen Looper. That's the only other film I've seen.
I don't know what they expected out of him other than something that was unconventional. And it was unconventional.
Yeah.
But unconventional is not Star Wars.
Yeah, and it's difficult not to compare it to the MCU because it's like the same company now, and eventually they clearly were trying to go for something like that.
Right.
Where it's like all the MCU movies are directed by different people, but when you get an Avengers movie, or a Civil War, where it's like everybody shows up.
There's a timeline they have to abide by.
Exactly. There's a Kevin Feige at the top
Right.
who's saying, "Hey, we gotta." Even in the individual movies, Kevin Feige's coming in and he's saying, "Hey, we got to stick with this."
There's an overall master who's directing the plot. Like, you have to go from point A to point B. How you do that is up to you in the movie. But at the end of the movie, you have to be at point B, is what the rule is.
Yeah, and there are some negative aspects to that because you see MCU directors fired all the time for creative differences, aka they're not sticking to the cookie cutter what
Right.
Disney wants formula. But the benefit of that is that you get a cohesive narrative.
And when you're doing it over the course of 10 or more movies, you need that or it's complete chaos. Look at what happened to the Marvel properties before Disney took over. You know, look at the Spider-Man movies. Look at the Fantastic Four movies.
Yep.
It was a mess. They were all over the place. There was consistency issues. There were continuity issues. There was nobody who was helming the entire thing, and that's the one thing that Disney has at least done with the Marvel side of things.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, and we'll get to Dave Filoni later. He's the guy in charge of, Clone Wars and Rebels and things like that. I think he's the closest we have to a Kevin Feige in this universe with how he's worked on Mandalorian and elements of Boba Fett and the Ahsoka show coming up. We'll get to all that later. But I think it's something that I think is hopeful for the franchise going forward.
Absolutely. Let's finally, bash a little bit on Rise of Skywalker and finish up this diatribe before we move on.
I that's my least favorite movie in all of them, even the prequels. I just can't stand it. It's like terrible.
I think J.J. Abrams kind of got stuck with a raw deal. He had a vision when he started Force Awakens that was thrown out with Last Jedi, and he had to spend half of Rise of Skywalker fixing all the stuff that Rian Johnson broke in Last Jedi.
It felt like two movies.
Yeah, it did, because he had to basically retcon Last Jedi.
Which is just so sloppy. And again, we go back to the lack of planning. That's ridiculous. When you're spending billions of dollars on these movies and you have to spend half of, just from a production and a narrative standpoint, having to redo or undo, a half or a third of your trilogy is ridiculous. How does that happen?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think it's because he had a vision of where he wanted it to go, lost the control in the middle there and had to try to regain it. And you had to resurrect Palpatine.
Somehow, Palpatine has returned.
No, mind you, if anyone follows the expanded universe, Palpatine comes back a couple of times. And every time that he comes back in the expanded universe, it's a stretch. Okay?
It's ridiculous, yeah.
It is. And for him to come back here, and not only did they bring him back, they had foreshadowed him coming back when they had Ian McDermott, who plays Palpatine, show up at Star Wars Celebration months before the movie came out, because the trailer they put in the Emperor laughing.
Yeah.
And then and it was there was no surprise whatsoever. You knew exactly what was going to happen.
The question was, it'll be really cool how they show it, and then they did it.
Right. and then it wasn't cool when they showed it.
They're still trying to explain it. We've gotten some hints of cloning and siphoning Baby Yoda blood, I guess, for midichlorians, but we still don't have a concrete explanation as to how he came back.
Well, and the kicker is, had they gone down the original route of the expanded universe and which is the direction they're going now, mind you, went the path of the Thrawn trilogy, which legitimately should have been the sequel trilogy to what we originally know of as Star Wars, you would have gotten Thrawn. You would have gotten Jorah Sabath. You would have been introduced to the cloning of a Sith user and of a Force user and the complications. You would have gotten all that stuff, and it would have logically led to this point.
Yeah.
And when they acquired the property, they just decided to throw everything out that was Lucas's stuff, and they didn't want it anymore.
Yeah.
And that was their dumbest mistake.
We might talk more on that throwing out later, but yeah, that whole the months after the acquisition where they're just destroying projects left and right is rough. But going back to the EU stuff, it's like the Marvel comics. You have a blueprint, and it's not a perfect blueprint. Comics are very weird. But you have a story that at least not most people, but people have read, and it worked. So you can at least pull elements from that. It's something. It's a path you could take, and it's 3 books. So it could have been another trilogy right there.
Right, and it's something that people are familiar with too. So they've got something to latch on to. Marvel's more difficult because you have relaunches of storylines multiple times in the comic industry. And what Marvel tends to do is they pull different pieces, different elements from each of those relaunches and puts them into a cohesive story. So no matter what era you read the comics, you'll recognize parts of it. And it's that recognition, not nostalgia so much, it's that recognition of, oh, I know who that guy is. He was this guy over here. I wonder where he's going to wind up in this story. It's that little click in the brain that makes the Marvel stuff work so well.
And how they will subvert those expectations as well,
Right.
where like they'll take if you know, like not everyone, but when everyone figured out Thanos was the bad guy, people went and looked up the original Infinity War.
Right.
But it's not like that. Like it's much different.
But you've had fails along those lines too, like the Mandarin.
Oh yeah.
So that didn't go over quite as well as they wanted to do.
Yeah, they had to go back and retcon that multiple times.
They had to clean that up a couple of times.
But yeah, it's always like with that, you've got the blueprint, and then they change it up where they need to, and they keep what they want, but they use the comics as at least a jumping off point. Whereas with Star Wars, there seemed to be no planning at all.
Right. Well, and to complicate things, and this, we'll go into the next segment here about Disney learning from their mistakes. Is while they're making these, Disney's also in the process of releasing these one-off movies. And their premise at the time, and they even stated this, was they would have a canon Star Wars saga, a Skywalker saga movie every, 3 years, and then they'd have a one-off movie in between there. And the idea was to keep interest in Star Wars. Well, everyone who's a Star Wars fan knows that you get a trilogy, there's 3 years between each episode, and then there's like 15 years before anything else happens. And that's kind of the pace that we've lived at. Well, you wind up getting the first example of this in Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, which, in my opinion, is one of the best movies in the entire Star Wars franchise.
Yeah, Rogue One's pretty good. It really doubles down on all that nostalgia and like fan service stuff, but it's fun, and I like that movie. And it's not a main trilogy, so it's okay for it to be like that flawed.
It's a movie that didn't need to be made. It didn't change the overall narrative. It didn't change the overall story. Everything else remains. It's a fringe movie that happens to be made, that has beautiful artistry to it, beautiful writing. It ties perfectly into what we know is Star Wars. And you get a badass version of Vader out of it, too.
Yes, yeah, that's true. That probably knocks it up like 3 points for you.
Yeah. And then, 2 years later, we get Solo, another Star Wars movie that didn't need to be made, which was terrible.
I mean, it has good parts, but like overall, it's not great.
It's one that didn't need to be made, and it goes against the idea. It's basically what they did with Darth Vader and Boba Fett and all the characters that had these brief moments in Star Wars history that were badass characters because you didn't know anything about them.
Yep.
And you didn't need to know anything about them.
That's what makes them cool.
Right.
Is that you can say whatever you want in your head about them.
Right. So no matter what, you're going to look at Darth Vader and he's a whiny little kid now.
Yeah.
You're going to look at Boba Fett if you watch the Clone Wars and he's a whiny little kid now that misses his dad. Like, you've ruined these characters by doing this stuff. And Lucas tried to ruin Han Solo already in the digital edition of Star Wars by making Greedo shoot first.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're not even going to get into that debate. I will say on that, though, that Han shooting first defined Han's character.
Yeah, he was like a bad guy, basically.
Right.
He was a murderer.
He was that guy on the fringe that was going to play dirty if he had to get the job done.
Which is the whole point of his arc in New Hope, is that he comes back for Luke, he helps.
It's a redemption story for Han.
Which you don't get in Solo also, because they give him an arc in that movie where at the end of Solo, he's a good guy. Where he shouldn't be. He should
be a bad guy.
Which doesn't make any sense to me, because he gets betrayed in that movie by his love interest, Kira.
Right.
You'd think that would harden him. And his mentor. Yeah, everybody basically. You'd think that would harden him and make him bad, but because it's a movie, you can't have an ending with your character being a bad guy.
Right.
I guess. I don't know. You could have, but they didn't want to.
Yeah, so that was where you left some head scratching there. And the other problem that happened with Solo was, again, if you were a fan of the expanded universe, there was a natural story progression of the relationship between Han and Chewie. You know, Han gets his blaster as another storyline. So you have all these different things that define the Han Solo character over the course of years, and they cram it into this movie where it happens in the course of a couple of days.
It's like the ending of Revenge of the Sith, where in the last 10 minutes, everything has to get set up for New Hope really fast.
Right, exactly. And it just kills the whole premise of what this character has done. So this character has no backstory whatsoever that didn't occur in the last 3 days.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of, we'll get into Kenobi at some point. This is probably going to run long, but
Yeah, it is.
Kenobi should have been, in my opinion, should have been a movie. The Solo movie should have been a TV show.
Yes.
Where it was like serialized, you know, it was almost like designed to be a TV show, especially if you're going to do the forced, here's how Han got his socks, here's how Han got his watch. Like,
Exactly. Exactly.
like the old, I never saw it, but I've seen clips of it, the old Indiana Jones show, where it's an old Indiana
Young
Jones
Indiana Jones, yeah.
telling stories about his youth.
Yep.
It could have just been that. Him talking to Kylo or something, I don't know.
Yeah, that would have went well. Right before he gets stabbed.
Yeah. He's like, Wayne, I have to tell you all these things about my past.
Fortunately, after that came out, and it was
It flopped, right?
it was profitable at the box office, so I can't call it a financial failure.
Oh, I thought it was a financial failure.
No, but from a creative standpoint, it was a terrible failure. I mean, the writing was weak.
Well, that was one of the ones where they had director issues, because it was Ron Howard
they
and
swapped
then
out directors in the middle of it.
I think it was the Lego Movie guys, right? Miller and Lord.
Might have been. I forget who the original one was.
Yeah.
It also didn't help that they cast someone that looked nothing like Harrison Ford, sounded anything like Harrison Ford, walked like Harrison. Like, he had no resemblance to the character itself. They like almost deliberately picked somebody that didn't fit the part so bad as almost like a slap in the face to fans.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I come down on that, because I'm okay with people performing it in their own way, but if you're doing a prequel story, they should at least like pretend like they're that person eventually, where you can see those elements of where they will get to that point. Like Donald Glover was good as Lando.
Oh my God, he was the highlight of the entire movie.
But he was pretty clearly just doing a Billy D impersonation.
He was. But that's the problem. You're playing an existing character. Like, if you get cast to play George Washington in a movie, you damn well better look and sound like George Washington.
That's
okay?
fair, I guess.
Otherwise, it's called Hamilton.
True,
okay?
true. But I think we're getting a Lando show eventually, right?
We probably are. We'll talk about that, though. But anyway, so they learned their lesson here. They backed off from the movies. Disney Plus came out, and they moved into streaming. So what they encountered was some Disney fatigue. They encountered some Star Wars fatigue, which I think Disney was surprised at, because they kind of went down that same path with Star Wars that they did with Marvel, and the fans ate up everything Marvel that came out, and they loved it. And I think it backfired on Star Wars. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sure seems that way. I certainly feel the fatigue, but I think the reason that happens is because at a certain point, there's only so many stories you can tell in the Star Wars universe, right? Especially when you limit yourselves like they constantly do with all these movies and TV shows, where they very rarely try something different, something that breaks the mold. And I think that kind of limits the amount of things you can do. And I think that's where a lot of the fatigue come from, where like with Marvel, you'll get a Ragnarok, a Thor Ragnarok, you'll get a Guardians, movies that do things that are kind of weird and out there because they're allowed to be. But like, there's really nothing like that with Star Wars. Maybe we'll get the Taika Waititi's making a show, we'll get something like that, maybe. But I think if you look at the broad selection of what we have to view of Star Wars, it's all pretty similar.
And I agree with you 100% there. I think with Marvel, you can get away with that because Marvel, let's face it, Marvel combines several different properties that no one ever thought they'd be able to combine.
And genres. Yeah,
well, when Guardians of the Galaxy came out and we were told that they're going to merge in with Avengers, I'm like, how are you going to do that?
Right.
Like, one's almost an adult version of Marvel merging in with the kid version. Like, none of that's going to work. And they wound up making it work. Mm-hmm. You brought in brilliant, out-of-the-box thinkers like Taika Waititi, who I love everything that he does. Mm-hmm. He comes in and gives us a comedy that fits into everything that's like a flash from the 1970s with everything that he does. So you could get away with that, and I think Disney found out that the Star Wars fans are too rigid for that. They're too loyal to what the nostalgia of it is, and they're big on the nostalgia.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem, and I try to break myself of that because, like, With Marvel, it's like if you want a spy story, you can go watch Winter Soldier. If you want a Western, I blanked on one, but you know what I mean. There's a genre for a movie for everything. And I think if they did that with Star Wars, it'd be a lot more successful and a lot more, at least creatively interesting to watch, because you can do those things with Star Wars. I mean, we see Mando and Book of Boba Fett. They love the Western trope. They get into that. But you can make it work in other genres. I've only watched a handful of episodes of Visions, the animated show where they did a bunch of short stories, but that was another example of where you could have done all these different genre type stories in Star Wars. Make a noir, make a war movie, which you got a little bit of a war movie in Solo for like 15 minutes. But the point is, you don't have to be creatively, out of ideas because you limit yourself based on your nostalgia. You can do all these other stories in Star Wars if you just do it right and make new characters and make new settings and, kind of blaze a new path that isn't so rigid and stuck to itself.
And ultimately, I think the problem boils down to the fact that Disney did not know the fan base of Star Wars. And I think they're just finally starting to learn that, because you're starting to see things that are different. Mm-hmm. But they're not dramatically different, nor are they canonically impacting on the overall story, which is where Visions comes in. And Visions, with the exception of, I think, 2 or 3 of the episodes of it, every episode of it is different. It's a different style. It's a different story. It's a different impact. It's a different time period. And they do a really good job of that. And the fans accepted it because it's a little bit at a time, You can't just come in and throw a Thor Ragnarok in there, because the Star Wars fans just aren't going to accept that.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to lead them down that path.
And going back to what I was saying about doing different genre type stories in StarArs, that's one of the reasons I like the Clone Wars show so much, the animated one, not the Genndy Tartakovsky one, because they did that in that show constantly. They would take, an arc, they'd take 3 or 4 episodes and make like a murder mystery, or they'd make like a Western, or they'd make a,
or a horror. They did a horror series with it.
Yeah, and it really showed that Star Wars doesn't have to be the same thing all the time. You can take these tropes, and that, I mean, really, the original trilogy, at least New Hope, was like that too. Lucas being inspired by Kurosawa and things like that. It was all, and Campbell's hero's journey thing, the circle. Like, it's all just taking big idea stories and putting them in a sci-fi fantasy setting. And you can do that more if you don't limit yourself as much.
I agree. And I think Disney is finally getting to the point where they're hitting their stride and they're learning how to do that.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we're going to talk about the current state of Star Wars. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's our subject today. We're going to talk a little bit more about the current state of Star Wars. So the properties that we have available right now, and I'll run down the list real quick, that are currently active. We have Mandalorian, which is filming Season 3. We have Bad Batch, which is in post-production for Season 2. We have the Book of Everyone but the Book of Boba Fett, which has finished its limited run.
They're making more of that?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
It's finished its limited run.
I know, but it's the ongoing section. I thought I had missed some announcement or something.
Well, it's current. We also have Obi-Wan that finished its run, too. Mm-hmm. So that's what we have available to us to watch right now, plus all the other stuff that came out. Where do we stand with Mandalorian? What do you think of it now? We're going into our 3rd season here. Is it still worth watching?
Absolutely. I'd argue to say it might be the only thing worth watching. It's probably, and I was going to say this conclusion for the end of the show, but it's probably the only thing I'm going to be watching going here on out. I can't do it anymore. But I like The Mandalorian. I think season 1 and 2, while they have their flaws and they have their problems, I think by season 2 especially, they really figured it out. Some say they go a little heavy with the cameos from other shows and things like that, but I think at its core, Din Djarin, whatever his name is, The Mandalorian.
Din Djarin.
I think that character is great, and I think that it's really something positive that's come out of this new era of Star Wars. Grogu, I can take it or leave it. I'm not a big Grogu guy. I know people are, but it's fine. And I think that crew, that cast of characters that they've got in there, whoever's left, I know some people got booted for having bad beliefs in real life, but they've done a good job crafting that universe, and I think that show going forward, I think it could only go up, really.
And I agree. I think it's probably the highlight. It has reinvigorated people's interest in Star Wars. They've used it as a springboard to basically create multiple spin-offs from. I was disappointed at what everyone describes as season 2.5 of The Mandalorian, which was the tail end of Book of Boba Fett, where we thought, the whole storyline with Baby Yoda, Grogu was gone, and now he's back in the picture. And I think that's a mistake, because I think continued emphasis, even though everyone loves the cute little Baby Yoda, I think continued emphasis on that character is going to be a drain on any storyline that's out there.
I always knew Baby Yoda was going to come back. I did think we'd
He had to, because he makes so much money for him.
Exactly. If you want to look at it cynically, yes, you can. I'm sure you can look around this room and see Baby Yoda merch somewhere.
There's some behind you there.
Yeah. He makes way too much money, and he's way too marketable. They're never going to get rid of him. However, I thought we'd at least get. I wasn't expecting 2.5 in Book of Boba Fett. That kind of.
I wasn't either.
That was like wild. But I thought we'd maybe get like half a season of Mando without him, and then maybe he has like some other adventure with something else, and then he comes back. But no, he's back right away.
Yep, right off the bat. And I think that's a mistake, unfortunately.
Yeah, because it's gonna. What are you gonna do? You already did. You concluded that whole arc.
Yeah.
I guess it would be now. It's Mandalorian reclaiming his Mandalorianness, right?
That almost sounds obscene the way you say that.
Because like, didn't in that episode of Boba Fett, he gets kicked out.
He gets kicked out
by the other two living Mandalorians that are left.
Right. Well, and they're not the only living Mandalorians left. They're the living ones from the Death Watch.
But I'm hoping we get, because we already had what's her name, Bo-Katan, right? So
she's obviously going to be back.
So yeah, I'm hoping. I like the Mandalorian stuff in general, like the Mandalorian.
It's a great, and everyone loves Mandalorians. Like that's the thing. It's that they're like the Klingons of Star Wars. Everyone just loves how rich their heritage is.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we get more of that. I much prefer it as now, especially with the Mandalorian, because I like the characters. I prefer it much more when it's every episode is connected to the overall plot. I'm not big on like the whole serialized thing, which you kind of got more in. That was more season 1, right?
Season 1, yeah.
Yeah, but when they started moving to season 2, where things were more connected and it told one long story, I much prefer that, and I hope that they stick with that. And there's not as much, one-off episodes, unless they're, interesting.
Well, the only concern that I have in the direction that they're going is they're probably going to have to lend some support, some tertiary support to some of the other shows. So we already know they're feeding into the Ahsoka series, right? So they're doing the whole Grogu cloning, Admiral Thrawn type stuff. So they're already feeding into that. I don't know what else they'll be feeding into, but because it originated with Mandalorian, it's there almost like a
Iron Man.
Yeah, it's what the whole Disney Plus stuff is circulating around right now. So you're probably still going to have some drain on the resources for that.
I mean, yeah, that's how all these shows work. It's we're going to name the show after a character, but then we're going to introduce a bunch of other characters along the way and give them time so that they can have their own show so that we can keep stringing people along.
Right. And that's good business. What about Bad Batch? What's your thoughts? And who's the character, the young one there?
Wrecker? Omega?
Omega. I had to get you to say it.
Yeah, Omega. I liked Bad Batch a lot. It was way too long. I can't believe it was like a full season of Clone Wars where it was like 23 episodes. Yeah. That was ridiculous. However, if we can keep making, and they're doing that with
you're scraping the bottom of the barrel when you got the kid in there scamming card games. Yeah, you're putting that into an episode.
They should have taken the approach of the Clone Wars final season where it was short, I'm a big advocate of everything should be short, but I really like the Clone Wars animation. I've come to really like it, and especially with that final season of Clone Wars, they've really stepped up the budget, and it looks like incredible.
Yeah.
And I like keeping in that universe with the clones. I always think that those were some of the best stories coming out of Clone Wars, and I just like that style of show continuing. That being said, like I said, it was way too long. It had, a lot of episodes that you could have just not had in the show. And it had a similar thing like with Mando, where it was it became a cameo of the week show at a certain point. But unfortunately, I just think that's all the Star Wars shows at this point, so that we can get people to stay interested.
Right. You gotta sell shows, you gotta sell merchandise.
But I'm looking forward to the new season of it. And I just really like that not a genre, but those types of shows. And when we're getting more of that with what's it called? Tales of the Jedis, I think.
See, the one thing that I did like about it is the fact that Clone Wars always showed you Star Wars from a different perspective. It wasn't from the lead character perspective. It was from the guys down the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bad Batch does that, but it does that at a critical period of time. Seeing Order 66 from their perspective was awesome.
Yep.
Seeing how people react to Imperial troops now, you get a whole different perspective on what that period of time is like.
It's one of the most interesting periods in Star Wars, too, seeing that transition from the Republic to the Empire.
Absolutely. And you never get a chance to see that anywhere else. This is the first time you got to see that. You got to see, little bits of it here and there with, A New Hope, but like
Fallen Order.
You had no interaction. But again, video games. I want to stay away from the video games because it's a small segment of the population. This opens it up to more people, and this adds more character, more color, and more grit to that time period, and it's going to support everything moving forward, which is what I like about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Book of Boba, what are your thoughts on it?
It's such a disappointment. It really was. And it was one of those shows that put another coffin in the nail of me stop watching these shows, because it felt like such a waste of time. I think that it was structured poorly. I really don't know what they were doing with it. It seems like they didn't really either. It seemed like the whole thing was just a con to get to the Mandalorian stuff at the end. I really don't know what else to say about it. It just, you can definitely skip it because Boba Fett doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, and like the first 4 episodes are nothing but flashbacks of how he survives the Sarlacc, which once he shows up in Mandalorian, you kind of have to answer that question. How he forgot that he left his armor there when he got out, I don't understand that. There was a lot of inconsistencies in it, but you're right. It's a series that did not need to be created. Why Boba Fett, a bounty hunter, would want to be a crime lord on Tatooine, still don't understand the concept behind that. Why he aligned himself with a gang of teenagers who rode really flashy motorcycle bikes, I don't understand that either.
Like, and you say it's a show that doesn't need to exist, but it also didn't justify its own existence. That's the thing. You can have things that don't need to exist but are still fun to watch. But with Boba Fett, it didn't need to exist, and you didn't need to watch it.
No, you're right, and I think you hit the nail on the head. That the only reason it existed was to give you Mandalorian season 2.5, which we could have all waited for that to be, an episode or 2 in season 3.
Yeah, we've talked about this off the air before, but it should have been the reverse, where it's a season of Mandalorian with a Boba Fett episode.
Sure.
Not a season of a Boba Fett show with a Mandalorian episode. Because you easily could have, let's be real, you could have crammed this whole Book of Boba Fett show into an episode or 2 of a Mandalorian season. And, you could have, where's Boba at now? Because, he was a character in the show, basically.
Right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we do get that in the new Mandalorian season, where we get more on Boba.
Well, and the ultimate problem that I had was everybody from Mandalorians getting their own series. It's like, even the bartender at that nowhere, town that they've had, Cobb Vanth's getting his own series. I'm surprised Cobb Vanth doesn't have his own series yet. It's like,
well, he's a robot now.
But it's like they're telegraphing it at this point in time. It's like back in the 1980s when you had all these spin-offs of these original shows. It's like it's too much. Like, if you want to come up with additional shows because you need to fill airtime on Disney Plus, come up with something original.
Well, it's funny you call it airtime, because that is what it feels like. It feels like it's like cable TV and they have to fill this airtime, when in reality they could put on there whatever they want.
Well, they're trying to get people to maintain their subscriptions to it. And they think content is king. You got to throw content out there, whether it's good or not, so that people can consume something.
And that's kind of why I've fallen off. I just can't do it anymore. It's just none of this it's all, and you don't want to limit yourself to a numbering system, but for the sake of this, I'm going to. Everything feels like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. None of this feels like it is much must-watch TV. Nothing's really doing anything different. It's all just very middle of the road, and it all just feels like it's stringing me along as a viewer. And Marvel is doing that too, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that on the air, but I've stopped watching the Marvel shows, and I'm probably going to stop watching the Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian.
And I think you're right. And I think it's a race to mediocrity at this point. And I think it's our fault as a consumer, because the more, and it's always been this way. If you look at TV and radio, whatever, the more crap they put out there, the more we want to consume it.
Yep.
And now they can tie direct numbers to it because they've got subscriber numbers. We're paying for this crap now. It's not just that we're sitting there watching advertisements. We're paying them to put this stuff out there.
Yep. And that was kind of the conclusion I came to, is that I'm part of the problem. By watching all these shows and by paying for Disney Plus, I am contributing to the thing that I hate. So I've decided to try to remove myself from the equation.
So finally in this segment, let's have our discussion about Obi-Wan, the series. This is what triggered this whole idea of this podcast. Give me your thoughts, and then you and I can argue.
Well, I liked it. I don't think it needed to be a show. I'll just say that. I think it could have been a 2.5 hour long movie. But they couldn't have gotten 6 weeks of programming out of it if they didn't do that. I think the first 2 episodes started off very strong. I think a lot of the Obi-Wan stuff, with a few exceptions, was pretty good. But I think when you get into everything else in the show, it all felt like extra fluff that didn't really need to be there. The character of Reva, I didn't really like at first. By the end, I kind of was a little bit higher on her when she started showing more emotion other than just being angry. And the twist of her hunting Vader was good. All the Vader stuff, I thought did a pretty good job. You get to see Vader be a crazy murderer, which everybody loves. You get a lot of good Vader moments in that. I think there's some parts that don't really help at all, like all the stuff with the Grand Inquisitor. That didn't need to be in there. A lot of the stuff with a lot of the other rebels he meets really didn't need to be in there unless they show up in that Rangers of the Republic show that's coming out, which is what it felt like. It felt like an ad for that show.
Oh, they're going to show up on Andor probably, too.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah. But Little Leia was great. I thought that was a great twist that I didn't see coming. That was really well done and consistently paid off throughout the show. But yeah, I definitely think it could have just been a movie, and it would have had more impact if it was a movie.
And you know what? I don't disagree with anything what you said. I was happy that the whole damn thing didn't happen on Tatooine like everything else in the Star Wars universe seems to. I would suggest the next time they decide to have a lightsaber fight, you need to have more lighting than just the 2 lightsabers, because you couldn't see shit during the fight. That was a problem. And the recreating the Ahsoka fight between Vader and Ahsoka from Clone Wars or from Rebels probably wasn't necessary, because you already saw that fight once and it was almost an identical walk for walk through that fight. So that was kind of disappointing. How did you leave Reva alive?
She's redeemed. It's fine.
Is she? Really?
I thought she was going to off herself. I don't know. Like, I don't know what our censorship's like on the show, but I thought she was going to unalive herself.
I don't know how, as Obi-Wan, you could let somebody who's a Grand Inquisitor, who now knows about Luke and Leia, live.
Well, because she has to have her own show. It's the same reason he let Vader live, because he had to, because that's what the writing dictated.
Well, no, from a canonical timeline, you kind of had to let him live.
Well,
but how do you walk away from that? Like, you literally have a chance right there. Mm-hmm. You thought you killed him before, and you walked away, and he was still breathing, and you thought he was going to die. How do you walk away from him again after doing that?
I was telling a friend of mine, we were talking about it, and I was like, big Batman energy with this, where like he has him dead to rights, and he just lets him live, even though he knows that he's going to go on to kill thousands of people. And it's like, but like, didn't we know this going into the show, right? When they confirmed Vader was going to be in it, and they confirmed they were going to fight, we all knew how it was going to end. No, neither of them are going to die. Right. That's what happens when you milk every like moment of this timeline, but you already know the end in the beginning. These things are inevitable. I think if anything, they should have done. Remember in Force Awakens when Rey and Kylo fight and then an earthquake happened and they're split apart, something like that. Well,
and it's funny you mention that, because I was having a conversation with a colleague at work, and we said, okay, so we know there's 2 battles. We know that Obi-Wan is going to at least win the last one, because you have to in order to fit the line from A New Hope of when last we met, you were the master. So we now know that he had to win that last fight. But everybody else besides Vader thought that Obi-Wan was dead. Even Tarkin says, "Oh, he's long dead, right?" So the way the battle should have ended was Vader lost, but somehow came up with a way to conceivably explain how Obi-Wan dies, and he basically lies and says, "Oh, he kicked my ass, but I killed him, and he's gone now," knowing that he's alive himself, but everyone else thinks he's dead. That's what should have happened. And the Kylo Ren thing with the earth splitting would have been a great way to do that.
Yeah.
I thought that's what they were going to do when they dropped him in the pit and threw the rocks on top of him.
Yep. They could have even done that because you get the Ian McDermott cameo, which is great. He's always great. Not necessary, but great.
No, it didn't do anything for the show.
But you could have had that moment where, because basically Palpatine just shows up and goes, "You mad? You look a little mad." But he could have said, like, that's where he could have had the moment you're talking about where he lies and says, "I got him. He's dead," Because then he's lying to the Emperor. He's lying
and that would have set it up perfectly.
Yep.
That would have made so much more sense.
Yep. But
instead of, Obi-Wan he left him with a broken mask and left.
Yep.
It makes no sense that you would just walk away.
I know. And that's what happens when you limit yourself and you make a prequel, because they love prequels. And like when you do these things and you tie yourself down to these conclusions that like you can't get out of, right? I mean, like, there's no way to get out of this.
No, you're right. You're right. You kind of have to talk your way around it.
But the question is this show must-see Star Wars? I would say it is because I like Obi-Wan.
And I would say it is because I like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
So just for the fight alone and seeing Darth Vader's power, I would say it is.
Yeah, I really, he has a good fight with Reva too. That was fun. I wish we would have gotten a little bit more.
Yeah, the fight, the saberless fight with Reva was awesome.
Yeah, a little bit more Vader character stuff.
Well, my question to you is: are we going to get a Vader series out of this now?
God, I hope not.
Because Hayden Christian had suggested
he's got nothing going on. Don't listen to Hayden.
He's available.
Yeah, I know.
He's available.
But like,
but that's the moneymaker. That's Grogu.
I know.
You could make a series of Darth Vader going to the bathroom, and people would watch it and pay to watch.
If they're gonna do a Vader show, they should just do the Vader comics, because those like make him a real human being. Where like when Palpatine,
they do, but I don't want to get Dr. Aphra in.
Oh, I don't. I'm not talking about that. Like when Palpatine strands him on the planet, or like with nothing, and like he has to fight Tarkin and stuff like that. Like all those little one-off things.
I could see that. They did the Sith Lords book. That would make a great series that you could do.
Yeah, because the problem is like, at least in the movies and TV, because that's the only thing I've seen. Because I've only read some of the comics, but like Vader is just like a crazy bad guy at this point. He's just like a mass murderer, and that's hard to make a main character of your show because he's just like murdering people all the time. Like, what are you gonna do with him? Like, in the comics, you get more of his depth, where like he has his own motivations and he's overcoming his own insecurities and things like that to become the Vader we see in New Hope.
You get much more depth, character development in the written.
But even in Obi-Wan, he's basically just a crazy murderer the whole time, except for a few moments where we see Anakin come through. But even then, he doubles down.
That was very well done, by the way, especially
the cutting between the voices.
As the voices are cutting back and forth, that was really well done.
And we talked about this before we came on, but there's a lot of great lines in that finale that I really, really liked. I like how he calls him Darth. Obi-Wan calls him Darth before he leaves. Like he says, only Master of Evil, Darth in New Hope. So it's like he's finally accepting that Anakin's dead. But even then, it's like, come on, just stab him,
Yeah. Like, at least stab him and walk away and have him survive it. Because like, you've already established the Grand Inquisitor survived it.
And Reva.
Right. So that would have been a great way to think he killed him again.
Yeah, I mean, he could even cut him in half. You could do pretty much anything.
You could cut him in because he's done that before, and the guy survived too. So. And threw him down a pit.
See, that would have been even. Because I don't know. I'm not familiar. I haven't seen A New Hope in a while. Does Obi-Wan know Vader's alive and like is Anakin in New Hope? Like, does he know him?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I was gonna say it would have been interesting if he killed Vader.
That's why Luke confronts him, where after he tells him, Darth Vader betrayed and murdered your father. That's where they get the line from. You know. Anakin Skywalker's dead. I killed him. Oh, that's a great way to explain that to your son in 10 years. All right, thanks for that.
Yeah. Because I was going to say he could have legitimately thought he killed Vader only to have him reappear later, but that probably wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I still think that show is worth watching. There's definitely a lot of parts in it that didn't need to be in there, but I think especially if you're a fan of the prequels and if you're a Vader fan, you basically get the payoff of Obi-Wan, because like he shows up in Rebels as like old man Ben and does some stuff, but like it's not like character development. He's kind of just there.
Right.
But if you want the conclusion to, especially coming off of Revenge of the Sith, because they really pay into that a lot, I think it's worth watching just for that.
I agree. It's definitely worth. The cinematics, I think, are worth watching. The stories.
Oh,
critical.
I do want to mention that we are starting to see the limit of this LED wall that they shoot everything on, because everything looks flat. And you can see that in the Thor trailer too. There's some shots of that look flat. You can really see it in this Obi-Wan show when they're on that rock planet. You can tell that it's like where they are is real, but everything else around them is very flat. And that's kind of the downfall of, I forget what it's called.
The volume.
Yeah, that's kind of the downfall of that tech. And I get it. It's Star Wars. The prequels, we were pushing the limits of what tech could do, and we're kind of doing that again. But like, I think they're...
What was funny was, I don't know if you watched the documentary, if you haven't seen stuff from it, they talk about the volume. And the purpose of the volume wasn't to create the dynamic backgrounds. It was to create the lighting from the backgrounds. And then they were going to digitally overwrite the backgrounds.
Okay.
Like a green screen.
Yeah.
But at least now you've got those that sun beating down or the fire coming up from the lava river from the finale of season 1. You have that effect, and you have something for the actors to react against. Even Carl Weathers says they're in this boat on this made-up floor with everything going on, and the scene is passing by. He said he was getting motion sick. He wasn't moving, but was getting motion sick because of the real. So it was a tool for the actors and for the visual effects guys, but it looked so good for what they were doing. They left it in so many of the shots. The one thing to take note, though, is you've got a couple of, and we're not going to go into this last segment here because we're up against the clock now, but I just want to touch a couple things. You've got Andor coming out. Well, Andor's not using the volume.
Oh,
Andor
really?
is using all practical effects.
Good.
They're building their sets. They're building their props. They're doing everything like a traditional movie. And it was very similar to what they did with the TV series of Halo. And you can tell the difference.
Yep.
When you open a door, and it's a door. It's not a panel with green on it that they overprint digital stuff on. It looks and acts like it's real.
Yeah, that's good, because I'm definitely, like I brought it up, but I'm feeling the limits of this volume technology, and I'm hoping they don't, because it makes everything feel flat. But like end of the day, that's kind of just what it does.
And when you're doing outdoor panoramic shots like that, it doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Where it works is when you're enclosed somewhere and you don't need that depth. But when you're looking at a shot in a desert and you've got rocks in the foregrounds and rocks out in medium and rocks out, you lose that depth, that perception of depth.
So I'm hoping they either, they kind of work out on that, or I didn't realize Andor was being shot all practically. Double down on that. Practically is almost always better, in my opinion.
It is, but it costs a fortune.
True. So. Yeah. Just raise the price of Disney Plus.
There you go. So, yeah, we're at the 1 hour mark, and this last section was actually going to be the longest section. So I think we're going to hold off on that for another episode.
Part 2.
We can do a part 2 of Help Me Obi-Wan.
Does that mean I have to watch Andor?
Not if we do it quick. If we do it in the next week or two, you should be okay. So we'll come back and we'll talk about the future of Star Wars on another episode. Any closing thoughts before we go, though?
No, I pretty much said everything. I think after Obi-Wan, because I think if they didn't get above a 7 out of 10 with Obi-Wan, I don't think anything's going to. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna bail. I've already bailed on Marvel shows. I think I'm gonna bail on Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian. I'll come back for Mandalorian.
It's gonna make it hard to get you back on an entertainment podcast if you're not gonna watch anything.
I know. Unless, I don't know, they always put these articles out to try to get people to watch, of like, you'll never believe who showed up in Andor episode 2. So if someone spoils it for me and it's something I actually enjoy, maybe I'll go and watch it. But I just don't see the point. It all just feels like they're stringing me along, and I'm pulling the plug.
That. I don't see. For me, there's nothing else to watch right now. There's nothing else compelling for me to watch where I don't have the time to ingest this. And it's Star Wars. I feel compelled to ingest Star Wars.
It's understandable.
So, but that is it for our show today. Before we go, I once again want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find, we stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where you can find links to all those and more on our official website, www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan National Military Police. There was also almost 1,200 Allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or Instagram at Insights Into Things, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam and Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on this show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the war on terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the war on terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here, of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know that the risk of what they're volunteering, is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah, I think you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible. Mm-hmm. And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified. Mm-hmm. But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11. Mm-hmm. So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s. You know, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity. So everybody wants to declare this war is over. I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the war on terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the
something
war
to
on
think
terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our axis of evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
to do whatever you want.
To do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear, which is a little too self-aware, I think, for president, but it's worth noting bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that?
I could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th?
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea. I think
clearly it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st, are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you, honestly. It's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. You know, these people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. I mean, that's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, I mean, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. I mean, and I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here, but I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
Sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now, again, Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans, at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone and provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted a target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do, Like,
And you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people, standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
That footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, helicopters going down, people scrambling. It's
What makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said, you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah. And then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders now. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah. And I said it before. It's like, for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like, there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. It's, I don't know. It's,
yeah, I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last, 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much. So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately, playing Monday morning quarterback, and talk about. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong, or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely